have some give-ups on top of, you know, just holding exactly 10-8, which is pretty viable. I do think that Queen Jack wants to go for a bluff there, but I completely understand how that run out would lead you to checking back. I mean, if you're concerned that Naj is mostly check raising, you know, 2 pairs and strong aces on the turn, you wonder, oh, did he, and flush draws, you wonder, did he turn a full house and check to me so I might catch up? And after I check behind, did he maybe river a flush and he checked to me again so he can check raise, or just, you know, he rivered a small flush and he's a little concerned about full houses himself. So I understand why you would check back, but I do think being at the stone bottom of your range and holding a hand that will sometimes lose, like, to, you know, king jack, king queen, or as we saw 10-8 check raising on the flop, I think you want to place a bluff in there. It's just, you know, it's tough. You're bluffing most of your stack at that point, and it certainly feels like Naj could check a lot of good hands to you on the river.
Now Naj has ace king. He was feeling pretty good about that last pot. He's all smiles when he turned over the 2 pair.
Oh, absolutely. After that run out, Matt, you think your 10-8 is stone dead. You think you're winning the pot about 1% of the time. So he's thrilled to take that one down. And limping in here with the ace king. This is a nice hand to limp blind versus blind at these stack depths, but if you have an inkling that Poe is going to play looser than you would expect under ICM, I do think opening with a raise as the covering stack is going to play a little better than limping. All the same, having hit top pair, he bets out 175, and Poe with a little piece, holding bottom pair, will make this call, so we continue to a turn. It is the 3 of spades. I would say not an ideal card for Naj, and I like this check. Poe is the one that will have every 4-7 in the deck. He'll have 6-3 and 5-3. He'll have some 6-4, 5-4. So it's actually not a good card for Naj, and I'm not terribly surprised he elected to check. Similarly, the 9, not ideal because it fills 7-8. But at this point, with Poe having checked behind on the turn, you have to feel pretty confident with your ace-king, as Naj clearly does, and he bets 350,000. Poe.
I was considering a call here.
Just 4th pair for Poe. Wow, he's going to make this call. Things going beautifully for Naj in our first orbit. And Poe clearly came in with the first or last mindset. You love to see it, Matt Savage. It's not necessarily how every professional poker player would approach a final table. It's usually a very cautious approach once you get there and don't have a big chip lead. But it's a much more fun style to watch when somebody like Poe is willing to splash around in pots, try and get a big stack, and take down the title. So we've learned quite a bit about our table in the first orbit. If there were any concerns that this would be a raise and take it final table for our chip leader, we can put those to rest straight away.
Love to see it. All right, Joe does have a pair here, pair of 4s. He raises to 200,000. Playing 50 and 100,000 with the 100,000 big blind ante. Nice to see that the big blind ante has traveled the world, and it's just a standard now. Everybody's using it. Poe has ace, queen of hearts. So he'll be playing this hand, but for how much?
Right. Question is, how will he play it?
The day 3 was 1.5. And then I guess they want to split up. 1.5.
I'll say this, Matt. If you 3-bet ace-queen suited off of 40 blinds versus the chip leader, you do need to feel comfortable calling it off. I don't think you want your approach to be 3-bet folding ace-queen.
Did use the time chip there and raised to 850.
And either 3-betting or calling is a viable approach to this ace-queen suited hand. It's actually a hand that does more flatting pre-flop than many might guess, but Poe's already defined himself as someone looking to gamble, looking to build a stack, and I think if that's how you're going to approach the final table, 3-betting the ace-queen suited against the chip leader is the right way to play this hand. So now the question becomes, does Joe want to continue in this pot? Poe made it a big 3-bet, sort of stole the opportunity for Joe to see a cheap flop in position and set mine. But Joe could go all in and instead elects to fold.
So
I think
Paul takes that one.
So we learned that Joe is not somebody who is just going to blast chips into the middle anytime he has a playable hand just because he has a chip lead. You know, there are certainly players there who, with their pair of fours, talk themselves into either calling and seeing a flop or moving all in pre-flop. I think folding is most prudent, and Joe seems to agree. Also knows that Poe is somebody that could 3-bet call for value wider than others. Like, there are many people who look down at pocket nines in the small blind there and always call. And Poe strikes me as somebody who might just 3-bet and call it off, even though under ICM that's not advisable. You'll technically lose money doing that. I think he's willing to go for it in such a way that Joe made the right choice there. So good hand. Now, an all-in.
Josh is entering the pot for his first hand, and it's an all-in with king 10 of clubs. Hutchie did come in with as the shortest stack, so do you like this play, Tony?
Absolutely. This is exactly the kind of hand class that we want to open for a shove with on just 12 big blinds. So Hutchie, with a smile and a laugh, will take that one down. You hate to make a WPT main event final table and not win a single pot, and when you're the short stack, that's certainly the risk, but Hutchie has put that risk to bed.
Yeah, the first player out does take home 133,000 Australian dollars. So not bad for 4 days' work, that's for sure. But they're not here to win that. They're here to win the 647,470 plus. That includes a seat to the WPT World Championship, an event that is circled on every poker player's calendar, I believe. $15 million guaranteed at the win in December.
Largest guaranteed prize pool in poker history.
Love to see it. WPT Championship is back. A lot of people have been asking for it for many years, and here it is. So you'll have your chance in December. We also have a couple other events with huge guarantees. The WPT Prime with a $2 million guarantee. That's just an $1,100 buy-in. And then the Mystery Bounty, which has become very popular, is also during that series and that festival with another $2 million guarantee.
I believe that is that a $2,400 buy-in?
No, it's a $1,650.
$1,650. I want to say then there's another $2,400 big event in that series on top of the $600 buy-in opener. There's a big ladies event that we'll be televising as well. So just a great month of poker in December at Wynn.
Yeah. I'm also looking forward to Bellagio coming back. The 5 Diamond is coming back later in October, the 19th through the 23rd at Bellagio. So one of our charter members, the only one that's still with us after 20 seasons. This is our 20th season, and they were the first event that we ever had, the 5 Diamond, and it's going to be back October 19th through the 23rd. All right, we got a hand here. I'll be there too. Ace 7 versus Queen 8 on a 9-6-4 board. And Darren has bet out 175.
David, after defending ace-7 in the big blind, has to give up on a 9-6-4 flop. I do think it's interesting to consider occasional light 3-bet with these middling aces, just like an ace-7 from the big blind. That's sort of the right holding because you block the very best hands with the ace and unblock some of the lighter raises with the 7. You think the button's going to maybe make their cutoff around 9-8 or 10-9. You block them from having all of those hands. Even blocking pocket 7s is not bad as well, so certainly not something you want to attempt regularly. But when you're thinking about, okay, how do I mix in the light 3-bets here for the times I have aces and kings and want to make an inducing 3-bet, you know, finding a hand like ace-7 offsuit every now and then is going to be the right station. Poe now with king 8 on the hijack. Gives it up over to Joe on the button. 6-3 offsuit looks a lot bigger behind a big stack. So he'll raise it up here. Now Josh in the big blind. And again with a hand that, for chips, these type of middling suited Broadway-ish hands actually play as shoves quite a bit. And I think because Joe is going to raise so wide on the button, I'd actually like to see Josh make that play. I mean, easy for me to say when I'm looking at Joe's 6-3 offsuit here. Calling from Josh, of course, a viable option, and he gets a beautiful 8-7 deuce 2 club flop.
That is a nice flop. He has a gut shot straight draw, 2 overcards, and a flush draw. So that is
raise all in.
There we go. He's going all in after the bet of Joe by 200,000. That should win this pot right here.
Number one!
Now, I always wonder when you have a massive chip lead at the final table, how wide is too wide? And I've studied ICM poker quite a bit lately, but not these situations where you just have a massive, massive stack. I'm not sure exactly how wide you can profitably raise, and that will partially depend on how wide your opponents react and defend. I think if Hutchie is going to be folding queen 6 suited in the big blind, you probably can get away raising stuff like 6-3 offsuit, but you do need to be careful because if Hutchie starts reshoving out of the big blind with any ace, any broadways, some of these suited connector-ish hands like Jack-9 suited, you can start bleeding chips with those raises off of board.
I'm happy to take it forward.
Like the setup they have there. It looks like they have some spectators there in the audience, and it was just an amazing event. Just watching all of the social media we saw come out of the Gold Coast, it looked like an amazing event. I'm excited for the future of poker in Australia.
Yeah, they faced some setbacks there, unfortunately. You know, during the pandemic, the Aussie Millions, the long running tournament at Melbourne's Crown Casino. I'm not exactly sure how to describe it, but it stopped running, of course, with the pandemic, and for the time being, it doesn't look like it's coming back on the schedule. I believe they also have had online poker face a nationwide ban in Australia, so you know, poker players there a little thin on options, and I'm so happy to see that the World Poker Tour will now start providing some great tournaments in the Australian region.
Yeah, the Aussie Millions is going to be a tough one to replace, but this is a good start, I think. All right, Joe here with 8-6 of clubs, and David's not going to go anywhere here with a 1 diamond flop and a top pair kings. David does make the call. Turn card 10 opens up a gut shot straight draw for Joe.
I mean, Joe does turn 4 outs to a 7 here. So if he wanted to continue bluffing, not the craziest idea, but also a little ambitious on a card that's better for David's range than Joe's. All of the hands that peel the flop on king 9-4. Not all of the hands, many of the hands that peel the flop on king 9-4 improve with the 10. And so on that card, David will bet 550,000. At this point, I think Joe doesn't have enough equity to continue, so he will give this one up, taking some early setbacks as the chip leader, not finding the table amenable to him bullying them. We'll see if he puts the brakes on or he just decides to push the pedal to the floor.
I've been watching,
all right, you guys want to fight back? I'll double my speed. I'll show you.
Yeah, it's not the same.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be a little bit disheartening. You come in with such a big chip lead, you feel like you're just going to kind of, you know, smoothly move your way into the heads up or you know, deep, and it kind of just starts slipping away. We've seen this happen on big final tables around the world, on the World Poker Tour in the past. So the chip leader is not always a favorite. However, he did have a massive chip lead to start the day.
Pretty cheap now compared to well, you know, unless you go top, yeah. It's still cheaper than a couple years ago. Oh. Yeah. Well, you couldn't get them for like ages. Yeah.
David on the cutoff. Taking suited.
Are you running two on yours? Just one, yeah. Oh.
Hachi folds. Now, Regime has ace-5. He's going to limp for 100K.
And I like this limp more than the ace-king one earlier. I think these middling aces at this stack depth play pretty nice as limps. And you certainly can mix raises here. Again, you out-chip Poe, so the pressure's on him.
Poe maybe senses some weakness here. Is that what you see?
Well, no, I think just, whoa. I think that Poe just has a nice hand to raise, and Naj, I don't think he should ever really fold that hand. I mean, ace-5 is quite a strong hand, blind versus blind. I'd be a lot closer to raising first in than limp folding that one. You know, there's certainly some ICM pressure working both ways, but Naj does out-chip Poe, and you know, the only reason I would think that you would limp and then fold that one is if you have a read that Poe is very snug out of the big blind facing limps. But since he already raised 8-7 offsuit on the button, I'd kind of be surprised if that's the case. So this tells me a little bit that Naj is taking a more conservative approach to the final table, is perhaps prioritizing laddering up and holding on to chips as opposed to making every play that could be winning chips. Certainly nothing wrong with that, but man, I think limp folding ace-5 is a little too snug.
Raise 200,000.
Joe with a 8 and a mystery card goes up to 200,000. Hachi with the ace-9 on the cutoff. Probably a pip or two off what he needs to come over the top here. Yeah, he'll let that one go.
Sitting in one spot and not like can't get up.
Now we'll put a Poe in the small blind with king 10.
I'm used to sitting in one spot.
There we go. Not forcing it there. I think if he were really playing loose, we might see him get in the mix there, but Poe does have some restraint and folds the king 10 in the small blind. So for once, it is raise and take it. Joe came into this final table at 17.6 million. Taking a couple early hits. It is 647,000 Australian that they are playing for here tonight. That's about 425,000 American dollars. The American dollar just crushing lately. I'm not sure if you saw the news in the last 24 hours about the pound dropping to the lowest levels and maybe ever against the dollar.
Yeah, I just got back from
Certainly.
WPT Madrid, and it was the euro also dropped below the dollar as well. So crazy to think about.
200,000.
I had a friend visit Vegas from Australia recently. He's like, man, this conversion is killing me.
Yeah. David with tens raises to 200,000.
Can't even go.
They're in the small blind. There's just enough chips that he could make this call and see the flop. These small pocket pairs out of the small blind play pretty nice. And he seems to agree. The ability to flop a hand that can play for all of the chips and be relatively disguised is big here. What you don't want is calling, like we saw last hand with Poe's King 10. And there's the possibility that you'll make, second pair or top pair, but with a worse kicker, and not be sure how confidently you can invest all of your chips. But these small pairs actually play much more naturally. Now on boards like these, you can just check fold, but checks around on King 8-5. David not loving this flop. Another 5 on the turn.
Now maybe Darren.
In a three-way pot and with Joe in the big blind having all of the 5s, I'm not sure how much I bet as Darren. I certainly don't hate it because your hand does want protection here. I mean, on almost every river, it's easy to have your hand get counterfeited or drawn out on. And I do think David should be a little careful with his poker face here. I mean, kind of rechecking the cards and so visually having to think about whether he's going to continue or not. It communicates to me that he has a medium strength hand, and I don't think he's at risk of getting bluffed out when Darren has 4s. But if I'm Darren and I see that from my opponent, I'm much more tempted to blast away on the river if I sense that hesitance on the turn. Maybe I'm hallucinating it. I mean, I haven't watched David play all that much poker, but I have watched a lot of poker in my day, and I can kind of feel his uncertainty. But now, facing the river check, he's feeling good about his 10s, and he's going to bet 525.
Does Darren think there's any way his 4s are good here?
Yes, because he can be up against spades. However, you're holding the 4 of spades, so that is not helpful. That should make you more inclined to fold. You block your opponent from having something like the ace 4 of spades. And it's also just more likely that David checked back a middling king on the flop for pot control in a three-way pot than it is under chips. So I like the play from the 4s all around. As you said, the turn is sort of close either way. You can do some of those stabbing block bets, and you can check and just kind of give up on the hand.
I don't know what I was doing on the
Either option
I didn't play one hand. I literally
is
didn't play one
available
hand.
to you.
Oh, you played? You played? There was one night.
Have you ever been to the Gold Coast there, Tony?
It's like 10 opens, he
I've
pops
been to
up
the
like,
Gold Coast
I
once.
don't know what to do
I've
with
been
it.
to the
I don't
Star
play.
at Gold Coast and
I sat
took a
there just
vacation
to-
there when I was about
I
23,
ended up losing.
24, and
I
lived
didn't
in
play a hand, I
Australia
ended
with
up
some
losing a bunch.
friends and had a fantastic time. It's Australia's Florida.
Ted's got the 800 straddle on.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
It was a 2K straddle at one point, and you were the big. You had the big stack. You had 5 bigs or something. Yeah.
100,000.
They need to fix the binds for the PLA game. The bind's not right.
And here's Josh.
Yeah.
Still the short stack.
It should be
3
uncapped, right?
deuce. It's going to let that go.
Honestly, it's better than crap. You're not going to get that at crap. At crown, you can't even run time charge anymore. At crown.
Dodge going out.
Crown's finished. Star Sydney's apparently
I heard.
finished.
Yeah.
They just cancelled the
Poe with 4-3 suited on the cutoff. He seems to be thinking about this one. He's raising right into, well, not directly into the chip leader, but the chip leader's in the small blind.
200.
Now this is some aggressive play, Matt. I mean, I don't think this is really a raise even on the button. But Poe on the cutoff, opening it up here. You're Darren and you know Poe is raising this wide. You have a nice hand to move all in pre-flop with. If you don't know, it can be tough to say how you should approach it.
Raise, all in.
And he did move all in. And Joe, we're going to get a call here.
What a nice play from Darren, but bad luck to have Joe wake up with kings behind.
Is the delay here to maybe get Poe into this pot as well, or what do you think?
Raise, all in.
It's
All
just
in
a
and
touch
call.
of posturing in case Poe has one of those hands that could
Call.
potentially call off here, because we know he has 4 high, so no decision for Poe. Darren with the ace-6 at least has 3 live outs to the ace up against the kings. Joe has to like that he actually has one of the clubs covered as well, so Darren needing an ace, or he will be our 6th place finisher. Jack 5 on the flop.
One club.
Looking forward for king.
Another club on the turn.
Boy.
Wait.
8 of hearts on the river, and that will do it for Darren. Going to take home 142,000 Australian dollars for his efforts at the final table. Gotta say, Matt, I really like the reshove free. Excuse me, 133,000 Australian dollars, pardon me. I really like the reshove with the ace-6 suited. Unfortunate to run into a chip leader who has pocket kings there, but I don't think he should lose any sleep over that one, even though it led to his elimination.
That's not too bad, like I said, 133,000 Australian dollars, and everybody else breathes a little sigh of release, but they're not going to be the first one out today. Josh Hutchins still the short stack with 18 bigs, and Joe Ogita now to 181 bigs with over 18 million in chips, over 50% of the chips in play.
That's great. Or like move it this way a little bit, yeah? Yeah, so you can see. Yeah, tell them.
What a good feeling. Half the chips in play, finding pocket kings, people are all in front of you.
Got to love it.
I'm ready to play. You're a nice guy. If I have to.
Come on, Cowboys.
As long as you double me somewhere back later, you know? No problem.
How are your Cowboys faring today? Playing New York Giants?
13, but they're driving down the field.
So it continues.
What time is it in Australia?
It
It is just about, I think,
I don't think it's the season.
12:30 is my guess. 12:30, midday. Got an early start here today.
Raise.
Worked out good for us. We've done these streams, Tony, where we had to get up at 3 or 4 in the morning, so those weren't as nice.
Yeah, I'll take a 7 p.m. start over a 2 a.m. start any day. Naj opening 7s on the hijack. And Joe using that chip lead, 3-bets up to $500,000 here. I do think his 3-bet should be a little bigger. When he goes small like this, he makes it so easy for the pocket pairs and suited broadways of Naj to see a flop. Just try and connect and win a big pot off him, as we see here. So I don't mind Joe's hand selection. I think he should probably choose a better ace or a suited low ace as opposed to just ace-2 offsuit. But hey, nothing wrong with really trying to apply your chip lead against the second and chip stack. But I do think he should size up there and make it tougher for Naj to see a flop. All the same, we get a queen 8-6 2-diamond flop. Not the easiest one for Naj to play out of position, and now facing this bet of 400,000 from Joe.
Yeah, what have you got? Everyone's got like 4. Oh, I've got about 4 now. You got 4? 4 and change. 4 and change. Yeah. You've got about the same.
I think Naj would have an easy continue if he had a diamond in his hand. Without one, it becomes more borderline. But getting this good price, he elects to make the call and see a turn. And the deuce of diamonds is an interesting card because it completes the flop flush draw, and it gives Joe a little bit of showdown value.
Go to the river, and it's a 3.
Check.
Naj with the best hand if he doesn't get
Check.
raised out of this pot.
Check on the river. And after turning the deuce, Joe does elect to check it down. I think it's a pretty reasonable approach. You certainly could keep blasting, but I think you're going to want a diamond in your hand to take such an aggressive approach up against the player who's second in chips.
Let's go, Naj! It was funny when I was all in with old mate. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, Matt. I think I will turn that game on in the background as well, just so I know when your team eventually gets one outed by a late touchdown or something like that. I'll understand why you're screaming.
Only so much you could take.
Back in about 15 seconds. But
They're looking like they're going for it on 4th down. All right. Daisuke Joe Ogita goes by Joe. Now, Daisuke, I've been told, in Japanese means that I love you very much, which is really a cool name. So the Japanese players are weighing in and saying, telling us what it is.
Raise 200,000.
And Poe raises 200,000 with Jack 9 of spades. Poe is in this pot, raising to 200,000. Joe behind with Queen 9 of hearts.
Call.
And he's going to look that up. Now David with Jack 5 will let it go, and Josh with 10 deuce also will probably let it go, which he does. Najim with Jack deuce.
Now 500.
Heads up.
Now 500. Range is wider.
We'll go to the flop. The flop is 2 spades, and Poe does have Jack 9 of
looking
spades,
expensive,
also
isn't
an
it?
ace, 8, and
Very
6.
expensive.
Poe with a flush draw.
certainly a hand that can mix betting and checking here.
You still in the 10K? Beautiful.
I think having the lower spades and some connection
I'm gonna
with the
win.
8-6 part of the board, I like the bet. Just getting Joe to fold out superior Broadway cards. I mean, getting him to fold something like King Jack is a huge
Yeah.
win for you, and you could potentially both turn a Jack and then lose. A surprising float from Joe here. I mean, he really just doesn't have much hand. So he's going to make his opponent's lives very hard.
Ace of hearts on the turn.
Alex's facial expression. What, me?
If
What
you're
did
Poe,
I
you could
do?
double barrel this. When you check and you face a bet, your hand does not check call and proceed very naturally. It can do that. It's just it's not, the easiest way to play the hand. So I think betting is going to perform better than checking, and I like this double barrel from Poe.
Thank you.
And if you have reason to believe that Joe is floating you with stuff like Queen 9 of hearts, whoa, okay, I'm starting to see how Joe got this big this big chip lead here, Matt. My goodness, raising the turn with just queen high, no pair, no draw. What an awkward spot for Poe. And getting a price that's like just on the border between your hand calling and folding. The dirty part is with the paired board on the ace, it's so easy for your opponent to either have a full house or you river a flush and they make a full house. So a fancy and creative raise on the turn from Joe in position there. He came to play tonight, Matt.
Nice play there.
Times like these, I always wonder whether the players have somebody watching the stream and feeding them hand histories, because once you learn your opponent is floating you with queen high, no backdoor on the flop, and then bluff raising you on the turn, it really changes the dynamic at the table.
I
had one guy, he busted. Oh yeah, Wonky was actually telling me a funny story. Wonky misclicked against one of your horses. Yeah. He was telling me. You got my horse out. Yeah, you messaged him. I was like, why did you get my horse out? It was funny. What's funny was I was playing cash, and then the guy came over and he's like, oh, this Wonky, why he misclicked, he told me.
Talk about the upcoming events here of the World Poker Tour. We have the 5 Diamond Classic. Starts October 19th, goes through the 23rd. Then we're going to Tokyo. WPT Tokyo is invitational. That will be in November. WPT Prime Vietnam in November as well. Starts the 17th. Then the day after Thanksgiving, we go back to WPT Seminole Hard Rock for the Rock and Roll Poker Open. $3,500 buy-in and a $2 million guarantee. That'll be well over $3 million, I'm sure. And then our WPT Prime Champion starts 8th of December, and our WPT World Championship is the 12th of December. And, for you ladies out there, we do have the WPT Ladies World Championship, which starts on December 16th. A lot of great events coming up on the World Poker Tour. The WPT is back, Tony Dunst.
You've been traveling for the World Poker Tour quite a bit recently. Do you have any more events outside of the 5 Diamond, where I know I'll see you in Vegas, on your schedule coming up, Matt?
I do. I'll be going to Florida again. You know, that's a stop that I always go to. Bill Mason, Tony Burns, and Jason Heidenthal always put on great events there. So I'll be heading back to Florida once again in November, the day after Thanksgiving. But yeah, I just got off a pretty long run with tournaments at the Bike in Los Angeles, and then I was in Tampa, where it was very hot, and a great event out there at the Hard Rock property in Tampa. And then I was in WPT Madrid, which was definitely one of the best events I've ever been to. Madrid is an amazing city, and I look forward to going back.
I've always heard good things, but never been to Madrid. Played the EPT event in Barcelona in the past, but unfortunately didn't have the opportunity to visit Madrid and hear really good things about the city. So happy to hear you echo those sentiments.
Definitely. And here comes Paul with a limp 200,000 with the ace-10 offsuit. Touchdown Cowboys, by the way.
Oh, there you go. I couldn't get the TV on it. The remote won't work.
CD Lamb with a
You'll have to let me know.
one-handed grab in the corner. And Joe with the 8-6. Now, Joe, with the 8-6, what do you think? It was just a limp. I guess he had to call, right? Turn card deuce. Poe's checking.
I think it's a nice limp from Poe pre-flop. Against the chip leader, you want the chance to see as many flops as possible out of the small blind when you're getting such a nice parade. So you need to limp in some stronger hands like this to go along with your weaker hands, so your opponent can't just blow you up every time you limp in there. And with the bet, takes that one down. This is an interesting play, especially between Poe and Joe in these early orbits. That Jack 9 versus Queen 9 hand, most notably.
Najim with deuces here.
Raise 200,000.
And he does raise to 200,000. Joe with a pair of eights.
Raise 450,000.
Making the 3-bet up to 450,000. Again, awkward sizing here, Matt. Really just inviting Naj to see a flop in position and potentially hit a big hand against his chip leading opponent. So I like the 3-bet from Joe, but something to be desired from the sizing. Queen Jack 9 on the flop. Not exactly what Joe is looking for, but a more favorable board for the 3-better than the flatter. A pretty good board for both players, really. 350,000 will chase away deuces, though. And as I said, my main takeaway from that hand is that Joe's 3-bet sizing
thinking about
needs to
doing
be increased, especially out of position. You know, so far it has not come back to bite him, but it's very easy to allow one of his opponents in to see a flop with, you know, something like a low pair, suited connector, a suited ace, and allow them to hit a big hand against him because he gave them too good a price to see the flop. We'll see if that catches up to him.
Bye-bye.
Okay, alright, all the players. This is your 5-minute call. We'll be starting in
That's one way to
5
exit
minutes.
the tournament.
Please start making way to your tables.
Bo with ace 4. He lets it go. Joe not having anything to do with it. With the 8-5, he's going to just raise it up. There you go.
Yeah, you know, 6-3 offsuit is good enough, 8-5 offsuit is good enough. At this point, I think we can feel confident Joe is raising 100% on the button. And again, that really does make me wonder, will his opponents have someone feeding them hands from the live stream, and will we see them adjust? Because once you know the chip leader is really getting out of line with their pre-flop raises, you can adjust yourself by making more like 3-bets, more 3-bet shoves.
Feels weird not having a phone.
Yeah, I keep reaching for something. I'm like,
Well, your Cowboys is looking pretty good there.
That was really good. They just blew a call, but that's all right.
Which last one?
We're doing okay.
Is that because what? Social?
Same old Giants.
Oh, it's a shame.
Cowboys are 10-1 against them,
Yeah,
texting their mates.
or 9-1 over the last 10 games.
fair enough.
It takes away from the game.
Yeah, fair enough.
I actually like 100,000.
Thing is, like,
I like
obviously
the
it's good,
action at
but
this
if
table,
everyone else is
Tone.
doing it, you're not doing it.
I like it. See Enrique in the background, one of our staff here at the World Poker Tour. He's a photographer. Enrique Malafone, good to see him on the stream.
David with ace jack on the button.
Guarantee package to the WPT World Championship in Las Vegas is the win.
Knock is queen in the big blind. In a spot where if we're just playing for chips, I think the ace queen should always 3-bet. But about 40 blinds deep at a final table, you can't feel as confident that your opponent is going to jam the hands you want to rip into your ace queen. So I'm less confident that Naj will 3-bet, but that is how he's going to approach the hand, going up to 1 million here.
I'm sorry. I should just pull it, but I can't. I'm so ahead.
Oh, no, great.
100%.
And we see there kind of the problem with 3-betting ace queen. If your opponent's going to fold ace jack, well, if you 3-bet ace queen and your opponent jams, if you're planning to call, which I think we are 38 blinds deep, you're not faring very well against his 4-bet jam range. And that makes me think that Naj should call hands like ace queen out of the big blind, but 3-bet bluff ace X offsuit more frequently because he's going to get those big folds like ace jack. So again, if we're strictly playing for chips, I think it goes 3-bet and then ace jack either calls or jams itself. But when we're at a final table in between two medium stacks, there's such a risk premium on putting it in with ace jack pre-flop that 3-betting the ace queen sort of backfires in some ways, and all it does is really drive out the hands that you dominate and prevent you from winning a big pot post-flop.
The boys, final 5, eh? Good. That'd be pretty memorable if you just happened to win. It'd be like, oh, I did 48 hours the day before, and pretty cool story.
I'm happy already. Like, regardless of what happens today.
Yeah, me too.
What was the betting line going into this football game between the Cowboys and the Giants, Matt?
Started off Giants -3, then it went to Giants -1.
All of the beans.
All right, Josh is doing it, going all in with 7s. Calling for 1.3 million.
1275.
Hachi here has been patient, picking the right spots for his short stack all in. And he's looking pretty good this time around. Nobody behind has a hand that can call.
Number one.
So the short stack survives once more.
Hey,
I can't.
cool.
It always feels very
Follow me.
Russian roulette when you're the short stack
We'll
at
take
the
my
final
tips.
table, just moving all in pre-flop and holding your breath, not wanting to hear the words call, especially not quickly.
Cowboys with a field goal, up 10.
It's a close one anyway. You're lucky I didn't have tens. I thought I had tens. I feel, and it looked like tens for a second. I was like, oh.
Was it Queen 10? Queen 10. Listen, is it a big listen? Hey, Naj.
Because they're good cards. So like,
Naj, please have 10s.
Looking good.
Nah.
Them
Gotta be
boys.
careful what you wish for.
I don't know about the Giants. They've got a lot of damage to undo from the Dave Gettleman era. So it's going to be a while before they're a good team.
Of course. When you lose.
And the Cowboys put themselves in a bad position. That Ezekiel Elliott deal is not looking very good. It's, paying a bunch of money for running backs in the NFL is not exactly a winning strategy these days.
However, he looks good tonight.
Oh, he's getting outplayed by Tony Pollard.
Blinds are getting up now. La, 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 la.
Najee with the ace, 4 of hearts, going up to 250,000.
Sorry? Even for you. Yeah, for sure.
Blinds are up between 75 and 125 with the 125 big blind ante.
Still.
Joe with 7-5.
Yeah, it does for sure.
Makes the call. Do you like those calls? Even though you're the big stack, do you like that?
Yeah, as the big stack, I do like these calls. You get to defend wide as the big stack on a final table. If these roles were reversed, I would not like the call. When you're a shorter stack and the opponent covers you, you really want to constrict your calling range out of the big blind. But as the big stack, you get to call, and then this bet on the flop, though, is, to put it mildly, a disaster. This is absolutely your opponent's range. The big blind never leads on like ace king X boards, and in any situation ever in poker, this is never supposed to be a lead. And into an opponent who is going to tighten their opening range into you, I mean, this is just a suicidal and wasteful lead, and now double barrel from Joe. As much as I admire aggressive and creative play, I also just think that bad play is bad play, and this is one of them. So sorry to jump all over Joe, but this ain't it. And so Naj does make the call here in position. Joe will need a 4 on the river, and it is a 6. So he's got the air ball here. We'll see if he empties the clip here. Holding the 5 of spades, not the best card, not super relevant here since your opponent shouldn't have any low spade combinations, but this has not been a good hand from Joe, our chip leader. Looking for any ways to take down pots, but really just spewing in this case. And Naj, of course, just happy to call down against a line that really makes no sense and should never be taken. Nice hand there from Naj, and Joe just needs to find the brakes a little bit here, Matt.
I think that he will probably decide that was bad at some point and slow down. What do you think?
Yeah, these ace-king X boards are just so favorable for the pre-flop raiser that as the big blind, we simply never lead. We almost never check raise because these boards just drill the opening range of our opponent, and our opponent has all of the nut combinations. They have all the aces, the kings, the ace-king, the ace-queens. You and the big blind have none of these. Otherwise, you would have 3-bet pre-flop. So it's really just a nonsense line. You're not really saying... You're not telling a believable story at all. You're just telling nonsense when you're trying something like that. And so no surprise that it backfired. All right, action with Hutchie. 10-4, no good. Back to Naj. His final table has started about as well as possible. He'll raise up the A7 to 250. And his nemesis Joe with a pair of queens in the small blind. Oh, Matt. Oh, man. Oh, you know, if we're going to attempt wild bluffs in one hand and create a loose, aggressive image that will get us paid off with our good hands, we do want to put more money in the pot with our good hands. So just flat calling the queens here by Joe, another major misstep. Starting to see some cracks in the armor here.
It might work out here, though, because David does have top pair, right? I mean, David's got top pair.
I mean, it might work out in the same way that a broken clock is right twice a day.
Yeah, well, Naj is the one that bet. He bet 300,000 with ace-7. David checked it, and he's going to make the call with top pair.
3 of clubs on the turn will likely slow things down for these 3 players, as it does turn the flop flush draw. Naj has really no reason to continue barreling this card here, so he'll check behind, and an ace on the river will deliver this pot to Naj. The card he should have never been there to see had Joe 3-bet the queens pre-flop. And now he's going to bet a hand, and this doesn't make any sense either. What is going on here? I mean, I'm at a loss for words. I'm afraid this is just more nonsense. I don't know why we would ever bet this hand, and if we do, we need to bet it as a big bluff and really try and represent a strong club or a full house. This blocker bet will just get looked up by every club. And often aces. I mean, I guess maybe this could sort of kind of work out because his opponents don't have any clubs, but he's bet so small that Naj is just going to look him up. So just another, disaster of a hand from our chip leader here. The wheels coming off. He started off as such an aggressive and creative player, and all of a sudden maybe losing his confidence after that failed 7-5 offsuit bluff and taking this strange line with the queens. But just, back-to-back brutal hands. And Naj, Naj looking great. The flip side of all this is Naj is playing some beautiful poker here. I mean, really just showing some mastery of the situation, how ICM affects things, being very astute in how his opponents are playing. He's looking like the man to beat right now.
5% is looking good.
And just to go back to the river bet, if you reach a stage in a hand where you're confident that even a hand with a little bit of showdown value like queens is unlikely to be good and you need to bluff, you need to bluff a size that will actually discourage your opponents from calling. Betting 20-25% pot's not going to get it done. So some sizing issues going on for Joe right now. Naj, the king queen of spades, will raise it up. Poe has a hand that can be played a couple of ways here, but I think is going to perform best as a call at these stack sizes. He does make the call, and Joe now with a pair of jacks. Again, a premium pair. He's got a very aggressive image. I'd love to see him, 3-bet and squeeze this up. There we go. Oh my goodness, Matt Savage.
Wow.
Look at the cooler of this hand.
Oh.
He goes to 300,000, he 3-bets to 800,000 right behind David with kings in the small blind. And both of them have an out remove. David, doing a little performance himself here, counting down his stack, looking kind of uncertain. I'm going to go back on what I said earlier that, David sort of visibly thinks during some of his decision points. Now we see him doing it when he really has no decision. He has an automatic call in here, but he still puts on the act, and I really like to see that. You know, if you're going to act uncertain in your uncertain situations, act uncertain in your clear ones. So unfortunately for Joe, the squeeze 3-bet here doesn't work out so hot. Now about 2.2 million more to call with the jacks in a murky situation.
He's
You know, it's
getting a
hard to say
count.
that there's really a wrong choice here. He's getting an excellent price, and if you think Joe always does this with, excuse me, if you think David always does this with Ace King, I do think you need to call the jacks. If you believe that David could fold Ace King, oh boy, you have got a really, really tough decision here. So it all depends on how you think David approaches Ace King. I think quite reasonable to make the call. I think I would make the call as well in Joe's shoes. So these two players playing a big all-in pot. And as we know, Joe only has one out here. The Queen Jack of Hearts folded one of the jacks. So
He's also
one out
covered.
going to
He's also
flop.
covered in suits too, so
Yep.
making it even worse.
Safe going to the river. Just a jack to fade. And Ace 5. Kings of David.
Thanks, man.
Well, more than double up here, considering the dead money in the pot. What a favorable cooler.
What a spot. Open.
I know, man.
Very nice hand for David for that double up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nice answer.
Thanks.
All these hands, man.
Joe came in with half
Seven
the chips in
deuce.
play.
4-7.
See what he has left following that. David Tang up to third at 6.8 million.
This king queen over there.
The boys were like, Jack said to come in. I was like, nah. Deserves the whole.
Oh. It is what it is. Would have been gross though. So gross.
So sick.
How good.
See the Mike Sexton Champions Cup behind. A lot to play for here, including we talked about the $10,400 seat to the WPT World Championship at the Wynn in Las Vegas in December. So the stakes are high here at the Gold Coast.
125 call. Fold. 125 call. Fold. Fold.
Cheese, cheese, cheese.
All in.
Butchie with the King 9.
Point.
Going to be all in. And Naj with Ace 5 suited in the big blind may take him up on this one. He knows Hutchie.
King 9.
Didn't win to commit his stack. And yes, he's going to make this call. So Hutchie all in and at risk with King 9. Naj with the Ace 5 suited.
Number 1 luck box.
He is ahead here.
You'll take that.
Jack 8-7 on the flop, so a gut shot for Hutchie. Looking for a 10. 8 on the turn. Safe card for the Ace 5. And it is a 7 on the river. The Ace 5 of clubs will hold for Naj. Hutchie in 5th place. Nice run from the short stack. Managed the ladder up one more position. He'll collect 174,480 Australian dollars. Great effort from our short stack entering the final table. And then there were 4, Matt Savage, 4 from our original 710 entries. As we can see, Joe still the big chip leader, but Naj biting on his heels. David Tang up to 3rd after the Kings vs. Jacks cooler, and Poe at 3.4 million. He is our short stack, but by no means short, sitting on 27 blinds.
The next prize is $231,505. So getting better for these players by the second. Like that hat on Naj, the WPT Australia hat. Looks good.
Here's a question for a tournament director such as yourself, Matt Savage. Now, back in the day, I believe that you were not allowed to wear, masks or some kind of like full-blown face concealer at the table. Of course, following the pandemic, masks became very commonplace, and we see a couple at this table. Do you think we will ever reach a point where masks, again, are banned at the table?
Raise to
I don't think
275.
so. I think that's gone.
Fold.
Fortunately or unfortunately, I think those days are gone. I don't think you can ever stop it. This has been something that has been around much longer than even the pandemic. People were wearing masks. A Hall of Fame poker player named John Juanda used to wear a mask back in the day, and I don't think it'll ever go away. I think that it's going to be something that we're going to see here for the rest of time. And I think that some people actually use it now to conceal their face, which I don't like. I don't like it as being done for that reason, but I don't think there's anything that us as tournament directors can do about it.
Yeah, that's exactly why I ask. I think at this point, as many, well, not as many, but plenty of players now are still just wearing them for the face concealing aspect. I'm in a group chat of some top professionals, and they discussed, the merits of continuing to wear a mask strictly for the live tells aspect of being able to cover your face. I certainly would prefer poker where everyone is exposed, but of course, given the times that we are in, as you said, I don't think we'll ever go back on that.
They do hand shuffle here. Somebody's asking in the chat, so I'm checking out the chat. If you guys have any questions or comments, feel free to fire them off. Tony and I are here to answer any and all, within reason.
Raise to 275.
All right. David's raised to 275 with ace 10 offsuit.
Fold.
Kale is self-proclaimed king of the chat.
Fold.
Hello, Kale.
Okay. Two jack fold.
All right, flop is top pair for Joe with the queen jack. On the jack four deuce flop. Two hearts. Joe also has the queen of hearts.
Check.
Goes check, check.
Two
A
spades.
deuce on the turn. Two hearts, two spades. And Joe has definitely slowed down a bit, as you said, and betting 200,000 here.
Cool.
David gives the look back and tosses out 200,000. River card is a 10. 10 of spades. Now that's probably going to cost David.
Yeah.
But how much?
Maybe the third spade landing could save him if Joe bets big, but we've seen Joe use a lot of the block sizing on the river, and considering how much bluffing he's done, I don't know if I could let go of a 10 if I'm David, but it is a larger sizing bet. It's 800,000 into about 1.1, 1.2 million. So maybe that will save David some money here. He's been on the conservative side thus far.
Maybe he feels like he owes him some money back for that hand from before. Nah, probably not.
It's a tricky one. You've seen Joe run so many bluffs. So yeah, I think if Joe had blocked the river there, he would have gotten paid off. I mean, easy to say when I know that his opponent has a 10. But I do think on the third spade, maybe a block is a little more appropriate. But then again, he has such a bluffy image post-flop that sizing up actually makes a lot of sense. All the same, not terribly surprised that Dave decided to fold. Like I said, he's been on the conservative side so far, and that has been a fruitful strategy for him thus far.
Let's go, Nudge!
Naj here with the ace queen on the cutoff.
Raise to 250.
Going up to 250.
Fold.
Joe with that king suited king 4 makes the call 250.
3 minutes.
3 players going to this flop.
5-7 queen.
Queen 7-5. Great looking board for Naj
Check.
and his ace queen.
Check. 300.
We'll start the betting at 300,000.
Fold.
Shows out. Now to Dave. And he is also out. So smooth running continues for Naj. That might make him chip leader, actually. I know he was just behind Joe prior to that hand, and he did take some of Joe's chips along with David's. About as good a start to a final table you can hope for in Naj's shoes.
Giants have one last shot to try and tie this game or go ahead. 117 left. They're on the 20-yard line. Joe is going to raise to 275 with queen 8.
Fold. Heads up.
Naj in the big blind. We'll call with Jack 7.
8-10 king.
And a flop of king 10-8. Neither player really connects here. Joe with bottom pair on the 8. Naj doesn't have much
300.
to keep
Got a
him
gut shot.
around, though. Yeah, that's about it.
Diggs with the interception to end the game.
Oh, I was just about to pull it up in the background. And that was that, huh?
I don't know. It might have hit the ground. It looked like it was pretty close.
Well, we'll let the review settle that one.
No. Not quite sure. Looks like he might have hit his hand. Yeah, it's good.
Fold.
Hello.
Fold.
Oh, yeah. That's hand. He got his hand right under that. That's a fantastic play.
Raise to 250.
It's a bounce off the hand. What a fantastic play. My goodness. All right. So David going off to 250,000 with the 8-5 of hearts here, opening up his raising range now that he has some chips. But Naj in the small blind, our new chip leader with the ace-10 of clubs. Again, one of those hands that has a borderline decision between 3-betting and calling. And Naj, thus far, has opted for 3-bets in this situation and continues that trend here, going up to 850,000.
Fold.
Somebody's
Nah,
asking.
we'll take that one down.
Somebody's asking what place Brad Owen finished. I do not know. I'm not quite sure.
I'm sure we'll get the answer in an upcoming vlog.
That is correct.
I was in the studio today alongside Vince Van Patten watching a recent WPT cash game, and Brad Owen was there at the table, and he played some great poker. The lineup included Doyle Brunson. Oh, that looks awful for Sterling Shepard. Lineup included Doyle Brunson, Maria Ho, Brad Owen, Darren the N-Boss Elias, Brian Ercolano,
Raise to 250.
Brian Ercolano.
Call.
the one non-professional in the game.
I know Brian.
Yeah, he was having a good time. He's there to splash around and have fun. And he was certainly doing that in the cash game.
Oh, Poe's moving all in with the ace-4.
Look at this.
250.
Poe going for it with the ace-4. David will have kind of a close decision with the ace-5. I don't think he's getting a good enough price and is high enough up to make that call. So I think that's a good disciplined fold there from the ace-4. And a nice move in by Poe with the ace-4. It can be easy to talk yourself out of some of those, low ace X reshoves there. Such a high priority on staying in the tournament.
Call. 125 to call.
Folds around to Poe on the button with a 3-deuce of hearts. We've seen him raise some very low-suited connectors, but this one he will give up on. Joe in the small blind with ace-deuce. He will make the call. Up against David in the big blind with queen-7. Now these offsuit queens and a lot of these weak offsuit hands sort of mix raises and checks in the big blind when it's linked to you. This time David elects to check, and he gets a pretty nice board for his queen-7. It is
Bet 200.
8, 5, 6, 2 hearts. He is holding the queen of hearts to give him the backdoor straight draw.
Call. Nine of spades. Check.
Nine on the
made
turn.
Straight. David
Sweet.
made it straight.
Straight.
Bet 300.
David bets 300,000. Joe's going to let this go. Dallas Cowboys take the win. I love to see it. They're 2-1. Not dead yet.
Yeah, but
Not dead yet.
you don't have a quarterback anymore. You're
Not yet.
dead the moment Dak went in.
Cooper Rush, 2-0.
What was the stat line tonight, Matt?
Who cares? It's a win. That's what it was.
Me too.
I won't deprive you of your hopium.
How long we play for?
It's still early in the season.
almost 2 hours.
Crazier things have happened, but I'm sorry. You lose your starting franchise quarterback and you don't have somebody like, Jimmy Garoppolo waiting in the wings. I think your season's... That's about it.
Garoppolo stinks.
Garoppolo does stink.
Live stream.
But he got that team, the NFC Championship before? The playoff? He got him to the Super Bowl
Get
once.
to find out what he
Yes, that is
125.
correct. All right, here's Poe with 6-3 of clubs. We're reading in the chat that he said they hasn't had many good hands as of late. He does fold that one. And like you said, Joe's continuing here to raise with just any two with a 10-3.
And, you know, this was a good approach when you were a massive chip leader against a table of short stacks that had a big incentive to fold. Now that you're raising into an equal stack, you really need to tighten up your range, so Joe gets away with that one. But this will not work over the long term. And just from watching Naj play, he strikes me as somebody who is going to have a peer in the audience feeding him the hands, and he learns that he's getting raised by 10-3 offsuit on the button. I think he's going to make the correct adjustments and fight back there. So I don't know how long Joe's going to be able to get away with that.
$125 a call. Raise to 275.
Joe's raising to 275 once again with ace deuce suited. Najim with 8-3. Same spades.
Fold.
He'll fold. And Poe, this could be the shove hand, yeah.
Certainly looks like it.
And one thing about the mask is you can see the breathing. Is there some tell you're looking for with the breathing there, Tony?
You know, I haven't spent much time thinking about that thus far, but you know, of the few physical tells that you could pick up on behind a mask, that is one of the only ones and worth keeping an eye on. So I think that's a good call out by you. I like the small 3-bet from Poe here. And yeah, I think he's going to get Joe to do exactly what he hoped for, which is 4-bet jam light. So really just a beautiful play from Poe here. I think Joe does have a reasonable hand to make this play with, but nobody ever 3-bets light from the big blind. You know, the problem is every time people do this, they just always have queens plus, and they never have a7 offsuit, no matter how many times I say stuff like, hey, a7 offsuit would be a cool hand to mix in here. They just always have queens plus. So
Ooh, two spades on the
Joe
flop.
now flopping the flush draw. I mean, he's got 12 outs twice, but he got himself into this spot. Turn 5 of hearts, still with that 12-outer going to the river, and it is a 6, so the queens of Poe will hold up. And another serious setback for Joe.
Like you said, on that flop, it's never easy for Poe, but it does hold up.
I would have probably got him if he folded. So I limped, I got 8-3 of spades.
3.2.
All right.
So I limped.
Then call.
Just to go back to that thought, you know, people definitely 3-bet light out of the small blind at a decent clip, but like nobody does it out of the big blind. And so when that happens and you're in Joe's shoes, I think you've got to pull up and stop putting chips in the pot. You're not going to get away with that often enough. You're just going to end up jamming into queens, kings, and aces way too often. So Poe, now in third chip position himself, as Joe's chip leading stack coming into this final table has diminished. He's now right in the middle of the pack.
I know, man. 1 over 2 spades. I actually thought it was gonna. I thought it was gonna be it.
I thought he was he shoved. So he opened. He opened. He re-raised to 800. He went all in.
Yeah, 850.
What did he have? Like
2.2.
2.5.
3.2.
That is, to me, one of the easiest, how to put it, reads to make in poker, which is that like nobody ever bluffs with 3-bets out of the big blind. Like the top professionals do it, and pretty much nobody else ever does it.
I would
So
be.
anytime you get 3-bet by the big blind player, I mean, you can approach that as a very straightforward situation. Just say, all right, this guy has queens plus, every now and then ace king. So if I don't have a really good hand, I'm just out. or unless they're deep stacked and you're getting the appropriate odds to call and try and flop a big hand against whatever their big pair is. But it's just one of those spots that for whatever reason, nobody seems to really adjust. Nobody seems to take advantage of the fact that you have a really good image when you 3-bet out of the big blind. And it's just, Queens plus almost every time. David here, opening the 275 with Ace King. Joe in the big blind with Ace Jack suited. Going to make the call and kind of echoing my thought on nobody ever 3-bets out of the big blind. You see him just calling Ace Jack suited here.
Check.
And 9-6 deuce on the flop, 1 diamond. Joe does check.
Check.
And David checks. Turn card is a 5.
I think there's some temptation for Joe to start bluffing, but that he should wait for a worse hand. He'll just have so many hands that connect in some way with this board, whether that's getting him a gut shot or a more viable draw. So I like the passive approach from both players in this pot. If Joe wanted to bluff the river, I would hardly blame him, but I just think that you're going to have so many hands that want to bluff out of the big blind here. You can just check down your Ace Jack, and it's okay when you lose to Ace King and Ace Queen.
David Tang now with 6.15 million in chips, 49 bigs. Nobody's really short stacked here this time.
Yeah.
Po 7-4. Muck it. Joe with Jack 6 offsuit. He was limp in there, and David was 7-3.
Couple of junky hands squaring off in the lines.
And David raises
David
to 500,000.
Yeah, I like this very much. This is exactly the kind of junky hand that does need to mix raises in the big blind facing a limp. It just doesn't flop very well, and if you only raise your good hands, you become very easy to play against, so you have to mix it in raises with these really bad disconnected hands, even though it feels uncomfortable to do so. It's a nice play from David there.
You have to. Let's go, bro.
But you played it now, yeah? Now you got more than him.
Doesn't really matter, does it? One hand, this way or that way. Anyone's game. Now it's a bit even stacked. Everyone's
Yeah, it's pretty deep for a...
very deep.
Yeah.
He was just saying in the 10 to 15 years he's doing this is the deepest average.
The levels, the structure's so good.
Yeah.
Over to Joe on the button with the Jack 10.
And Joe raises to 275. Now David with King 4.
If we were playing for chips, King 4 suited should get in there from the small blind, but under ICM, that's a nice fold. Najim will make the call. Again, a hand that can and should mix 3-bets out of the big blind when we're just playing for chips, deep stack. I don't know how much of that you really want to do under ICM. Interesting board here, though, Matt. Queen, Jack 10, 2 diamonds. So bottom 2 pair for Joe, A flush draw for Naj.
Could see some chips in the pot here. I want you to go back to that, Tony, after this hand and tell me a little bit about for playing for chips versus ICM. But we'll talk about that
Got
after
it.
this hand.
A bet from Joe of 300,000 is called by Naj. 4 clubs on the turn.
Check.
Regime checks.
Check.
And the river does come with
And
5.
I don't know why Joe is checking behind on this turn. I mean, of all of the hands that we could check behind on the turn, Jack 10 might be like the absolute stone last. People like Ace King and Pocket 10s, but Jack 10 is like really up there with the absolute last hand I would consider checking back on this turn. Yeah, that's where I'm going to leave it. And then just way too small a bet on this river. We've seen Joe use some well-sized bets on the river. He unblocks the queen, which makes it even more likely that you can get paid off for a large bet. He has a hand that's just worth much more than this 1/3 pot bet. And Naj, who has been sticky thus far, is going to look him up, so it works out. But I think a lot more money needs to go into that pot, Matt. Now, going back to your question about the difference between playing for chips and playing for under ICM. Now, ICM is the independent chip model. It's essentially the acronym we use to talk about playing under bubble scenarios and final table scenarios where every time there's an elimination, players move up the pay ladder. And what that does is it creates a lot of pressure on shorter and medium stacks facing off against anyone who covers them. And it creates a strong incentive to avoid being all in, and especially calling all in, or calling pre-flop with hands that have the potential to make a second best top pair that have to call and pay off on multiple streets. And it creates a big priority on stack preservation as opposed to stack accumulation. When we're playing strictly for chips, your priority is stack accumulation. And any play that is believed to be plus chip EV is a play that you should take. However, under ICM, there are many plays that will be plus chip EV, but will actually cost you money because you are under ICM. And so you're forced into these more conservative decisions. So, as I was saying before, that 6-5 suited, when playing for chips and it's 80 or 100 blinds, button versus big blind, 6-5 suited should 3-bet about half the time from the big blind versus the button. But under ICM, I would think it would barely ever 3-bet, maybe just straight up never. I haven't checked an ICM chart under that situation, but there's just so much more priority on playing smaller pots and staying conservative until you have a really, really strong hand or just like a clear bluffing situation.
All right, David's flop top pair aces here and a pair of 8s for Poe.
At 200. Fold. Three hearts.
David now 2 pair. Poe checks.
Great board for David. And again, if we're playing for chips here, this is actually a board where you should overbet the turn. A little less so when you're playing button versus big blind. But on these boards where it comes ace, king, X, and then the turn is just a brick, the pre-flop raiser has such a massive range advantage that you want to put a ton of chips in the pot. So, if this was playing for chips and David was in middle position and the pot's a million chips, I think his turn bet should be 1.5 million. But under ICM, every scenario has the bets sized down. So I like the sizing he chose there. And so far, David is just, of all these players, I think adjusting to ICM the best thus far. Certainly Naj deserves a lot of credit for the adjustments he's made, but David seems to have perhaps the best handle on just how conservative ICM forces you to play.
Radical. Fold. Fold.
Pair of sevens for Poe in the small blind here. We've seen him do a fair bit of limping,
Four.
and he will continue that trend here. And it's Joe in the big blind.
Heads up.
Joe will check his 6-4.
And the flop
And it
does come
is
for
Queen
three
Jack
diamonds.
8.
3 diamonds. Poe does have the 7 of diamonds as well. He's 94% in this pot.
Yeah, he has one of those hands that's very hard to bet for value, but it is actually well protected. So I think you should take a passive line and really just kind of check on every street. Maybe if it goes check, check on the turn and the river is a diamond or, of course, a 7, he should start the betting.
Check.
And Joe has found the breaks in this hand, not looking to do any bluffing. One more
So-
check from Poe.
Suits
Check.
3 on the river.
Very good.
Joe seemed pretty content to just resign that pot straight away.
Is that Hatch, brother? Did you just have a bit? No, that's all. Yeah, actually.
125.
Chat saying that Joe lost half his stack in 35 minutes.
Fold.
We can confirm that that's true.
Yeah, and unfortunately for him, a lot of it just didn't need to happen. You know, there's certainly some amount of gambling and risk-taking you want as the chip leader, but, you know, 7-5 hand calling and then leading on ace-king X from the big blind, clouding to pocket queens pre-flop. There was a couple hands in there that really, you know, didn't have to go down like that. Joe now links into the within king 6. And David, yet again, raising in the big blind with a junky hand that does not play well post-flop. We talked about David playing fairly conservative thus far, but that doesn't mean he is unwilling to open up his game and play aggressive with some of these junky hands that, as I said, are a little uncomfortable to raise from the big blind, but do better realize their equity by being played that way.
Poe lays it down. He had 7 deuce. Joe with 8-5. Not stopping.
275.
Raising to
No, he's not
275.
stopping.
Fold.
And he's going to get this one through. If not,
Yeah, he
has
will.
deuce.
But he's now raising into a bigger stack, so
Too bad.
there's actually an incentive to be tighter, not looser, from the raising as Joe. But, you know, to his credit, it's a much more entertaining style of poker to watch when somebody just plays like loose, aggressive, going for it, playing for the win. It's way better to watch than, you know, a bunch of ICM savvy, you know, poker, computer, calculator type players who are just being ultra conservative and waiting for good hands like you're supposed to under ICM. It's hardly the most, entertaining form of poker for a final table. So I'd much rather watch somebody like Joe.
One twenty-five. Fold. Fold.
David folds 5 deuce, Najim with 4 deuce.
Raise to 450.
Najim raises to 450. If Poe only knew.
I do think Poe has a good enough hand to see a flop in position. He's going to 3-bet, I believe, here. Well, kind of an odd choice. I think when we're 3-bet bluffing here, we usually want to use hands that have a blocker in them. King X and Ace X. It's going to kind of work out. I mean, he got Naj to fold, but as it turns out, he folded a dominated hand. I do like that Poe has some variety to his game, though. It's not all aggression or conservative play. He chooses his spots. I'm not exactly sure that 3-betting 5-4 suited there is the best approach to that situation, but it does make him rather unpredictable, and it means that if you decide to take a flop with him in a 3-bet pot, you can never really be that confident on any kind of board texture that he hasn't connected.
How quick are these to pick up the cards? Like, does he leave them there for a bit?
About
Or
5 seconds.
5
I think
seconds?
so, yeah.
Not sure. With 9 deuce, nothing to think about. Another 9 deuce right behind him for Poe. This one's suited.
Fold.
Joe in the big blind, one of those hands that likes mixing raises with checks. He will raise it up, and Poe will, I believe, relinquish 9 deuce suited to the buck. Yes, he does.
Gene with 9 deuce. He will let it go. Pope, ace 6. He's at 6.5 million.
Raise to 250.
And he raises it to 250. Now Joe with king 10. Can't imagine he's going anywhere with this hand.
Fold.
Does make the call. David calls with a 5-4 of diamonds. 3 players going to the flop. Flop is 6-7. 6. David flops the opening straight. 3 6s for Poe.
Check.
What a flop for Poe here.
1 diamond as well. David does have 5-4 from diamonds. And Poe does bet 200,000.
Small bet here. I do think you can put a little more in this pot than that.
Call.
I'm nitpicking though.
Joe's going along with his king high.
Yeah, I don't really know why, but he's calling.
Says he's 2%. That seems a little bit high.
Seems optimistic, doesn't it? But
It
a great possibility. That's where his equity comes from right now. And David going for the check raise here, out of the big blind, representing the 6.
Wow.
I think as a low frequency play, this is actually really nice from David. We know that it's going to backfire because he's running to a6, but as the big blind, you have way more 6s than your opponents, especially than the button. Only a6 the button should really have is a6 and maybe some king 6 suited or like a 6-7 suited. But he's very deficient in 6s, whereas in the big blind you have a ton. So I think this raise from David is a nice play. He does have outs in the event that he is called and runs into a big hand like a6. Outs that will allow him to potentially win a huge pot should he hit with a 3 or an 8. This time it didn't work out for him.
Not over yet, though.
Not over yet. You're right to correct me. It's not over yet. Poe making the call, Joe will get away, and if this turn is a 3 or an 8, David's essentially going to stack Poe.
And then I'll say to you, it's not over yet.
King clubs.
And it is a king. So now Joe's upset that he threw away his king 10, not knowing that he was
Yeah, he's dead.
close to drawing dead.
David can bet or check here. I think the default will be to check, but you do want to continue bluffing some percentage at the time.
I love that you're able to make these decisions, Tony, without the knowledge of seeing the cards. I think that's very tough to do as a commentator. You do it splendidly.
What do you mean without seeing the cards?
Well, you've seen the cards, you know what the right decision is to do, but you make your
Right.
decisions based on not knowing what the cards are, which is cool.
Yes, that's correct. The fact that David is betting into what is almost the nuts here doesn't really come into play.
Right.
Because Poe might have a 6 this time, but a lot of the time he has a pocket pair, or he has a7, or he has king 7, and so in theory, betting your 5-4 suited is going to get him to fold a better hand a decent percentage of the time. It just so happens that this time he's run into a 6, and Poe putting the leaves over the trap right now. Just calling. Nice call by Poe here.
Two hearts.
Deuce on the river.
And I think David shuts it
David.
down here, right? Or is he going to go for it?
I think he mostly shuts it down. I think that the hands that he wants to fold out generally folds a turn. Not always. And look, you took a 5 high. Every now and then you'll check the river and your opponent will end up winning with, 8-9 somehow, whether that's by bluffing you or checking back. And yeah, I like David's decision to check. I think the vast majority of hands that you want to get a fold on the turn. Really just I know it didn't work, but a really nice hand from David. You can't be afraid to run some big bluffs out of the big blind in these final tables. It's so plausible that you would have a 6, and your opponent is so deficient in 6s that I know it didn't work out for him this time, but I think that was a really nice hand from David. And it does look like we are going on break here, so myself and Matt Savage will be back with more four-handed action from WPT Australia.
Good stuff, Tony. We'll see you soon. Right back in 15 minutes.
How you going?
Let's see the flop. Ace, queen, jack. So Maria with aces. Outflops James.
Oh, that's a scary flop, though, for Maria. Yeah, she's in the lead, but any king, any queen, any 10, and it's over. Well, let's see if she can hold on here.
Right now, Maria Ho with a pair of 10 says all in, but Eric Afriyat right behind her with ace, queen.
I call.
Oh, yeah, he's going to make the call.
And James gets out of the way, so they turn up the cards here.
Ace queen.
Maria Ho with the pair of 10s.
Call it.
The WPT championship has eluded her so far in her career, but she's well accomplished, and now all her chips are in there in a race. Here we go with the flop. It's a 9-8-8. That is good for Maria Ho. Going to the turn. Something crazy going to happen. It's a jack.
Well, normally Eric would have a straight draw here, but on the paired board, a 10 would give Maria a full house, and a queen would give her a straight, so he can only catch an ace to eliminate Maria.
Yeah, Maria in great shape to double up. And it's going to happen. Deuce of spades on the river.
James with the queen 8 of hearts on the button here.
Raise.
Raise it up to $1 million.
Maria folds.
Eric with the call. Hell of a flop for Eric Afriyat here. Pair of kings and the nut flush draw. James with queen high and a backdoor flush draw. It's actually a pretty good board for him to bet here. I think that if Eric had one of the stronger aces, he would just shove over the raise pre-flop, so James a little less concerned about Eric having a big hand. Deuce of spades doesn't change much here. And again, I wouldn't be surprised if James just used this opportunity in texture as a chance to barrel down and see if he can force Eric to fold what he probably thinks is a medium king or a 5. And as we know, Eric does have a medium king, but with the clubs to go along with it, he is thrilled to put that $2 million in the pot, but the jack of diamonds on the river is no help to Eric, so if James goes for the triple, he's gonna have a tough decision.
I'm not folding.
He says, I'm not folding. And James says, let's see about that.
Okay, what a flop. Got king 9 of clubs.
And the tricky part for Eric is he's seen James do these big bet sizes with a lot of strong hands today.
I should have shoved it on the flop. I should have shoved it. Should have shoved it on the flop. I didn't because I had a feeling that the ace running chips on the button.
This would be the call of the tournament. Well, he's going to do it.
Wow! Big call!
He's done it. What a call! Cards bouncing off the table. Eric Afriyat.
King 9 of clubs.
That's why he's a 2-time WPT champion, for instincts like that. Beautifully done. Going after his 3rd title.
$1.2 million from James on the button with king 5. And here with pocket jacks facing a raise from James. Is he going to 3-bet? No, just a call. That's surprising.
Just doesn't ever do what you expect him to do. That's his strength. And the flop is an 8-3 deuce.
Now, not much of a board for James there. He elects to check back. Queen on the turn could inspire a bet. James with one of those marginal hands that could just show down, could turn it into a bluff, and he wants to bluff here. He bets 1.4 million, and that will lead to an instant call from Eric Afriyat and his pocket jacks. On the river, we get a 3 of diamonds, and that is a better card for the range of Eric in the big blind than James raising the button, so I would be very surprised if James went after this. Yeah, he'll check it back.
Yeah, check it back, and Eric will show the jacks. Could have been bigger, but he'll take it. Going after his third WPT title. Non-professional, so-called non-professional, but a great player. Looking good. And it's all Maria. She's got Jack 9. Well, she will just call it.
First limp we've seen out of Maria today. Eric will complete in the small. James checks his queen 9.
3 of them all in the same pot. The flop is a 10-5, 3, 2 diamonds. So 10s for Eric Afriat. And he's coming right out there and bet $1 million. James goes out.
Maria with 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush, and an overcard has just enough to continue here and makes the call.
She certainly does. Going to the turn. Can she get lucky? Well, she gets a 9, which gives her a little pair.
Yeah, she gets unlucky. That is the worst card in the deck for her. Now Maria with enough hand to call down Eric on a board where he could have a number of draws and bluffs. So Eric bets 2.4 million.
Yeah, he's not going to slow down. Hefty size bet. Maria, now she's involved. She's going to make this call. We're going to the river. Pot's getting big. King of spades on the river.
Well, Maria probably won't turn her hand into a bluff if Eric bets, but you could consider it. You block 2 pair, you block the straights. Eric bets 1.3 million. He's going for a little bit of thin value with this blocking bet of about 1/8 pot. And if you're Maria, I don't know how you would fold. You feel like you're getting milked, but the price you're getting is amazing. You need to catch Eric bluffing like once and forever for this to be profitable.
She gets curious, makes the call. And Eric proudly turns over his hand.
Play online poker for real cash and prizes at WPT Global. Sign up for free today using bonus code YT33 and get free entry into a $100,000 guaranteed tournament.
Maria with ace-5 here.
All in.
She's going to try it again. All in. Eric goes out. And James has a king-queen.
Oof, so close. I don't know if James will fold this one. Yeah, he's gonna make this call, Vince.
Yep, he's made the call.
Maria is all in and at risk, but she is a favorite here with the ace-5.
And she's getting her chips in with the best of it as she smiles to her rail, her family, her friends. Let's see the flop. Ace, queen, jack. So Maria with aces, outflops James.
Oh, that's a scary flop though for Maria. Yeah, she's in the lead, but any king, any queen, any 10, and it's over. Well, let's see if she can hold on here.
Turn card coming up. King!
And James makes 2 pair on the turn. And now it is Maria who needs to catch up to stay alive. And with a 4 on the river, the 2 pair of James Carroll are gonna knock out Maria home.
And he will quickly raise it up with the 3-5 of clubs. Makes it 1.3. James Carroll with a 9-8 of diamonds. 2 seductive hands. Makes this call. Flop is a queen, queen 7. No help for either player.
900.
How do you like that? 900.
You know what I would like, Vince, is a check raise from James. You definitely want to have some bluffs on these paired board textures, and with the 7 of diamonds out there, there's so many good turn cards for you. Well, he elects to call. So he'll float instead with his 9 high, which is actually the best hand, and Eric. And his 5 high doesn't have much going on this turn, but maybe he wants to bluff on that ace.
1.8.
And he is betting it 1.8. An additional 2.6.
James hits him with the check raise one street later than I expected, but this should still be very effective as Eric was bluffing himself with 5 high.
Yeah, he's going to lay that down. So good manipulation by James Carroll.
So the first big pot of our heads-up match being pushed towards James Carroll. We've got some distance to make up here, but starting things on the right foot.
This time with the button, James takes a look down at a big king queen.
Raise.
Will raise to 1.3. Eric, though, behind him with ace king.
35.
Two powerhouses. Eric's going to make it 3.5 million.
I'm sure James believes him, but King Queen in a heads-up match is way too good to fold, so James makes this call. In position, looking to improve. And on 10-10 Queen, that's exactly what he does. James takes the lead here. Eric now drawing to an ace or a jack.
1.5.
And he'll start off with a small bet here, 1.5 into 7.5 million. James again with a decision between calling and raising. He'll start with a call.
Eric looking to get lucky here on this turn. This is a massive pot. It's nothing card, 5 of spades.
Not much happening for Eric here.
3 spades out there too.
Difficult for him to double barrel into that card, so he'll check. James, does he want to try and bet for value or induce a bet by checking? He will check. And a harmless card on the river. I'd be surprised if Eric bluffed here. He's just got a little too much hand to turn into a bluff. And I doubt that James is going to fold a queen, so why bother? Yeah, he does check. And James now, he's all out of checks. It's really a question of how much do you bet. Pot of 10.6 million, he'll bet 9.3, so he continues his trends of big bets on the river. Action back to Eric.
9.3 million.
Well, that is discouraging if you're Eric. You start with that huge hand, everything going right, and now catastrophe.
Listen.
And he's got to lay that down. James Carroll now on a big comeback. He is now the chip leader.
You know, Eric got out flop, but didn't lose much post.
Those are a lot of votes. You think I'm messing with you? Ace king.
He's been honest all night.
Ace queen.
My hand was good too.
Hmm?
My hand was really good too.
I believe it. I would have called the shove.
Eric loves to brag about that he plays only big hands. He does not. He just doesn't show those junk hands that he wins with extraordinary bluffs.
Next time I play poker with Eric, I'm going to talk all night and believe everything he says.
A lot of momentum for James Carroll, and he picks up aces.
They're not even mine, and I get excited looking at them.
He'll go to 1.3. Eric, caught in this with the king 10, makes this call. And the flop is a 9-7-4. Eric gets none of that. He goes check. James with the aces, the big overpair.
And this flop is a little bit dangerous for Eric. He has just enough hand with the overcards and the backdoor straight draw to continue, so he's going to make this call, but as you can see, unless he hits his straight, he's basically drawing dead. Well, a 10 will improve Eric, but still leaves him miles behind James, and now gives him a hand to call down with.
Yeah, it's an awful card.
Oh yeah, sorry. I'll give it to my friend.
Yeah, I was about to bring mine up.
All right, and we're back. Joe Gita still in the chip lead, or actually back in the chip lead. Najim is second. And chips. Don't forget they're playing for $647,470, which includes a $10,400 seat to the WPT World Championship held in December in Las Vegas. An exciting event, and this is part of the WPT main tour. Coming to you live, or I should say live on a 30-minute delay from the Star Gold Coast in Australia. So thanks for tuning in. We
Back with you, Matt.
Yeah, good to be back with you as well, Tony. So Poe has King 7. And coming back off a break. Regrouped. Will Joe change his strategy, or will he continue to just keep firing? Of course, he's going to do that with an ace-jack. He's played a lot of hands with a lot less strength than this. And so now he raises to 300,000. The blinds are now 75, 150 with 150,000 big blind ante. And I know we've been asked in the past, do we reduce the ante? The answer is no. We don't reduce the ante ever. Najim calls with that ace 10, and the flop is king 9-6. Two hearts, both players with a heart in their hand. Joe with the jack of hearts and Najim with the 10 of hearts. And Najim checks and Joe checks behind. The turn card is the queen. Players now with a straight draw. But ace jack is in the lead. Najim checks. And check river card 6. Ace jack high is good. The best hand. May just go check check once again.
Yes, it does.
And the ace jack will win it for Joe. And he's back in the chip lead.
10 and a bit, 10 and a half. The Warzone boys. Yeah, it certainly is. We're in the gas now. Look like you got a self revive and take us and have a life. I've got steams. You got steams?
Seems like a very friendly table.
Everyone getting along so far. It's pretty rare that you see open animosity at the poker table these days, and certainly at a major final table.
Especially in Australia.
Especially in Australia.
Yeah, very friendly. Joe's raising to 300,000 with the ace 7. Najim now with 9-5. He folds, and Poe will probably get away from this 10-6.
Maybe.
Maybe.
As I said earlier, you shouldn't defend as wide when you're covered in the big blind under ICM. But if we're playing for chips, this hand does get in there with facing a min raise. But no, Poe showing some discipline, gets away from that one.
And Joe wins back-to-back hands after our little short break. Is correct. It's the same dealer that we started this final table with. It's great dealers down in Australia. And they use the shoe.
David sporting the New York Yankees cap all the way down in Australia. The Yankees still getting represented.
I see that all over the world.
Yeah, it's just a lot of times I would ask people when I would travel, when I would see the Yankees cat, like, "Oh, you're a Yankees fan," and they would be like, "No, I just like the style." It's like it's a fashion choice in many ways.
Right. Saw a New York Yankees hat in Madrid as well, along with a San Jose Sharks hat.
Now
Which is very cool.
that's random. That is not a fashion choice. I can't think.
Get out of here. It is, of course it is.
No,
All
I'm not
right.
hating on your Sharks there, man. I'm just saying that if somebody's wearing a Sharks hat, you know, I would assume that they're a hockey fan 100% of the time. Whereas when I see a Yankees hat, I'm like, well, this guy probably likes baseball, but he might just like the hat.
And he might not like New York also, just like New
Right.
York. All right. King 5 for Najim, a 3 on the turn. Joe with the 8-6. He checks. And a check. Who's going to pair? It will be Najim with a king on the river.
You've seen Joe make some desperate bluffs, but none coming here. Naj has this pot locked up. It's just a matter of how much to bet, and he goes with a $500,000.
Joe lets it go.
Nas playing with a lot of poise tonight. He just looks at home at this final table. I'm gonna take one moment to check his bio here and see how many final tables he's made before, because he looks very experienced to me tonight. He's played 5 WPTs, been in the poker world 10 to 15 years. He came in second in our WPT Prime main event in the last series. Biggest tournament cash is $200,000, so he's played for some big money before. And he looks very comfortable tonight.
GG, that would be Tony Dunst. They're asking about you in the chat. You say you're in a lot of the ads. And he is the lead commentator on the World Poker Tour alongside Vince Van Patten. So that's why you would see Tony. Poe with queens. It's going to win this pot with that race of 300,000. That is Tony. Yes, it is, Gigi.
I'll pull up our chat as well and hang out with you all during this final table. See some people asking if this is live, but this is on a 30-minute delay. Almost live, but you want to prevent anybody from gaining an unfair advantage by watching the live stream, or if it was only delayed by a few minutes, there's of course the possibility of the stream influencing play. So 30 minutes prevents any concern around that.
Oh, with ace 4.
Race 300,000.
Joe with queen 10 on the button has the hand that likes to mix calls and 3-bets here. He goes with the call.
Naj with ace 6.
The prize pool for this event was around 3.5 million Australian dollars.
Worth the trip. I'm surprised you didn't go, Tony.
Yeah. I believe I had conflicts of some kind.
Okay.
And also just, Australia is so far. That's the only dilemma. As much as I loved living and visiting Australia, it is so far from everything else. And Naj, using one of those middling offsuit aces as a light 3-bet out of the big blind. We discussed that earlier, selecting hands like ace-7 to use, and Naj doing it with ace-6 there. Just beautiful execution, Matt. I mean, it's the first light 3-bet we've seen out of the big blind from anybody today, so of course you get a ton of credit when you do make that play. And as I was saying earlier, it's a play that a lot of people simply do not have in their repertoire. They only 3-bet really, really strong hands out of the big blind. So if you can find those light 3-bets with the low offsuit aces, they get a ton of credit. And Naj there showing some great timing and hand selection with the squeeze holding ace-6.
I'll take second. I'll take second. I'll take second.
150.
Now, queen 10 in the small blind, going with a call up against Poe. Poe does check with jack 3 in the big. And it is ace 9-8, 2 hearts and a spade. Naj with the gut shot here.
175.
We'll bet 175,000. Quick fold from Poe in the big blind. Well, Matt, one thing I remember about Australia is there's a certain love of outlaw culture there. I mean, the most notorious Australian outlaw is Ned Kelly, but there is a little bit of this sort of a, outback, outlaw, legend history that they have down there. And on that subject, I actually saw a piece of outlaw American history the other day that I did not know resided so close to home. But you, of course, have heard of Bonnie and Clyde, right?
Yes, of course.
Well, the car that they were ambushed and shot to death in, which has, like 100, 150 bullet holes in it or something, and is, kind of a piece of American history and lore, actually resides in a hallway in Prim, in one of their casinos.
Really?
A little display there, that's true. A little display there about Bonnie and Clyde, and they have the car. It's known as their death car, riddled with bullets. It was not repaired. I believe that some of the blood was painted over, though. Sitting there in a hallway in Prim on the border between California and Nevada out there.
How did you stop there? How did you manage to stop there?
Well, I go out to Prim once a week to register for daily fantasy sports contests, as you are not allowed to play from Nevada. So what you can do is register in another state and then edit your lineups from Nevada. That's all above board and legal. And I had seen the Bonnie and Clyde, I want to say like 1967, 68 film recently. And I was just, kind of Googling about them after, trying to, learn the difference between the movie and the true story. And I saw that their death car, which has a little bit of a reputation in American culture, it was just chilling in this casino out in Prim. So I thought, oh, cool. I'm going to go out there and see it.
All right, I'm going to check that out. All right, we got a bet of 200,000 with Joe, who has middle pair, tens, and Poe has raised to 600,000 with the backdoor flush draw and the gut shot straight draw. And Joe does make a call. What do you think of that raise, Tony?
I think I like it here. Oh my goodness. Queen of spades on the turn, and Poe hits gin with the gut shot.
Like I said, you like it a lot more, but you did like it regardless.
I did like it regardless because, excuse me, sorry, I got a little off track with my story there. It was Poe who made the raise, correct?
Correct, yeah.
He check raise. This is exactly the kind of hand class that performs well as a check raise. Basically, you have some outs to a nut hand that can play a big pot, and you have some backdoor outs to more draws that will allow you to barrel with equity. But your hand doesn't continue that well as a check call, It's that hand class that performs really well as a check raise. I think this is basically perfect hand selection from Poe as a check raise bluff. So you balance it out with your strong hands. And as we can see, he has hit the queen on the turn. That's given him the second nuts. So I think that's great hand selection from Poe, and a nice big turn bet here.
So you like the bet sizing there at the 1.1?
Yeah, I think you could even size it up a little bit more, but I'm really just nitpicking. It's well done.
Kind of one
And
pot for Poe.
that does get it done. So nothing less in the chat says, from what you've seen from these players, who's playing closest to theory, game theory optimal? And I would say that both Naj and David have done a really good job of that. The theory at final tables dictates more conservative play and more polarized ranges from your pre-flop decisions, and I've seen a lot of that out of both of these guys. I think they've adjusted really well. And the West Main says, I miss being able to talk to Matt and Tony without the delay, but totally support anti-cheating measures. Don't worry, you basically are talking to us live. It is the stream that is delayed. So if you want spoilers, you could go over to our WPT website and click the live coverage and get the hands just after they happen. But if you want to follow along on the stream with us, we all collectively are on a 30-minute delay.
Correct. We do not know what has happened. We don't look. It wouldn't make it as interesting for us.
Yeah, it's very rare that I actually look ahead during our final table broadcasts. I like to go in blind. C.O. Kelly says, Tony, if you didn't know, the Bonnie and Clyde car sold for $250,000 in 1988 to the owners of Whiskey's Pizza Casino in Las Vegas. So I actually looked that up today. I was talking to Vince about it in the studio. The sale that I saw was in 1977 for, I think it was about half that, like $125,000, which they said was about $750,000 in today's money. So I don't know if it's sold again, C. Kelly, or if you just slightly have your year confused there. But I was kind of wondering, what is a piece of American history like that worth? And adjusting for inflation, I guess I'd say maybe a couple $1 million.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Not sure I'd want it in my living room, but
no,
it's cool to see.
Yeah, I don't think I'd want it in my living room either. I'm just surprised, I guess, it didn't end up in, like, the Las Vegas Mob Museum or a major strip casino. Prim is just such a, off the beaten path destination. All right, well, Joe here has turned a king on
Check
Jack
as
King
well.
6.
And now on the river 6, he's betting 950 or 500, excuse me.
Yeah, David with Queen High is going to at least think about this one. It's not the craziest idea to think your opponent could just be bluffing with air and your Queen High is good. There's not much reason for Joe to bet Ace High on this river. So it's certainly possible that if he doesn't have a pair, your queen is good on this check down board. And he bet pretty big on this river, actually. He bet basically full pot, slightly over. So that would seem to suggest he either has a value hand or a bluff. And Queen High beats all the bluffs. And
David's even used a time chip here, so he
Yeah.
is seriously considering this.
Yeah, he hasn't wasted a second of time at this final table. He's not doing any posturing. It's very reasonable to consider calling down here after it just checks to the river and he chooses this sizing. But a good disciplined fold from David. He's just showed a lot of consistent discipline at this final table. Nice timing.
But if he randomly has an ace, it's like, huh?
In our chat, someone had asked, any plans to ever play in some Triton events, Tony? To be honest, I doubt it. They're like really high roller events against the best in the world in a faraway place, and really none of that appeals to me. There are some people who love the challenge of playing against the best in the world in poker. I subscribe to the opposite line of thinking. I want to beat the worst players in the world. I want the softest lineups I can find. I'm serious. I'm there to win money, not to prove that I'm the best or among the best or anything like that. It's just not what drives and motivates me to play. So they're certainly prestigious events and well run, and it's it's interesting to see who makes the final tables. Every now and then I watch a little bit because I like seeing the best in the world at their craft, and I try and learn from them. But I don't want to sit there all day trying to outthink the Sam Greenwoods of the world for $200,000 buy-in tournaments. Like no effing way.
Right? 300,000.
Especially when we have great events like the Bellagio and the Wynn in your backyard. It makes it
Yeah,
nice.
that's the other thing is like, and these big WPT main events, $10,000 is plenty interesting for me. And there's more than enough recreational players in the field that I have a huge edge against. I don't really feel any desire to try and go beat the best in the world. I'm pretty sure, in plenty of those Triton events, I would be one of the losing players in the field. And that's not really like modesty for me. That's just respect for my opponents. There's just such a high caliber of players. And I, to this day, still study poker about an hour a day. And I'll watch these guys' training videos and they'll talk about poker and they do and say things that I just don't consider in real time. And I'm like, yeah, I just don't think I could beat these guys.
300,000.
Naj bets 300,000 with a 10 high. Probably gets the job done. It's hard to say with Joe.
West Main says, is Theta the best way to watch new episodes of WPT? It's certainly among the best. We do have a variety of distribution methods these days. So there's a number of mediums that you can access WPT new episodes through. Of course, we're on Bally Sports. And CL Kelly says, the article I pulled up from February 2nd, 2022 is a Yahoo article. It said Prima Donna Resorts, Inc. in 1988 paid $250,000. Whiskey Pete's was part of the ownership back then. I believe that's probably more correct. I think that the article I saw was from like 2017. So I would trust your source over mine. CL Kelly also says WPT over World Series. And you know what? That has been a little bit of a recurring topic on Twitter, poker Twitter recently. People saying, which event do you find more prestigious, or which event would you rather win, a WPT or a World Series event? And for a long time, World Series had a big lead in that, and certainly they have a long history, and they have the World Series main event every year, which is a very prestigious event. But at this point, and as I commented in the thread, there's probably 20 times more bracelet winners in a given year now than WPT main event champions, and most of them for a small fraction for the money. So in my opinion, my very biased opinion, I think winning a WPT is more prestigious than a World Series poker event. I think they've really diluted their brand and the prestige of winning one of those, while the WPT has maintained a very high quality. And so I, of course, would rather win at the WPT, as we see Joe with a Queen Jack on the cutoff running into the pocket queens of David here. He will 3-bet up to 825,000.
Well, I have to agree with you, Tony, but again, completely biased.
Yes, we are. We are.
All right. The 3-bet to 825 gets back to Joe. And he's reaching for chips. He is in.
Oh boy. Yeah, and this is I'm trying to find a polite way of saying this. This is a very problematic call. Queen Jack offsuit out of position is just so likely to be badly dominated against an opponent who on 30-ish blinds is raising you button versus cutoff. And this is as bad as it gets. Queens versus Queen Jack. It's the literal worst hand your opponent could have. But even up against Ace King, Ace Queen, Aces Kings, you're just in terrible, terrible shape. The Queen Jack fortunate that on this Ace King 7 flop, they get a free look at the turn in their 4 outer. Ace on the turn. Will Joe elect a bluff?
And the look back, what does the look back signify to you again, Tony?
Well, in many cases, you're checking on a board with a flush draw or 3 to a flush, whether you have 1 to that suit. This time around, I don't know that it really indicates much of anything. So check once more. I understand why David is just checking and trying to get the showdown here. Deuce on the river. And if you're Joe, you really need to think about bluffing at this point. I mean, you reach the river near the bottom of your range. Your opponent doesn't seem too interested in this pot. I mean, he certainly could have, ace king or kings, and he's trapping you.
Check.
And he does check, so I think David's going to check this one back. But if I'm Joe, I'm thinking real long and hard about bluffing this river, trying to represent that ace.
And David may be just happy to take it down here.
5 seconds.
Using
Thinking
a time
about value.
extension.
Yeah, he's thinking maybe I have the best hand and I can get value from it. Maybe Joe has, you know, pocket 10s or 9s or something. And if I stick a little bet out there, he'll refuse to fold. And look at this, what a nice value bet. I don't know that, you know, GTO theory would ever use a bet of this size on the river, but I think as an exploit, it's a really nice bet from David here. Just sensing exactly where Joe is at in this hand, you know, not having much of it. Likely would have bet at some stage if he did. And so the queens are in fact in the lead on the river, and David's trying to get some value here. I don't think he's going to get called by queen high. Although Joe seems to be thinking about this.
Remember,
yeah,
they have
Joe.
30 seconds active on their hand. He's going to be using a time extension chip at this point. I believe it's been 30 seconds.
I mean, I don't know what you're hoping to see if you're Joe. Your opponent has to have specifically like queen 10 offsuit or jack 10.
Call.
He
makes a
called?
call. Yes,
What?
he did.
I guess it's a good fault.
And David's pretty happy with that. Didn't love the call, I guess, but happy that he did.
David must just be flabbergasted. You called me with queen high? What were you hoping to see? You know, Joe has this feeling right now of somebody whose day has gone poorly, and now he's kind of like losing confidence and sort of just like outguessing himself. I mean, there's just no reason to make that call pre-flop, no reason to make that call on the river, and it feels like he's just so desperate to win a pot right now that he's kind of thrashing around. And just sort of losing his cool because, you know, what a mess. My goodness. So, Matt, I had an idea. Going back to this whole, you know, WPT, World Series, what's more prestigious, all of this. I had an idea recently that I wouldn't mind running by you. I wouldn't mind opening it up to the chat, seeing how they respond to things. But, of course, we at the World Poker Tour have the Mike Sexton WPT Champions Cup. And I think it is beautiful that we have honored Mike's memory and tied a piece of poker history to his legacy. I feel that is very right to me. However, I do think that the title, WPT Mike Sexton Champions Cup, it's kind of it's a mouthful, right? I don't hear anybody in poker say to each other, how many times is your name on the WPT Mike Sexton Champions Cup? I've literally never heard it. It's just not something people say. It's too much branding all at once. But they do say to each other, how many bracelets you got? How many bracelets do you have? Do you have any bracelets?
Right.
Do you have a bracelet? I feel on the WPT that on top of getting your name on the Mike Sexton Champions Cup, we should send you home with a smaller replica of the Mike Sexton Champions Cup with your name and the main event that you won. You know, what's the phrase? Sort of written onto the trophy, engraved. Thank you, engraved on the trophy. A replica of the Mike Sexton Champions Cup, and we simply call it the Sexton. And people would say, well, how many Sextons do you have? And we make Mike's name synonymous with winning a WPT in a much more accessible way, you know? And that's just that people, you know, many poker players I know, myself included, have a trophy case that they put their various accolades in. And unfortunately on the WPT, you usually don't really go home with something, or you go home with a trophy from the casino. But I think sending people home with a Sexton, and we could really turn it into a piece of art, you know, because we do have these ties and connections with some brilliant artists with some of the charity events that we are involved in on the WPT. Perhaps having one of them design a trophy that is emblematic of both the Champions Cup and Mike Sexton himself would be a really nice way to tie it all together. And then we could say to each other, how many Sextons do you have? And really make Mike's name synonymous with winning.
Very, very interesting. And you have one. You have a Sexton, which I like. Interesting. I think that's something we should discuss, and
Yeah.
I don't hate it.
Thank you. Yeah, I was
Not
thinking
hate.
about it the other day, and I thought, yeah, the only thing that's really missing is just being able to send someone home with something, and the whole title, WPT Mike Sexton Champion stuff, it's too long altogether. I like that we have the one big cup and all of the names in one place, but I also feel like people should have something for their trophy case.
You didn't get a trophy when you won your
Nope.
WPT?
Nope.
Really?
Now, as you know, for a while we had a deal where we sent people home with a watch, but that has since expired, and that's just it. This would not be something that was reliant on a sponsor to continue the legacy.
Right. Exactly. Well, yeah, I agree. I think that that's a interesting topic that we can definitely bring up in one of our marketing meetings, for sure. As you know, Mike Sexton would have been 75 this week. He died about 2 years ago, so we had a lot of celebration pictures this week on social media about it. And yeah, a big hole in the poker world that you had to step into those shoes, and you've done a fantastic job, I must say.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but we all miss Mike and having him around the poker world. And as I've said many times, one of the saddest parts about his passing is how much poker history left with him. He had the best stories in the game, and could tell us about all of the legendary characters from the early days of the Road Gamblers, the World Series, and the genesis of the World Poker Tour. But I'm going to pause from that to talk about this hand because David has turned to pair up against Joe. Both players connecting with this 6 on the turn, so Joe will actually continue the betting for 175.
And David, with 2 pair, has to love it. What year is this? David Nash is asked. It is year 2022.
5 seconds. Raise.
David.
Race to 850.
Our entire chat is still wondering about that last call Joe made against David, so we'll see if he continues thrashing in this pot or he starts to collect himself and makes the fold he needs to here. As we know, he's drawing very thin. He actually has a few more outs to the ace or the king than we might guess, but there we do see the disciplined fold. C.O. Kelly said maybe you could put Mike's catchphrase, may all your cards be live and your pots be monsters on the trophy. I like the sound of that. Anything that sort of ties it to the memory of Mike. And someone else said, how many bracelets do you have, Tony? I have 2. And we got extremely close to my 3rd this summer, but I finished 2nd. And Bibbs asks, no more Hublots. No, at this time, no more Hublots for winning a WPT main event. I thought that was a nice sponsorship and a nice piece to take home for our winners. So, sad to lose Hublot. But yeah, that was my idea. That was my pitch. So I'm happy to hear that at least it didn't sound crazy. I was like, is this simple or just like, is this like dumb simple or like brilliant simple? And I couldn't decide which it was. So I was going to run it by everybody else.
150.
All right, Poe folding the 9-5. Joe came in with half the chips and play down to 7 million.
300,000.
But he does have ace-king suited here, going up to 300,000.
Machine with king deuce.
He will take the flop. This is exactly the kind of hand where when you outchip your opponent, you get to see the flop at a final table, but when they outchip you, you should probably fold.
And the flop is ace jack 6.
Check.
2 hearts. Neither player with a heart in their hand, and Joe's flop top pair top kicker. And now he checks.
Nope. I mean, yeah. That's... You're going to have to c-bet this board so wide as a bluff that the times you get here with ace-king, you just have a great hand to continue betting. I mean, your options here are between a small bet and a big bet, not checking. So he goes with the delayed c-bet of 300,000 on the turn. And Naj getting sticky with king high in the gut shot. We know he's basically drawing dead. He's drawing to a chop. Ace of diamonds on the turn. So what will the total be from Joe? Looks like about 900. Yes, sir. 900,000.
We've already seen a call with queen high. We're going to see one here with king high.
I would be surprised, but Nas has the right amount in his hand. Oh my goodness.
He does make the call.
Oh,
Hero
you know
call
what?
central. There you go.
I talked about checking back on the flop not being a great idea, but if this is the result, I take it all back. Joe, I owe you an apology. What a brilliant check. If you're going to get called on the turn in the river by king high, I think Naj, I mean, easy to say now, but I think he'd like to take that one back. One more question from our chat. In your opinion, have the World Series fields improved a lot since solvers came into the equation, or is it not that noticeable? So solvers first started to become prevalent around 2017, 2018. I can certainly remember seeing training videos in 2017 where people were using Pio Solver. I think that fields of, I'll phrase it this way. I think the pros have gotten noticeably better in that time. I think there was a lot of players, myself included, who never really knew exactly who to trust in poker strategy, and then solvers came along and it was like, aha, finally we have definitive answers. We have clear answers about how to approach so many of these situations. However, I think whether tournaments get softer or tougher is more about the broad economy and then also the more specific poker economy. So 2 years ago, poker was getting softer. There was all this pent-up desire following the pandemic, and then the vaccines came out, and everybody started playing again, and the value of assets was incredibly inflated. Cryptocurrency was through the roof, the stock market was through the roof, and poker was easy. There was a lot of money splashing around. Well, over the last 6 months, asset prices have plummeted. Poker fields have gotten smaller. There's just less money for people to gamble with, and I think fields have gotten tougher. So I think that is often more relevant for influencing the difficulty of fields than, say, new study materials that come out.
Yeah, I agree, Tony, but I also think that the key, and I've always said this, the key to great fields and great poker tournaments is satellites. And with that being said, some of our events coming up on the World Poker Tour, including our championship, have a lot of different ways to win your way in through satellites. So I believe those fields will be actually nice. Nice is a nice way to say it. Extra juicy would be another way to say it. Yeah, we're running a ton of satellites all over the world through WPT Global, Club WPT. We've had winners come off of there, and we have a big WPT feeder and funnel program, which is part of this series right here, this festival down at the Gold Coast. They are sending, I believe, 6 players to the WPT Championship. So if you'd like to play with players, of the ilk of the people at this final table and of some of the people that won satellites all over the world, I think the WPT World Championship is going to be a great way to do that. And like I said, there's a lot of ways. You can go to WPT.com to find out how to win your way in for basically next to nothing on Club WPT. And throughout all of our stops, a lot of different people are sending players to our World Championship. So I think it's a good way to win your way in, and it's a good way to guarantee a good field as well.
I'm with you there, Matt. I am fortunate to have already won my seat into the WPT World Champs because the win has been running satellites nice and early, often with 10-seat guarantees. That was the one I won my way in, along with a number of our regular players and some more recreational players. So anticipating a big and, as you said, juicy field. Can't wait for that one.
Awesome. Yes. I was really happy to see you win that seat. You're in. You can enter a total of 3 times in that if you get so unfortunate to bust out the first day, but $15 million guarantee, and it's going to be a great field to be a part of. So I'm so happy that WPT is running all these satellites and qualifiers all over the world.
Actually, Matt, I want to ask you a question about that. As you said, 3 total bullets for our players in the field as we see Joe with a pair of 10s take down that pot against Naj's ace-8. 3 total bullets. Can you re-enter the same day? Is it 3 bullets in total, or do you get 1 per day?
1 per day. You cannot re-enter the same day. So
okay.
We've worked on the structure. It's been done and gone over many times with the great guys Ryan and Ray at the Win, and of course Danny, one of our tour managers of the Asian Pacific side of the country and the world. He's down in Australia right now. So I know you can anticipate a lot of play in this event, but additionally, you can only enter once per day, 3 total bullets. So there's so many ways to get in, and there's going to be a lot of live satellites at the Win as well. So look forward to seeing a lot of people come from all over the world to play this event.
And a hello to Majonius in our chat. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Hello,
Stream team member. As we see Naj look down at 5-4 diamonds on the cutoff. Go up to 300,000. Poe, all the way up to 10.3 million with King 10 on the button here. One of those hands that can and should mix calling and 3-betting here. Not crazy to fold at a final table either. I will never criticize a conservative decision at a final table, especially pre-flop. David in the big blind will make the call. I do think this call is just a little bit thin when we're under ICM. Certainly a good call under chips. And again, I'm splitting hairs a little bit here.
Check.
King, queen, deuce, 2 hearts on the flop.
Bet 300,000.
And it is a bet of 300,000 that will take this one down for Naj.
Hearing Cale Burns is in the audience. He's a player that just played in the Triton. We were talking about Triton earlier and what they're doing with a lot of those big events, but he's there. He's good friends with the guys in seats 1 and 5. I'm reading here, which is I suppose that's Naj and
David.
I think seat 5 is currently
David, right?
David. There you go.
Yeah, and that's makes sense to me. I mean, Cale's a fantastic player, just a great poker player. And Naj and David thus far seem the most comfortable and aware of the ICM dynamic and how it affects play. So I'm not surprised to hear that they are peers and, may have talked strategy and whatnot, because both of them look very comfortable under this final table setting.
Yeah, we didn't have a lot of WPT champions in this event. I know Joe Hasham did play. He's meant a lot for Australian poker down there, so it's nice to see Joe in this field.
I would have liked to see him. Joe and I have a lot of history dating back to my time in Australia. We used to teach seminars together, along with Lee Nelson, who won the Aussie Millions way back in 2006.
Yes. Joe is not a fish on the poker table, but he is a fish on the golf course. So always happy.
What'd you take him for?
To get Joe. Oh,
you get some of those.
I can't.
American.
Discuss, I can't.
I mean, sorry, Australian dollars.
Let's just say I hope he's not watching the stream, but
okay.
It's easy money. I mean, it's really easy money.
You don't want to blow up the spot. I get it. Talkman says, Tony, great to hear your commentary. Appreciate that. Thanks for joining us tonight. Jonius asks if we are commentating from Australia. Nope, I am in Burbank, California. Matt is in Las Vegas right now. I'm here to do the commentary for the World Poker Tour show alongside Vince Van Patten in a sound studio. Did some of that today. We'll do it again tomorrow and Wednesday. We're seeing a check down pot between David and Naj, although a queen on the river may lead to a bet from David, having river to pair.
Yeah, that's a comment that I just got in the chat on the YouTube side of things. We're also on YouTube, asking if Tony Vince still does commentary, and yes, he does all of the live television shows. Vince and Tony are the commentators for that, and I do a lot of the online commentary with Tony. Fortunate to be able to do that with Tony because he does such a great job, and I am just the amateur asking the dumb questions. But I do have to say that yeah, it's been a great learning experience for me just listening to your commentary. So I hope a lot of people out there have their notepads out and are listening to some of the stuff that Tony's saying. That's for sure.
Well, going back to the question about Triton poker, I watch the videos of the guys who play in Triton, the training videos they do on a nearly daily basis. So, you know, I am able to absorb a lot of their thoughts and then imbue our commentary and final tables with them. So, you know, you never want to stop learning, no matter where you reach in your career in a competitive field like poker.
Finally got Norman
Matt
Chad
is
in
the
our
shark.
chat.
Oh, hello, Norman Chad. Thanks for joining us.
Oh, beautiful. The live stream location is the Gold Coast of Australia. That's where they're at. I'm in Nevada, Las Vegas, and Tony is in Burbank. So it's truly a global live stream. And Joe has raced to 300,000 with ace-8 of clubs. David makes a call with those deuces, and Najim, I'm sure, is coming along as well with his king-queen of hearts. Let's see if he decides to do something different. Does make the call, and look at this, a king-queen of spades for Poe. Could have the old family pot.
Yeah, so rare in a four-handed poker game at a final table. Poe could squeeze here as well. You know, flatting or squeezing. Both good options. And he's looking like a man who wants to squeeze. I really like this, Matt. You know, this will help drive out some hands that dominate you. More likely ace-queen than ace-king, of course. I think ace-king, you know, you're going to get it ripped right back into your face. But if you're one of his opponents sitting there with ace-queen facing this big squeeze, it's not a comfortable position to be in. You can also fold out some pairs, or as we see Joe with the ace-8 is going to let that one go. Naj with king-queen suited here has a decision, and he's going to let that go. So you even get Naj to fold the same hand. Tremendous squeeze from Poe there. Very nice hand selection.
I like it. Very nice.
Another question from our chat. What's your take on ICM? Some people think it should be used relatively early in the tournament, while others think it starts getting into play only at the later stages. It does come into play even well before the bubble. You know, when you're talking about maybe half the field paying, you're under a little bit of ICM. When you're seeing that, say, you know, 75% of the field pays, you're under a moderate amount of ICM. When you're on the actual bubble itself, you're under an immense amount of ICM. And then once the bubble bursts, it goes back down. And then as you approach the final table and reach the final table itself with its pay jumps, now the ICM pressure starts to rise again. So it's definitely a factor and something that many a tournament player does not actually spend time studying the way that they should. You know, part of it is it's actually a boring play. It's a boring style of poker because you just have to play so tight and so conservative. And then a lot of the time, the only decision you make is to go all in pre-flop, and it just kind of feels like, you know, you're just waiting for cards to go all in with, and then you watch the results. So I get why people have an aversion to ICM poker, but it is a huge part of the game and something that, in order to be the best, you have to be quite fluent in. David opening our action to 300,000 with Ace King. Joe in the big blind with Queen Jack suited.
You know he's not going anywhere.
No.
Tony, you're watching the stream on Facebook Live, is that correct?
I'm not really sure. I just pulled it up through the Skype chat that we are running our broadcast through.
Yeah, it's on YouTube and on Facebook Live, so I'm sure that's where he's watching it. Oh, look at this flop. We do have a king and a jack on the flop. Both players catch a pair here. Oh, Joe is now still trailing in this pot with his queen jack of clubs. David with ace king.
10 seconds. Bet. 425.
425 from David over to Joe. And he will make the call. So we continue to a turn. Nine of hearts, bit of an action killer.
Nine on the river. Both players with two pair. Now David has the lock on this hand. Just have to see how it plays out on the river here. And Joe is going to lead for 300,000. David makes a call. And David will win the pot. Kings and nines with ace kicker. Joe's now down to 8 million. He started the day with 17 million. Still plenty of chips. I mean, if you're, what's your mindset here, Tony? If you're Joe, you started off the day with a massive chip lead, and now everybody's kind of caught up to you of the remaining four.
What's my mindset? It's, you know, I'm probably a little frustrated, but trying to hold it together and simply just, you know, adapt to my new circumstances. I tend to think that Joe may have a bit more of an emotional reaction. I don't really know, but just from what we've seen so far, he seems a bit more of a feel player. And I do think at times we've seen emotion get the best of him. You know, he lost one big pot and then misplayed the next hand immediately after. You see that sometimes from players who have a bit more of an emotional reaction to things. So, you know, his job is just keeping his cool, you know, gathering himself, reminding himself that, hey, you're still four-handed with plenty of chips at a final table. This is a huge opportunity. Don't let it unravel just because it hasn't met expectations so far.
Poe raises here to 300,000, and that'll get this pot. At least there's plenty of action here. We've had a lot to talk about here, Tony, because there hasn't been too many walks. Love to see that.
Yeah, it could be better, but it's seeable.
It's seeable, but it's full.
Yeah, I agree.
It's so close. Let's lose the light blue and the dark blue for the final table.
Yeah.
We are commentating on a 30-minute delay from the Star Gold Coast in Australia. This is as close to live as you're going to get on a live stream these days.
What time we start again? 11. 11.
That's the way to be.
Feels longer.
Nice comeback for Poe. He's at 11.5 million. He was the short stack. And he is now the chip leader. David with Jack 10. He's going to call the 150. Regime with Queen 5 has flop top pair. Queen 6-3 on the flop. Turn card is a 4. He now has not only top pair, but an open-end straight draw as well. David with a Jack 10 will check. And Naj will make a bet. 275. That'll get this pot. Positive energy, says Charles B. You got it. Positive energy. It's been a fun final table to watch. A lot of times we're dragging through these things, Tony, but not tonight. I think tonight's provided plenty of excitement.
No, some of the players at the table are really splashing around, getting out of line. We've also seen some very high caliber play as well. It's just been a nice mix of things. Nothing more, nothing less. Says, would love to see you play some WPT cash game with influencers, Tony. Last time they had Ivy and Brad Owen. The issue is that the job of commentating those cash games falls to me, so I am generally out of the mix for joining the game. But I hear you, especially the nights when we get, you know, a big soft spot at the table, and there's typically at least one.
Like
and every now and then. No, Phil's just a huge nit. You know, Phil always just buys in for like the minimum and just plays nitty as hell. You know, so I'm generally thinking of somebody who buys in for a ton of money and is there to gamble and have fun. Like, you know, Brian was that guy today, and I don't mean that as a criticism. He's like very honest about the fact that he plays for fun and he's just kind of a degenerate gambler and it's all just a bit of fun for him. Eric Person comes to mind. You know, he's just there to gamble and have fun, and he buys in for a ton of money. You know, we've had Bill Perkins play that role before, and these guys are all trying to win, but they're also just not trying to play super, like, you know, nitty, conservative, snug poker. They're there to gamble, and you know, when you get a seat in a game like that, you never want to pass up the opportunity or give up your seat. Phil's decisions in these crazy live cash games perplex me. I mean, Phil was in the best cash game maybe ever, and all he did was buy in the minimum and complain. I am just continually perplexed by Helmuth.
And Phil is part of the WPT family, so we have the right to talk about him, as we do. So, you know, he does the raw deal, a job that Tony used to do.
Yeah.
I still think Tony was the best at it. You know, sorry to say that, Phil, but, you know, tough to argue with Phil's success, that's for sure.
Yeah. I think if you could bottle Phil's natural reaction to a bad beat and then inject that into the raw deal, it would be amazing. But instead you're asking Phil to like access the analytical part of his mind, which no comment. Naj here with King 3 on the button will raise it up to 300,000. And look at this, right behind Poe has pocket aces.
Poe, our chip leader, started from the bottom, now he's here. And now with aces, David has chilled a bit. Yeah, that is right. Oh, boy.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, no.
Oh, boy.
A 3-bet to 1 million by Poe.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, no.
We might see Joe go from mega chip leader 6-handed to out in 4th if this goes down the way I think it might. It's just a question. Does he 4-bet to like 2.2 million, or does he go all in, or what's he going to do here?
He's definitely raising.
The crazy part is we saw Joe flat queens, and now he's cold 4-betting ace king, and you know, this is the right play. This is absolutely the right play. But he now has 40% of his stack in.
3 million.
And Poe, going back to the breathing tell, no heavy breathing now.
Let's see the breathing. There hasn't been a breath come out of his mouth since.
Oh my goodness!
There he goes.
He's all in.
He's all in.
All in and
Joe just quickly makes the call.
I mean, yeah, you do have to call. You got 40% of your stack in the middle with ace king. I'm calling too. Oh, what a brutal cooler for Joe. He entered this final table with all the chips.
And let's see if Joe can flop some sweat outs here. He's in terrible shape.
So brutal though when this happens. It is 963, no help. He's down to a 1%er.
I've seen it happen before. But not tonight.
Not tonight. We are going to lose Joe in 4th place. He came in holding an enormous chip lead with over half the chips in play, 6-handed, but everything goes wrong tonight, culminating in this cooler where he runs ace-king into aces. We're going to lose him in 4th position. Certainly a disappointing finish for Joe Ojeda from Japan, taking home 231,505 Australian dollars, and a lot of memories and a bit of frustration as well, I got to think. A disappointing finish having come in so chipped up.
Yeah, he's going to take home 231,505 Aussie, but not what he had hoped for when the day started. He's our chip leader with 19,437,000, 54% of the chips. We're going to take a short break. We're going to come back with the final 3 players. Let's see what happens.
Oh, yeah. Mo has knocked out Joe. Joe is eliminated. 4th spot.
What is Barry doing? He's calling
Miami, this is for you guys.
with 1,800 behind?
Thank you.
This is, I'm pretty sure this is GTO.
High race, they run him in a really cheap claiming race of 30,000, like on a steal. Well, he won by 15 wins, but someone claimed him.
Hey.
They got caught stealing, in other words. They were made a big bluff and somebody called.
I think it's on ESPN. The Rangers.
Ling Ling finally has a real hand. Ace Queen suited. She runs into a better one. Patrick has Cowboys. He 3-bets 1,300. I don't think she will fold.
You have where you at mentally? I don't know, man. Table awareness.
She doesn't.
Your kid graduated, right?
Pretty fair fight due to card removal. We factor in what cards have already been folded. And look at that. Top 2 for Ling Ling. A gut shot and a set draw for Patrick.
Last year from BYU, and then he went to.
He's got 6 outs. She's got the rest of the deck.
Kansas, and I didn't even know he was in the master's program. And he goes, "Oh, by the way, Dad, I graduated."
At home they spoke English? I guess he didn't ask for mine.
Thanks.
Kind of an interesting continuation bet with Kings.
I am not. No, my son is. He great kid.
And Patrick's thinking, why didn't I just check or bet small?
Wow. I don't know how in the hell I did that shit. But I attribute that to his mother and that side of the family. Yeah.
Wasn't the gambling that got
Yeah, it's not the gambling and the hookers. How much
5,000?
He loves being still the same.
1,800?
Still his dad.
Sorry, he said on top of. Let me just.
Patrick's getting about 2-1 on a call here.
It's a little warm when I watch it. You're right. Yeah. Or rather the temples. Holy water bottle. Who's that brother walking in here? Because they don't really have too many people of color in the morning.
He's likely regretting that bet on the flop. However, you don't get check raised a ton as the pre-flop 3-better when you bet this flop. Patrick, meet Ling Ling. Baccarat extraordinaire from the Hustler.
Kinesiologist with Wisconsin back.
All right, I fold.
Oh.
Ding, ding, ling, ling.
Had a master.
Did Nick just say ding ding ling ling? No, he didn't. I'm hearing things.
Felt like we had been playing for a while, but I couldn't figure it out.
That's okay. 300.
Barry limping in there with 10-5 suited. Good for him. Johnny Vibes raises big slick. And Ling Ling picks the wrong time to get out of line. She started the hand with about 7,500.
All in.
There's the shove,
All you can eat.
and here comes the fold.
Can you go back to Miami? You spend the summer here.
Yeah.
Spend the summer, right?
Yeah. I've been here for a month.
Good idea.
For another couple.
Unlucky timing.
You doing Vegas in Hollywood, Florida?
99 error eliminator? Damn.
Likely not going to happen from him.
No, I mean from Nick.
Yeah, he locks it down. He'll take a trip. He'll go.
All right, 4, 3 girls and 1 boy. That's cool.
Check his internet.
A half a kid? What is that?
We got a few things we got to get.
You gotta check the internet.
All right, yeah. If your lawyer advised you to not answer that question, then you should probably not answer that question. Is Natucci going to make a flush again? Will he call this all in coming from Ling Ling?
Wow, what a spot, man.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
For the chip lead.
Yeah.
On FT.
Yeah.
Check. That's right.
And we are back. Ho ho, following that cooler with the aces over ace king, our new chip leader. Our three-handed final table.
First player with over 20 million in chips.
We still round a shadow. Come on round.
Oh, I can tell he's smiling behind the mask.
Yes,
Yes,
Covering
you can.
that.
I'll be in if I was chip leader. Not good for us. He had like 2 mil left.
I know, man. I saw it. Yeah.
Two.
Now Poe with fives. A race of 400,000. David with ace jack.
We're playing 100, 200 now, so David could simply shove it in pre-flop. Instead, he will 3-bet to 1.5 million.
Gene folds his king 7 of diamonds. And Poe's thinking, how good am I running?
Yeah, Poe could think about ripping the fives in here. I believe when playing for chips, that's what fives are supposed to do. But at a final table, and with David usually playing a little more conservative, that seems dubious, but if that's what Poe elects to do, I wouldn't blame him. He's going to fold here. I like that fold. I mean, again, for chips, you're either calling or shoving, but I just don't trust that David is going to 3-bet bluff nearly as much three-handed under ICM as he would playing for chips. And I think folding the small pairs are good, prudent folds to make.
Huh? Go back on. Anytime, it's now's the time. Do you know when Warzone 2 comes out?
Club Zephyr asked in our chat, would there ever be a chance to slow play aces after Naj folds, Tony? And I think he means facing the 4-bet. Is it ever viable to slow play the aces? I think facing a small 4-bet, I would prefer a call. But once Joe commits like 40% of his chips, he's basically announced, I'm calling off, like I'm putting the rest of the money in pre. And if you don't jam, then you create the possibility that on, you know, some 8, 9, 10 flop, ace king check folds when you would have stacked him pre-flop. So I really liked that Poe fast played his aces, but I think Joe started that hand around, let's say, 9 million deep. And if he had elected to 4-bet to like 2.2 million and left himself room to fold facing a 5-bet, then I would like flatting the aces in position. I think that would be a really savvy adjustment. But the way it played out, I think Poe executed perfectly. On this ace-king 5 flop, Naj stabs jack 3, Poe makes the call with king 7. Naj does turn a gut shot to the deuce on the turn. Sometimes you get to these positions in the turn where you have just a little bit of equity and you have the range advantage, being the one to limp into the small blind. You're going to have more aces and more kings. So you want to find some double barrel bluffs. And using a hand like jack 3 seems like a pretty reasonable one to fire in there. Not at full frequency, but at some. And Poe with the king 7 makes the good call. So 2.5 million in this pot going to the river. And if the river's a brick and not a spade, then Naj would have an interesting hand to triple barrel. On this specific river, I think he should shut it down. I mean, not only did he pick up a very small amount of showdown value, but the spade is just much more favorable to Poe. So nice hand from both players there. So Naj now second at 8.1 million. 100 to 200,000 blinds make every pot quite significant. Poe over 20 million. It's 54% of the chips in play. Started the day under 3.5 million. He's played very tough this final table. A little more on the loose aggressive side, even as a shorter stack early on. We saw him doing stuff like raising 4-3 suit on the cutoff into the chip leader. So a more loose aggressive style than a lot of people would play at a final table and working for Poe tonight.
Poe now with king 4. Let's see if he continues to put pressure. Imagine this is a good spot for him to do it, isn't he? He does just limp in to 200,000, playing 1 in 200,000. David checks his queen 6 of spades. The flop is queen and jack 4, 1 spade. So David has flopped top pair. Poe checks.
At 200?
David bets 200,000.
Poe with his bottom pair makes the call.
Check.
Turn is a deuce, and Poe just check. David bets 1 million. Full pot. That'll win the pot. Three players left. The button acts first. Poe has king 9 of spades. And he raises to 400,000. Now David with ace 9. Makes the call. Najim also makes a call. We see a 6. We don't know what the other card is. What's the other card?
A mystery card. Yeah, I think something reasonably connected. I wouldn't even be surprised to see a 7.
Okay. David checked his aces. Najim checks, and so does Poe.
Ace clubs.
David turns a third ace. David now bets 400,000. Najim has folded. Poe makes a call. Drawing dead. The river card is a queen. David's probably used 30 seconds at this point.
A little bit of posturing here with the trip aces.
Remember, if he uses his 30 seconds, his hand is not dead because he still has time chips remaining. He just has to use a time chip. And he does bet 1.3 million. He's asking for the time chip now, the dealer is. And she collects it.
Not quite sure why Poe would want to call here. Maybe if you really believe that David has a missed flush draw. But I think you don't have to reach so far down as king high to make these calls. And Poe seems to agree and lets that one go. Well, Matt, you said earlier that you're on the golf course with Joe Hashem. Recently, I've been playing a bunch of tennis with various poker players.
Okay.
Kind of got a goal in mind that I want to beat every serious poker player who plays tennis.
Including Vince Van Patten?
Yeah, we had talked about playing. I feel bad, I forgot my racket. It's a little different with Vince because Vince is in his 60s now, and he doesn't, have his full athleticism anymore, and he's always battling against injuries. So I think it'd be really close if Vince and I played, but there's also just like rare windows where he really is at full health and can go at 100%. I think, clearly the top dog, if, again, he's also had health problems, would be Patrick Antonius. I don't know if I could ever get to that point because Antonius was like going to be a professional tennis player. And of course, there was that bet between him and Brandon Adams about 10 years ago where Antonius laid him like 10-1 on a $300,000 bet. It was like 300,000 to 30,000. And Antonius laid him 10-1 and gave Brandon Adams like a year to train as much as he wanted and still just like obliterated him. So my guess is against somebody who's actually trained as a professional for tennis. I don't think I can ever quite get good enough to beat him. But there's a lot of people during the pandemic that picked up tennis and took it really seriously, along with myself. And I want to take them all down. I want to beat them all and get to the point where if you're a tennis playing poker player and you want to reach the top of the hill, you got to go through me.
I love to hear that.
Yeah. I played Brian Micon, if you remember him, the other day. I thought he was an excellent player. He played a ton during the pandemic, picked it up very seriously, had a really difficult drop shot to handle. Played with depth really well. We had a couple of very, very good and tight matches. I'm going to play David Benefield on Friday. I think he might be one of the other guys who's going to be really, really tough. I would not be surprised to lose that one on Friday from what I know about David. He's a bigger guy. He's a great athlete. I'm told that he took training really, really seriously. So I'm not sure exactly what level he's at, but I would not be surprised if he gets the better of me on Friday. But maybe not. I've put a ton of hours into this over the last 2 years. So we shall see. I'm trying to think who else in poker is. Certainly Brandon Adams. I'd like to get a match in against him one of these days.
James raised to 400,000. That's good to hear. I didn't know you were taking it that seriously.
Yeah, I'm up to the point where like I train like 2 hours a day, 5 days a week or something. Ball machines and multiple coaches, and working on different trick shots and serves, and, grinding, all of it, just grinding. Takes so much repetition. I'll pause that thought for a moment here. Talk about the hand David flopping top pair and Queen 8-6 up against Naj with the Ace-4 on the button. Neither player holding a spade, and it does go check on the flop. Jack of clubs on the turn.
River's
4
a
of clubs.
Which pairs Najim. David's betting 725.
Nice bet, David here. I was really thinking about this one. I think if he's going to make a thin call here with bottom pair, he would prefer to have a spade in his hand. Although, David's bet size is not polarized in a way that really makes you think he has a flush or a bluff.
He does let it go.
Going back to that
time chips there. Yeah.
Tennis thought, though, I'm reminded of a young, he's not that young anymore, but back in my day, he was always the kid in the game. His name was Andy McLeod online, And James Obst was his name in real
Okay.
life. A very successful tournament poker player, a bit of a savant type. He actually retired from poker in his late 20s to pursue tennis full time. It had been a lifelong dream of his to be a tennis pro, and he just, for whatever reason, he could never get it out of his head. So he retired from poker, and it was his goal to try and reach Wimbledon. Not necessarily win Wimbledon. He knew that was impossible, but he wanted to reach like the qualifying round or something like that. And he just retired to play and train tennis full time. I never heard that he got there. And my guess is it might just be impossible for somebody in their late 20s if they started at like a 3.5 or a 4.0 level to get that high in the game. I think it's just a little too late. But still an interesting story. And if I ever cross paths with James again, not only would I love to play against him, but just kind of hear the story of how it all went down.
Yeah. I remember him. He was a good mixed game player.
Yes. Just a great all-around poker player.
Yep.
David here calls in the small blind. Naj with ace queen in the big blind will raise to 600,000.
Why'd you start with 9?
7 mil maybe?
You have 7 blind, yeah?
Someone asked, do you wear a white suit when you play tennis, Tony? No, but I definitely coordinate my outfits.
Do you?
Oh, yeah. If I can. I mean, also, I have to bring multiple shirts because I get so sweaty it's disgusting. So up to a point. But yeah, I put some thought into, you've seen the major tennis tournaments, Matt. They always have a motif to their outfits. David
similar to golf.
Similar to golf.
All right.
So in this limp called pot, David between Naj. David flops a gut shot, Naj, second pair on king, queen, 7.
525.
Naj follows through with a bet of 525,000. David will make this call. Getting a nice price with 4 outs to the near nuts. 7 on the turn. This is a card that David could consider leading. It's a viable play to mix in leads when this low card pairs here and you have way more of it than your opponent. Not a mandatory play or anything, but it's one of the options available to you. He does check. And I think Naj will check back. That 7's pretty bad, and he, of course, is only a second pair. 8 on the river. Not quite as straight for David, but I think he has a nice hand to turn into a bluff. He blocks some of the strong kings that could potentially play this way. King 10, King 9 could absolutely play this way. He obviously can't win at showdown, but nope, he's just going to check. Naj might value bet now. He might check. Both options pretty reasonable. Your queen is just so likely to be good on this river with the ace kicker, but then there's the question of how often you get called by worse, and do you ever open yourself to a check raise on a board where your opponent has more 7s than you do? It looks like Naj reached for a bet. It was 600,000 and a quick fold from David, so we get our answer on that. In the chat, someone said, word on the street are that Tony's kick serve is vicious. I wonder if you're talking, if nothing more, nothing less is buddies with Marcus Gonsalves. That might be the poker player I play the most tennis with.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he is a member at Lifetime Fitness with me in Vegas, so we reserve courts there and face off very often. But he's a bit more just out of form and out of shape right now, and thus far they've been one-sided matches, but there's a good tennis player in him. He has the shots. He just needs more consistency.
Do you play early in the morning with him?
No, I don't play early in the morning. Good God. Marcus, early in the morning?
That's why I was asking.
What?
That's why I was asking.
I'm not a morning person, but Marcus is really not a morning person. I'll be like, hey, let's play at noon. He'll be like, I don't know, man. I'm going out. Well, maybe.
That's why I was asking.
Talkman21 asked, what is Matt's golf handicap? Matt, enlighten us.
I'm currently a 14.4, which is the highest I've been in a few years. I haven't played in 3 weeks because I've been traveling Europe, but I'm looking to get back out there tomorrow, and hopefully will play better than I have been. That's for sure.
What's the lowest you've ever reached?
I was a single digit for a very short time 2 years ago.
Okay.
So
They
not
were-
good, but I enjoy it. Get out there whenever I can, and it doesn't bother me to play in 40 degrees. It doesn't bother to play in 100 degrees. So
They were discussing Doyle's handicap on the table today in the WPT cash game. He said he got down to a 4 or a 5 at one point.
Right.
And Vince said that he was a tremendous putter.
Right. Absolutely. 7 on the turn. That does pair Poe.
After the flop, checked around. 3 players still tangling on this turn. As you said, Poe picking up the pair and taking the lead in this pot. David with the flush draw, Naj with the gut shot and overcard.
And Poe does bet 300,000. Gene with just that gut shot, and David with the flush draw does make the call. Naj is out. And the river is a 9, so 2 pair there. But Poe has to fear, I guess, an 8 here for the straight.
A little bit. There aren't too many 8s in David's raising range, so Poe confident enough that he's going to bet for value here. I really like this bet, not only because he has the best hand and I can see that, but because as the big blind, you're going to be betting some 8s and you're going to have plenty of bluffs trying to represent that 8. And so you want to have some value bets that aren't strictly an 8 as well. It's so easy to just have a lot of bluffs here and end up over bluffing if you're only betting 8s and then bluffs. So continuing to bet your 2 paired hands is very important.
Jared Vision wants to know if you serve overhand or underhand.
Over, but every now and then I have difficulties with my second serve, and so I'll sneak in an underhand in a crucial point. I had to do that a couple times against Mycon. It's weird. It's one of those yips things, Matt, where I have no trouble second serving in practice, but then you get me in a match and I'm thinking to myself like, oh my God, I cannot hit the second serve out. And all of a sudden that fluidity and your motion is just kind of evaporates.
What you got?
So every now and then I have to sneak that in a crucial spot, but for the most part, I have a relatively big first serve, big and flat first serve, and then my second serve is kind of slice-ish. It's sort of a mix of kick and slice right now. I need to work on getting a deeper, high percentage kick serve in, and I was working on that with the coach the other day. It's just really important that you never really double falter. It's like an extremely, extremely rare event. If you're going to try and level up in tennis, you just can't be giving away points, and especially not in your service games.
All right, Poe is going to make the call here with King Deuce. David behind with Queen 10.
Check.
I got you covered, Jared. Flop is 8-8-3, 2 diamonds.
WPT finale players, our apologies. You will be going on a 20-minute break as per the tournament structure.
Check. 8 hearts. Check. Check.
8 on the turn. King High still good for Poe. The river card is a 5. King High is still good. Poe now bets 200,000.
David again with the high card hand that could really think about calling down here. To his credit, nice bet from Poe, trying to get value from King High. And hello to Brad Bellino in the chat. David does good away. Holds his queen high there. It's funny how seeing that result makes me go from like, ooh, nice thin value bet with the king high. And it's like, well, if you're not getting called by a queen, I guess you have to check. You know, easy to get results oriented about that kind of thing. Matt, who's the best golfer in the poker world?
The best golfer in the poker world, probably. It used to be Phil Huey. Phil Huey was like a plus golfer. He used to beat some of the best golfers in the world on the regular. I don't know if he would be the best now. I know Dan Weinman's really good. He's like a +2. So he's probably the best that I know of. Poker backer Shane Sigsby. I don't know if you know him or not, but
Oh yeah, I do know Shane.
Yeah, Shane.
He loves golf.
Shane's like a +4. So
Ooh.
yeah, some good golfers. Ben Lamb made a hole-in-one today. Made a bunch of money, about 100,000 from that hole-in-one. So that was a nice score.
He made 100,000 by hitting a hole-in-one.
Yes.
What was that like? Just like a standing bet for the people he golfs with, or was it like just this one hole?
No, they have hole-in-one bets that are pretty much standard, and it was a good one.
I wonder how many times that group has had to pay out that bet.
Not often. I think that was
Not
the first.
often.
That was the first. I don't play big stakes like that. That's for sure.
That'd be a crappy way to lose $100,000. It's out of the links and some guy drills a hole-in-one. You got to be kidding me.
Yeah. I do have a standing bet with the one guy I play with that if you make a hole-in-one, you get a $10,000 buy-in, and the other guy has 50% of your action.
That's a fun bet.
And I made it the other day. I made it like a couple months ago, or 3 months ago. Yeah.
So what event will you play?
No, I already played. I've already blown that money off.
Okay.
Sadly, I wish I would have saved it for the WPT Championship. That's for sure. Yes, Mike King, I agree. We got to give credit to the dealers. These dealers are great, and they're doing a wonderful job. No mix-ups are pretty fast, too. That's great. Keeps the action moving. The players are fast as well, so we'd love to see that. 3 players left. WPT Gold Coast, WPT Australia. 710 entries in this event. We're down to the final 3. So thank you for that, Mike. Yes, I agree. The dealer's doing a spectacular job, and the staff as well. Heard nothing but great things about this event. Poe has Queen 9. He is going to limp for 200,000. Flop is 665, so David has flop trips. Oh. Backdoor straight and flush draws, 2 overcards. The players with a 9, so. David bets 200,000.
Poe does have some backdoors here, but ultimately just queen high, and so he'll give that up to David. Avoids running into a big hand. Bob Zypher says, what's your favorite hand, Tony? Besides the easy answer, oh, I like poker. This is. who doesn't love Jack 10 suited?
Yeah,
Right?
who doesn't? I agree.
It's a very fun hand to play. And, you know, I've been studying pre-flop recently and found that Jack 10 suited actually does a lot more like 3-betting and big shoving than I would have guessed earlier in my poker career. A very simple rule of thumb is like, when in doubt with King Queen suited, just call. When in doubt with Jack 10 suited, 3-bet or shove.
Really?
Yep. Yeah, that's absolutely the case. And, you know, the distinction is because King Queen suited, by calling, keeps in a lot of dominated hands, whereas Jack 10 suited, when shoving, forces out a lot of hands that dominate you. You know, if somebody raises and you shove Jack 10 suited for 25 blinds, a lot of the times they have to fold Ace 10. Plus, it just fares well when it sees all 5 cards. So it's kind of an action hand on top of being a fun one to play. You know, it's fun to play deep stacked. It's fun to play short stacked. Because you just get to go all in pre-flop and close your eyes.
There's a Jack 10 offsuit and a raise
Not as
to
fun.
500,000. Not as fun. But it's going to be fun in this pot. Well, maybe not. Because G makes a call with 10-5. Flop is 8-6 deuce. Jack 10 in the lead. Naj checks. So bet 600,000 wins the pot. Matt S8N has asked, Tony, what was your worst beat?
My worst beat ever.
I actually like your worst beat turning into your best beat in Australia, as a matter of fact.
That is yeah, that's a good one. One that comes to mind is I made the final table of the WPT Championship back-to-back years when it was a 15K at Borgata. And it was kind of like a double bad beat because I got deep in that one with Asher Kniff. He made the final table as well. And we had been like hanging out that week. Was the first time we met, and we'd been talking about swapping, but he always just had like way more chips than me. And he was like, yeah, if you get within striking distance, we'll put a swap in. And so we're both at the final table, and I just remember it was like a hand where I was probably like 25 or 30 blinds deep. Ray Cartomi limped. I raised kings, and then Carlos Mortensen shoved tens from the big blind. And, you know, I called, and it was just, you know, a huge pot. And Carlos hit the 10. And, you know, I was out like 5th or 6th place or something. It was a ton of money. I had a big piece of myself. And then Asher, after the fact, who ended up winning, he was like, yeah, I mean, you win that pot, we're going to chop. And it's just like all of the needles, you know, lost the pot, lost the would-be chop with the guy who ended up winning, you know, lost to a guy who's already won plenty of big tournaments in his life. Like, just F that whole hand, Matt. I can feel the bitterness bubbling up just telling the story. That's how I know it's a pretty bad one for me.
6-4 deuce in the flop. Najim with 8-7 does have the gut shot straight. Draw. 5. David. The Jack 9. 2 spade flop. David has
honorable mention. This is the problem with asking somebody for a bad beat story. All of a sudden they remember 10. They're like, oh, I run the worst. Oh, everything bad happens to me.
Right.
I lost aces to ace queen offsuit, all in pre for lots of chips on day 6 of the main event. That one hurt.
Yeah.
You know, 93% for just a mountain of chips. Just puke.
We did get a call here from Najim, who has 8-7. 10-6-4 deuce on the board. Right now it's just Jack high versus 8 high. Pot's pretty big. Go check. Oh, and there's a 5 on the river. The regime has made his straight.
Jackpot here, but hard to get paid off.
Right. Can you check it one more time? He just
Um,
moved his chips and won
yeah,
the pot.
exactly. David with Jack high. No, nothing.
Really?
No reason to posture.
Wow.
You bet.
Well, that's a first. Paul Eldon says that you sound like a young Mike Sexton. I mean, I think that's a compliment, but at the same time, I don't think you sound anything like.
Immediately, and I think we just saw Lynn Martin pass in the background. Speaking of WPT talent.
There you go. If you haven't seen the video from Lynn, should check her Instagram and her Twitter account. It's up there today. I put it on mine. I'm on there as Savage Poker. Tony's on Twitter as Tony Dunce TV. If you get a chance, make sure you check out Lynn's video. It's her doing all of the phrases from Australia.
Oh, okay, definitely gonna watch that.
Actually great. It's very good.
Is Fair Dinkum in there?
Fair Dinkum is in there.
Okay, yeah. I remember the first time somebody in Australia said that to me. I was like, well, whose fair income are we talking about? They were like, nah, mate, nah. Nowhere close.
Yes. Definitely check out Lynn's Instagram or her Twitter account for that video. It is worth the watch, I promise. If you're not out from Australia, you will not understand a lot of the stuff she's saying. If you are from Australia, you'll have a good laugh either way. All right. Poe's going to bet 200,000 on 9-7 with a 9-7 on a 5-3-3 board. That'll win this pot. Lexer Luth, I do give you credit. People watching the stream while they're at work. We do love that.
That's what we like to hear. Encouraging slacking on the job. How do you think we got into poker?
That's right.
But yeah, I always thought Mike had such a distinctive voice that it was almost, you hear people do impressions of it. Like, nobody sounded like Mike Sexton to me. Only Mike Sexton sounded like Mike Sexton.
Yes.
Vince would always do impressions. I'd do impressions. Lots of poker people would do impressions. Because he had a distinctive voice and catchphrases.
Yes. Absolutely. Bingo, bango, bongo.
King, queen of spades for Poe, going up to 450.
No callers.
Well, Zephyr asks, is there any talk to the next WPT tournament in Australia, and whether it's in Sydney or Melbourne? I am not privy to any intel about our next tournament in Australia, so I don't have any comment there. I believe that the event and the festival was a success in terms of expectations and turnout, and that we would likely continue running events in Australia, but it's also not quite my side of the business. Matt, any comments on all that?
Definitely, we're going back to Australia. I think this is something we're going to build on. And, if Aussie Millions never comes back, which would be very sad, by the way. I went to Aussie Millions 3 different times, 3 consecutive years when I worked for Fox Sports Net back in the day. You never know. This event could be the next best thing for Australia. I'd love to see it. And I hope we continue to grow there, because I know there's a lot of, bar leagues and things and tournaments that are played in casinos, and the market there is very, very strong. And I think that people would love to go back to Australia once a year, twice a year. It's just great country, great people, and I think it'll happen. I think we will continue to go back to Australia.
Swagsy asks, hey, I thought gambling was banned on Twitch. I read a post about that. My understanding is that poker and a couple other forms of skill-based gambling is legal, whereas most house edge gambling, things like slots and blackjack, roulette and stuff, that type of content is now banned. So that's my understanding of the current status quo. I don't know if you caught this, Matt, but there was a controversy recently where somebody in the Twitch universe had a gambling addiction and ended up scamming their subscribers in some capacity, and that created a controversy around whether gambling content really belonged on Twitch. And I actually think that was a very reasonable compromise to reach, which is that skill-based gambling is still permitted on Twitch, but simply house edge gambling is not. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I agree. You know, it was going to be a very sad time if we lost a lot of the streamers that could be on Twitch for that, but I think that they did come to the right decision, and a sigh of relief was breathed by everybody that watches poker content on Twitch. So I'm happy that that's the decision they came to. Hello, Cincinnati. How are you doing? People are asking, how did we get into poker? I got into poker by being a player, a bad player, back in the early 90s, and playing a lot of limit hold'em back in San Jose. And that's how I got my start in the game. All right, we've got ace-3 here of diamonds. An open and straight draw, 1 diamond on the flop as well. Najim with king-8. Turn card is a 9. So we have 3 spades on the board now.
Check.
Started off by selling chips in a casino. That was my first job. Used to carry around racks of chips in an apron, sell them to the poker players.
A chip runner.
Check. A chip runner, that is correct. Yeah. An ace on the river, and David's paired his ace.
Check.
Does make the check. Naj checks behind. David shows aces, wins his pot. Yeah, yes, your comment, please, says poker and sports gambling are the only 2 things allowed on Twitch, gambling related. There was also another decision that came out, Tony, I don't know if you heard that they took the poker part out of the law.
The wire act, you mean?
The wire act, yeah.
Yes, I did. I follow that very closely because that can mean an expansion of online poker in the United States, something we've been waiting for 10 years now.
I don't rip it. I just probably just check all it off or something. I'll lose the bomb.
Hello, Mojo.
I don't use anything.
You lose if you bet. That's the problem.
So did I pick up the game from the job or the job because of the game? I picked up the job first. And it was basically because I liked being around poker and kind of stuck with it. And then that's a whole nother story, how I became the tour director of the World Poker Tour and running major tournaments like the World Poker Tour, the World Series of Poker. That's a whole nother long story. All right, ace-9 versus jack-5.
Gosh, 3-betting jack-5. Using a low offsuit jack for the light 3-bets. These kind of hands do get in there a little bit as light 3-bets from the big blind. So it might look super out of line, but it is compliant with theory about our hand selection. We see some ace X offsuit and then a little bit of the low jack X offsuit, a little bit of like the middling king X offsuits. I'm not sure under ICM how much those ones get used, but I still think it's very important to mix in the light 3-bets out of the big blind, and that's just really nice execution and timing from Naj. And, you know, even if he had run into a good hand that had shoved it in his face, I would still like the play. Everyone is kind of settled into a groove here, though. You know, certainly Joe was the most dynamic player at the final table, the most unpredictable player in many ways. But as we saw, his ace-king ran into aces for the mountain of chips that now resides in front of Poe. David, been very patient tonight, picked some good spots as well, but hasn't had that many hands to work with, currently sitting on our short stack.
The lights are really warm, I swear, you can feel it in your face.
Yeah.
Can you feel it?
They're actually a lot better. You should have seen it last series.
Yeah? I can feel like it's like...
You can feel the heat.
Yeah, for sure.
I generally run cold.
Still getting your Yankees cap.
Yeah. But last time it was very bad.
Yeah. Surely they don't need 4 of them. 4 of these.
He'll give up his button. Naj with queens in the small blind. Nothing more than nothing less, as I asked earlier, and I don't know if you answered. Are suited connectors good candidates to squeeze into big blind? So at very deep stacks, and without being under ICM pressure, they play well as squeezes. You'll actually see that a lot of suited broadways and then some amount of suited connectors squeeze out of the big blind in those scenarios. Under ICM, there just gets to be a really high priority on having a blocker to the kind of hands that shove over the top of you, and that usually means having an ace in your hand or occasionally a king.
Is that what you had?
So,
Okay,
Sam, J4, said, how old is this rerun? This is not a rerun. This final table is essentially live. We are on a 30-minute delay as it plays out in Gold Coast, Australia. But for all intents and purposes, this is a live final table. Matt and I do not know who's going to win. If you want the spoilers, you can go to the World Poker Tour website, go to our live coverage, and they will be 30-ish minutes ahead of us. Although it does take a little bit of time to write up and relay the hands from the table onto the website. So you're not missing much just by watching the stream here.
I'm hearing that the noise in the background has escalated a little bit. I think it's probably because it's getting to be late afternoon there, and looks like some people are enjoying a beverage or two, watching this final table. And yeah, I've had a lot of fun at final tables over my life, that's for sure. But the people from down under, they know how to have a good time.
I think the most fun final table experience is spectating with a piece of somebody. Don't get me wrong, playing at a final table is fun, but it's also very intense and very nerve-wracking.
David's done it again. He's 3-bet here with, no, he's raised here with Jack 4 offsuit.
Yep, making the isolation out of the big blind here. First limp from Poe with King 8.
And I think Dave was hoping to win it right there. Now have to see what happens on the flop. And it is 9-7-5, 2 hearts. Poe with a gut shot straight.
Perhaps double checking for a heart. He does have the 4 of hearts. Check on the flop. I kind of like that check from David. It's just not a great board for his isolation range, but it is a pretty good one for Poe's limp call range. That ace of diamonds presents a nice bluffing opportunity for David on the turn. Generally, after the flop goes check, and you turn a favorable card like this, we size up, as our betting range is pretty polarized between top pair and bluffs. So I'd like to see David choose a larger sizing here.
And he has to bet here, right?
Has to, no, but should, yes. You know, like, I don't know if we were to run this through a solver, if it would be 100% bet, but it might be awful close. And he goes right around half pot. That should get the job done against King 8. But yeah, it would be a really high frequency bet.
Ooh. What?
Wow.
Yes. Hello.
Goodness. Check raise from Poe. Very surprising play there.
Oh. Well done.
Poe picking up on the fact that David is isolating some weak hands out of the big blind, puts the pieces together there and runs a check raise bluff of his own. He has become a force to reckon with at this final table. And David Tang now just 3.6 million in chips, good for 18 big blinds. That was a third of his stack. We saw him lose that last hand. You know, David is a guy tonight that I've watched him play a number of hands that haven't worked out for him, but I still really like the decisions that he's made during them. So, you know, hanging in there, not going his way, but let's pretend for a moment that he ends up our third place finisher. I don't think he has anything to regret about tonight. I think he's acquitted himself really well.
And David does now have he lost 30% of his chips in the last hand. And he is down to 3.6 million. So he may regret that. Poe here with Jack 9.
Now, as the saying goes, Matt, even under ICM, you can't stop playing poker.
That is correct. All right, David folds his queen 8 of clubs. Poe will win this pot with the Jack 9.
David folding.
10-8 down.
That one might be a little too snug. Naj limps with king deuce in the small. Poe will check 8-7. And it is king 9 deuce, 2 clubs and a spade, 2 pair for Naj.
Naj leads for 275. Thanks for tuning in, GG.
Poe makes the call, getting adventurous here with the 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush, 8-7 here. Queen of spades on the turn, doesn't change too much. Naj continues the betting for $500,000.
That'll take this pot.
Goes out now. And part of me wonders whether the young lady sitting behind Naj does have the stream up, as I saw some other players eyeing her horizontally turned phone. So I wondered earlier whether any of these players were being fed hands from the stream.
If you are watching, the lady in white, hello. Now she's eating. Can't really tell what she's eating there either.
It almost looks like a donut with a fork. It reminds me of that Seinfeld episode where George starts eating his candy bars with a knife and fork. Someone's like, "What are you doing? Eating that with a knife and fork?" He's like, "How do you eat yours? With your hands?"
Naj raised 400, yeah. And Poe with Queen Jack.
I would like to see Poe 3-bet here. While Naj is so clearly the second stack and David is short-ish in the big blind, I think Poe can really pummel Naj and his button open. So these Queen Jack and Broadway offsuit hands under chips play as a mix, but I think in this scenario we're going to perform best 3-betting Naj and making his life difficult. That said, with the call, we get 3 ways to the flop. It is 5-4 deuce.
Naj flops a pair and a straight draw. That's 400,000. And wins his pot. With that pot, looks like they're going to be taking a short break. Now remember, they're just taking short breaks at this time of the tournament. So stick around. We will be back in a short time. It's a tournament break. And we will come back 3-handed. Players playing for 647,470. And again, that seat to the WPT World Championship. Poe is the chip leader with 88 bigs and 22 million in chips. 62% of the chips in play. David Tang, the chip lead, or the short stack with 2.975. Tony, we'll see you in just a few minutes.
Yes, you will.
I don't know. The greedy me would just like an ace. That doesn't seem fair. But life isn't fair, right? You know, I should be greedy. Right?
I think there's a chop coming. We'll take that?
No, but it's better than a loss.
It is better than a loss.
Third time at a WPT final table. Tough young poker pro. He's got King 8 of hearts. And he will make it 900,000 to go. Next in line is our chip leader, David Farah, a former furniture store owner. Actually gave up the business to spend more time with his family and play poker. Not necessarily in that order, but he has been quite good tonight. And he is going to make this call with an ace-3. So here we go with the flop. It's a Queen Jack 8. So just like that, Daniel, the raiser, gets a piece of that with the 8s. What's he going to do with it?
Pretty good board to check back for Dan there. Both the overcards and the possibility of straights, flushes.
It's a 5 of diamonds here. Now, nothing for David Farah, but we've seen this for so long. Super aggressive player, not afraid to gamble. He's going to bet this 1.4 million.
And Dave has a habit of firing anytime he thinks he can't win at showdown. Here with just ace high,
Daniel's made
he believes
this
he
call.
needs to bluff his way out, and he's right.
Nothing hitting there for Farah.
That is a great bluff card on the river, especially for what Dave's been trying to represent. So this is a good bet here. You're telling the story that you've either got, you know, some kind of diamond draw that got there on the river, or maybe something like Jack 10, Queen 10, A10 that made a straight.
It's gonna be painful if you show me a bluff. I don't think I can call him.
Dave Farah, relentless here tonight. It's right back on Dave Farah, and this time he pulls up a pair of jacks. Beautiful hand. He knows what to do with that. It's going to make it 900,000. This is Joseph De Rosa Rojas from Caracas, Venezuela. First time ever on a WPT. He's going to go away. Vinny Lima came in as the short stack. He's going to fold that. Now Daniel Buzgone with a 9-10 offsuit. 34 years old, says he's a great golfer, that he's a better golfer than he's a poker player. That must be pretty good.
That's surprising because I think Dan is an excellent poker player, so let's get him on the tour already.
Look at this flop jack. 8-5 at 3 of a kind here for Dave Farah, and open-ended straight for Buzgone.
Crafty check from Dave there. I really thought he didn't have that in his arsenal, but I love that check with top set.
And now, diamond appears. Daniel doesn't get his straight, but he's going to take a stab at a bluff.
And this is a good bet from Dan. This board connects with his big blind range much more than Dave's raising range, or at least I hope so.
It's good if the other guy doesn't have a set on you.
And as it turns out, he's betting right into top set. And Dave here, conscious of the fact that there's 3 to a flush, 3 to a straight out there, decides to just raise it up and try and get Dan's stack in the middle. So he's decided if you got a flush, good for you. I'll still have outs, but for the most part, I think you're drawing, or you've got a second best hand, and I want to get the money in.
Wow. 2.9 total. Daniel has to lay that down.
He's been the crowd favorite so far, maybe Vinny Lima as well. I would say has a big audience tonight with him. He's a Vegas local, so a lot of his friends were in the area, and meanwhile,
900.
Dan Buskin has picked up aces in the big blind against Dave Farr's raise, and Dan on that sort of short, middling 15 blind stack, I think might slow play here pre-flop. Yeah, that's a nice call.
Yep, he's just gonna okie dokie call. Daniel finally picking up a quality hand like aces. And let's see this flop. Queen 7-4, so Dave Farrar getting a little piece of that.
Yeah.
It could hurt him.
Maybe just enough to get himself in trouble.
He's gonna bet at 1.1 million.
All in.
Oh man, how much is that?
Yeah, 13 blinds behind, so he's gonna go for it. And
5.2.
he's so short that David might feel priced in here and think, well, look, you could have overcards, diamonds, a 5-6. Even if I'm wrong, I've got outs. I'm getting a great price.
I feel like really just sticking it up your, you know, where. Oh man. Just give me a second. I'm gonna have king queen because he would have. All right, I'll call you. I'm way behind. I'm behind you. Oh man. I didn't have. I thought you had. I thought it was just bad beating you. It doesn't make it. Aces or queen, king is the same thing, you know. I knew I was behind.
If you're not from New Jersey, that means that he's not that happy. And a jack on the turn.
Needed a 5, 3, or 8 to draw additional outs. Now just a 6 or a 4 will save David. And a 10 on the river is going to work for Dan Buskin. He doubles up over 12 million.
Play online poker for real cash and prizes at WPT Global. Sign up for free today using bonus code YT23 and get a free entry into a $100,000 guaranteed tournament.
Meanwhile, it's Dave Farrar still out in front, just under 16 million. Joseph De Rosa Rojas was short for quite a long time, but now in second. Daniel Buskin has a little over 12 million. Brandon Hall hanging at 8 million, and Vinny Lima is our short stack. Meanwhile, our blinds are going up. We're going to play 300,000, 500,000 with a 500K ante.
And David Farrar with a pair of 8s is going to raise to 1.2 million. Vinny Lima with a little suited connector.
And Vinny will be taking a flop out of the big blind here.
And the flop's a king 4 deuce.
Pretty good flop for Vinny's hand with the gut shot and backdoor club draw. David checks. I think I'd prefer a bet there with so many overcards to the 8, such as a jack, making it harder to get value for your hand or actually potentially giving you the second best hand.
You go check, check again. River card changes nothing.
Well, you got 6 high, Vinny. You know there's only one way to win. And he's going to go for it. Bets 700,000 into 3.2 million. I'm not sure that's going to be enough to get it done, Vince.
No, I think it's, if you're going to bluff it, put a little pressure on, maybe 1.4.
that will at least get something like ace high to fold most of the time, but any of these pairs are probably going to get curious for quarter pot.
And so David Farah making a nice call, picks that one up. Oh, his family and friends loving that. They have little cutouts too of your face to make the final table. Isn't that great?
I got to make a final table.
Yeah. A reason not to make a final table, maybe.
Well, you're stuck with my face here. Nothing you can do about it. So you know what? Get those cardboard cutouts ready. And this time Vinny has ace-ace.
There you go. Best starting hand in poker. He needed it.
He's very short right now, so he's not going to get cute here and min-raise or anything. He's just going to shove for his last 7 blinds. And Daniel Buskin behind him might get coolered here. When an opponent shoves 7 blinds, 5-handed, he's going to have a lot of hands that are worse than ace-10.
All in.
And Dan, unfortunately, getting coolered here pre-flop with the ace-10. You know, if these guys were much deeper, of course, he could get away, but for 7 blinds, Dan's going to go for it.
David out. Joseph going out. So no other action. They turn up the hand. Vinny Lima looking good. Now, Daniel, of course, has a lot more chips, so he will not be gone.
Good luck, man.
You too.
7-8-3 with 2 diamonds.
7-8-3 with 2 diamonds?
I'm not greedy.
That's not greedy. That's not greedy. I'll take that.
Both keeping a good attitude. Here's the flop. Let's see what happens. Queen 6-3. That's very safe for Vinny Lima. He's got to love that.
Can we skip the sweat one time?
Nah, you don't deserve it. You don't deserve
the free sweat? Yeah, okay.
I mean, if it comes, it comes. Maybe a 10. I'll take a couple less outs. The 10.
You need a king or a jack. You can't just 10.
I can't hit a 10? No. You hit 10s?
Here we go at the turn. It's a 6 of clubs.
That will do it.
Indeed. Vinny Lima, no sweat.
Vinny Lima doubles up. He's going to be over 8 million again.
And he will make it 1.2 million. Now Brandon behind him with ace-jack.
Brandon's pretty short. Whoa, tight fold.
What are we watching there? I can't believe that.
Yeah. I guess Joseph's image is really paying off,
Yeah.
but Brandon passing up a good chance to get some chips, and he's just been very cold.
He has. Everybody else folding. It's around to Dave Farah, and he looks down at a queen 7 of hearts. And for this guy, that's a big hand.
Especially in the big blind.
So he will make this call. And we'll go into the flop.
And it is Jack 9-4 Rainbow. So with 2 overcards and a gut shot, Joseph has some options on this flop. And he decides to check, which I like against somebody as sticky as Dave. If he were the type to fold to continuation bets really easily, I think I would bet a little more often. But here, you know, you can check back, and when Dave inevitably bets on the turn, as he does when anybody checks back, you actually have a pretty good hand to call with and see a river.
Well, look at this. David taking a stab of 1.4. And now Joseph is going to make this call.
And the tricky part about taking this line as Joseph against Dave is when Dave misses, he fires. He applies aggression on the river. And so sometimes, as we see here, we get to the river with the best hand, but it's essentially impossible to call a big bet with king high. So Joseph is going to get pushed out of this pot.
Wow, just beautiful muscle there by Dave Farah. He is relentless. Crowd loving him. Very tough to defend when this guy keeps pushing you around and you don't have much. Blinds are 3 and 500,000 at this point, with a big blind ante of 500,000 with the Esports Arena in Las Vegas. 5 players remain. Dave Farah going out. And now Joseph with a 9-10. Oh, well, I thought he was going to get involved again, but no. Bunch of folds, and now Vinny Lima with king 8 of clubs has shoved, and Daniel behind him with ace 9 making a good call.
The greedy me would just like an ace. That doesn't seem fair. But life isn't fair, right? You know, I should be greedy.
I think there's a chop color. We'll take that?
No, but it's better than a loss.
It is better than a loss.
Now, Vinny with twice as many chips would not be eliminated. And here's the flop. It's a king, jack, 7. So Vinny outflopper Daniel. Hits his kings. And he's begging for an ace.
Kind of need an ace.
No, not to be a 5 of spades.
Yeah, screw it. I'll do the stand-up and give away all my time chips. I'm doing it.
No, not gonna do it. And we lose Daniel Buscombe in 5th place, knocked out by the King 8 suited of Vinny Lima.
Yeah.
Enjoy that. Enjoy it.
Daniel's a tough player.
Play online poker for real cash and prizes at WPT Global. Sign up for free today using bonus code YT23 and get a free entry into a $100,000 guaranteed tournament.
Good to start.
All right, we're back, and looks like they just did a color change. Means that they changed off some of the chips.
It's actually a $21,000
Still three-handed here.
I tried to bluff in the last round.
Third place gets paid $310,675. It's almost $1 million. Second place $421,635. And first place $647,470, which includes that $10,400 seat to the WPT World Championship in Las Vegas at the Wynn. Our next event coming up on the World Poker Tour is at the Bellagio. Always a great event. The 5 Diamond World Poker Classic. $10,000 buy-in.
Poe starting our action. 5 deuce on the button. Lets that one go.
Najim wins this one with Queen 10.
Angels, during the sums here, there was $1,000 extra value in this championship satellite.
Now, David, certainly not desperate, but on the clear short stack.
Right now, and 5,000 cash on top.
David here now with ace 4.
With just 12 blinds, I think all in is the play for David here.
All in?
Yep. Raj has 8-6 of diamonds. Probably stays out of the way, and Poe 10-8. Also doesn't want to double anybody up, so he'll get rid of it as well.
It's like one of my favorite hands.
21,000, that guaranteed pool.
It'll move him up to about 13, 14
Sure,
blinds, but
so far, I do that.
he's still in that zone where most of his decisions pre-flop will be push fold.
This is like my this is my second final table. And my last
I do wonder if they're both friends with Kyle, how familiar David and Naj are with each other's style of play.
I literally have, yeah.
Definitely seems like they know each other.
Yeah, remember. 250. You kept final tabling a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Yes.
I was smashing in that series. And
Yeah.
Then, and then I was like, yes, finally some tournament run good.
Yeah.
And then COVID hit. No difference.
Did you play at 25k that year?
I did.
You did, yeah?
Two. The PLO and the
Oh, right.
Ashtonburg.
Nice.
7-3 here for Naj.
250 to
Poe with Jack 7.
All in.
He's going to move all in. And David with Queen Jack. Oh, man. Right on the border here in the big blind. If you think that Poe is jamming every hand that he would under chips, Queen Jack is supposed to call. Just never feels good. It always feels like when you call here, your opponent somehow has an ace X.
10 seconds.
Oh, he's has.
Wow. He's going to use
Throwing
all
all
his
his time chips
I
in.
think this one over. And I don't blame him. This is one of those hands that's supposed to call, but every time you do, it feels like you get it in bad. It's just like one of those hands where, assuming your opponent finds all of the light jams they are supposed to, Queen Jack is a call, but that can be a big assumption. I think David did make this call. That's a nice call. And he's going to love the result. He's got Poe 3 outing to the 7. So I don't think he even had to use all his time bank chips. I think he tossed them in, but he'll get some back. All right, trying to fade a 7, going to the flop. And it is 9-5-4, 2 clubs. David, the only one holding a club, so no fear about that. Possible running straight draw for Poe. Queen on the turn, that will lock this one up. David with nothing to worry about. He's going to double up here, be back around 30 blinds.
That's it.
Makes a flush for good measure there. And yeah, Tony, I have to debate you on that one. If you throw in all your time chips and you don't use it all, you shouldn't get any back.
Really?
You just basically lose them, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You know, either is fine to me, so I guess there's not much merit in doing something like that.
Yeah, I don't understand the point of doing that, because now if you don't get them back, if they're doing it the way I think that they should, and he doesn't get any back, then that's it. I mean, he doesn't have any more, so he's now doubled up. You may need that in a later spot.
I guess by that logic, you should never throw a time bank chip into the pot, though. You should just wait until they tax
you should never throw all of them in. I mean, you could throw them in throughout the hand or whatever if you feel like it's something that you're comfortable with doing, not going to give away any kind of tell or anything like that. But yeah, throwing in one and then going over the time makes sense, but throwing them all in, I guess they did give them back to him, which they shouldn't have.
Something to discuss at the next TDA summit.
Well, we've had it come up from time to time.
I hear Alan Kessler thinks you bully everyone at the TDA summit into getting what you want. Oh, man, your Twitter nemesis.
Such a ridiculous thing to say. It's the exact opposite, actually, but that's okay.
I actually don't know.
Some players are just not worth your time, you know. I like to talk to everybody.
I think it's too much. If it's too much,
One of poker's many strange characters, Alan Kessler.
Yeah.
Let me check. 250. No, I've got more than 20. I've got 25 maybe. Huh?
He just hates any rule that incentivizes people to play hands beyond like aces and kings. He's just like, this is terrible. Oh no.
8's here. Paul. Try and get right back in the saddle here.
We are playing 125, 250 with the 250 ante.
Makes it 550. David mucks his Jack 5. Happy with his newfound stack, and Najim is going to make the call with 6-4.
And I do think these are the kind of close big blind peels that Naj should lean towards folding. It's just so hard for these hands to flop top pair.
And he flopped middle pair.
Yeah, this
Also
may end up
2
being
hearts.
exactly the kind of situation that displays why we don't like calling these hands. You know, making a second best pair and then having to check call 1 or 2 barrels with these weak pairs, bleeding away chips, and then being closer to even with the shortest stack is very counterproductive when you have some distance between yourself in that short stack. 9 of diamonds on the turn. May slow down Poe here. Maybe not, though. I mean, it doesn't hit that much of Naj's hands, but he does elect to check back. Certainly a reasonable choice on this board. And, you know, Naj could even block this river. If I'm Poe, you know, look, you've gotten 2 checks now. I do think another value bet needs to go in there as Poe, whether that's on the turn or on the river. I think there's a little missed opportunity there, and yes, it is thin. And the 3rd diamond landed, which isn't ideal when you don't have one. I just think so little money went into that pot, and Naj definitely is going to bet at some point with a 10. You know, whether that means check raising the flop or betting the river, he's definitely going to put the money in there. It's not that easy for him to have many 9s. You block him from having 8-7. So I think if Poe had slowed down a little bit in that hand and really thought through Naj's potential holdings, I think he can find another value bet with the 8s.
They got like 100 tables in Melbourne, like, so you just like satellites, cash tournaments, like, you can just all at the same time, you know?
Now David has doubled up, remains on the short stack, but he's got about 25-ish blinds now.
Don't do it, man. I just lost another hand. You went here.
Option.
He will complete in the small blind with Queen 8 of clubs. He'll check here. We're not sure about Naj's other card. Flop is Queen 5 deuce. So in all likelihood, Poe in the lead here. Naj will check. Poe will bet 350.
I'll get the job done.
Naj will start on the button this hand. Nothing playable, whatever was with the 7. Poe with ace queen in the small. Now, for chips, ace queen and ace king, 25 blinds effective, are supposed to pure limp the small blind. That is the game theory optimal strategy. I don't really love it in real life because that expects your opponent to find all the thin, junky raises. That said, David has found a lot of those today.
5 seconds.
So he might be one of the players where I would like that kind of play. This choice by Poe to make a 5x raise from the small blind, I think would be my least favorite decision. That's not really one that even comes into play. Like, if you're going to raise there, yeah, you can size up and make it, 800,000, 850, something like that. Going 1.2 billion just screams to your opponent, I have a big hand that I'm not folding, and makes it really easy for them to only invest chips with the strongest of hands and fold everything else. I would rather he limp than make the 5x raise. And I was just about to say how much I don't really like limping, even though that's what you're kind of supposed to do in these situations. But again, that is under the expectation that your opponents in the big blind will find all of the isolation raises with the junky parts of their range. And I just don't think that's a safe assumption against most players in the live arena. That said, David has been finding a lot of those raises today. I don't know if Poe is being fed hands from a friend, but if he is, that seemed like a great spot to go with the limp shove, holding ace queen.
Raise 500,000.
Now he has king 10 raising to 500,000. Now David with the bullets. Or as Vince would say, the weapons of mass. Wouldn't he say the
that too.
weapons of mass destruction?
Yeah, that is, you're right. That's Vince's favorite go-to.
10 seconds. 1.5? Raise 1.5 million.
A 3-bet to 1.5 million. And Naj has king 4 of clubs.
I like the small 3-bet from David here. He has a stack that could plausibly still 3-bet fold. Poe has been good about not blasting off in these spots tonight. He is not Joe, who we saw rip in ace-3 suited earlier up against a 3-bet that was likely to be very strong. That one was a big blind 3-bet. This is a small blind 3-bet. And there you go. Nice fold from Poe there. I think David got the most out of his aces. I don't think you're really supposed to do any flatting out of the small blind at that stack depth. If you have reason to believe that your opponent is really conservative pre-flop, but really spewy post-flop, which is not exactly the most common mix, you could consider flatting pre-flop, but I think that approach of 3-betting as an induce is the best one available for David.
6, 7, 8. Actually, no, 7, 5. Tripping out. Yeah, 7.5. No, 2, 4, 6.
Come on, boys, come back since break.
Yeah. No, 7.
250 to call.
David folds. Naj has king 9. Ace 5-3. Neither player connects. Naj in the lead with a king high.
Now, neither player really connecting here, but Naj will start the betting at 250. And Poe going out. So Naj hanging around 9 million in chips.
Naj with 6 deuce. Folds. Poe with queen 8. He will limp. David with 5-3. Well, check. Jack, Jack, deuce on the flop. Oh, leads out for 400,000.
That gets the job done.
The Ladies Championship. World Ladies Championship, and of course the 10K, the main
I'm still short.
World Championship.
Yeah, I'm still short. I'm the shortest. Yeah.
Mike Sexton Champions Cup sitting behind
maybe
Poe.
25.
Let's see.
That's
That's the new logo and new name plate on that trophy. It's made its way all the way to Australia. There it is. Just as on cue here. Not a lot of bad beats tonight, Tony.
No, we've been deprived of any major bad beats. We've seen some coolers. Of course, most notably the aces versus ace king. Poe here with a pair of sixes. We'll open the button. But no takers.
Yeah, looking Lynn's video again, she said some things I've never even thought. I've never heard before. Chucking a sickie. What does that mean, chucking a sickie?
Is that throwing up? Is that throwing up?
I don't know. Chucking a sickie? I know what the dog's breakfast is. She does say that.
It's been a long time since I've really needed my Australian slang. But chucking a sickie, I think that's throwing up, like chucking up.
Okay.
I could be wrong, though. All right. Poe will check 9-7 versus the limp from Naj. The ace-5 of hearts. Great flop for Naj here, but going to be tough to get action from Poe's 9 high, no draw.
Wow, you were wrong. Chucking a sickie is not that.
What is it?
It's faking that you're sick for work.
Oh, I like it.
Yeah. I like it better than throwing up, that's for sure.
Yeah. On that note, I'm not feeling so well, Matt. You know, I'm going to have to call it here.
No, you're gonna have to chuck
have
a
a nice
sickie.
dream. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. What happened pre though?
All right.
Yeah.
When I was in Madrid, they said you have to go to the soccer game. Now, I do not like soccer at all. Like, not at all. But I thought it would be an experience because it was what they call a derby. You know what that is?
No, what is that?
A derby is like two teams that are the biggest rivals playing each other. And
Okay.
it was Real Madrid against Atletico Madrid.
All right.
And it was an experience, I have to say.
Yeah, what'd you think? Tell us more.
60,000 people. And they start singing before the game starts. And anybody that was in like Real Madrid colors or whatever, people were just screaming and yelling at them right in their face. It's very intense, very intense. And anytime somebody from the Real Madrid team like fell down, everybody started yelling at him and calling them names, and it was intense. But unfortunately, the home team didn't win, so I lost my bet, and the home fans left sad.
I hate when I go traveling and I go to whatever the local favorite sporting event is and the home team doesn't win. Like, it completely ruins the energy of the evening and whatever the party was going to be that night.
Right. But yeah, I don't think you've ever seen anything that intense. I don't think I have. I mean, I've been to a lot of playoff games, a lot of different sports, Super Bowls, things like that. This was
Super
nothing
Bowls
like
are
that.
not intense, in my opinion.
Not at all. Not at
Super
all.
Bowls are very corporate. It's just a rich person's game. So, like, I don't know. There's no reason for a Super Bowl to be crazy intense. Club Zypher says, need to come to watch a Collingwood-Essendon game at the G in Australia. You'll see a real derby game then. I did go to some Aussie football games in my time there, and it's a good time. I really enjoyed it. And I think that's a great sport, man. I would way rather watch Aussie football than, like, European football. Just, like, way rather.
Yeah, me too. Rugby, also awesome. Cricket,
Yeah.
not so much. But
cricket is baseball if it took 3 days instead of 3 hours. Like, come on.
cricket, I don't get it at all. I mean, I guess if you drink beer, a lot of beer.
That's what they're always about. Oh yeah, you go to the cricket, you sit in the sun, and you drink a bunch of beer, and I'm like, that doesn't really sound fun. And I like beer, but I don't want to just like sit in the sun for like 5 hours watching men with sticks.
David with King 4 here is going to do something. Going to limp. Naj has a jack and something else, and he will just check. You do not love cricket, Gigi. Don't want to lose respect for you here. We got 4 tray deuce on the flop. 2 diamonds.
Good a board King 4 is going to get. The only board that King 4 can have top pair of 4s on.
Yes.
Or I guess 4 deuce deuce or something. But
Bet of 250. Out of Naj. We don't know what he has, and we'll never know. David wins his pot. Woke up this morning, Devo. Don't want to be a bludger. She's gonna stop banging on like a dunny door. Whatever that means.
yeah, okay. Is that English?
It's the Queen's English.
Ah.
Actually, I don't even think it's that.
What is your second favorite sport to watch behind football, Matt?
Hockey. Hockey's number 1, actually, live.
Well, hockey
yeah.
number 1 before football, really?
Yeah. If it's live, yeah.
If it's live. What about televised? Still football or not?
It's still tough between NFL and hockey. Those are only 2 sports I really watch anymore. I watch golf majors. That's about it. But Devo and Devastated. Oh, Devo. Devo's Devastated. A toilet door is a bathroom door. What? Have you seen the video, Gigi? Just go and watch your video. It's great. All right.
Post here. Kicking it up to 800,000. Naj holding the 8-6. So a string of small, inconsequential pots lately. Good time for some sports talk. That's what I'm saying, Sage.
Exactly. Yes, hockey's already back. It is kind of funny. It just seems like it just ended, but it is back already. Tonight was the first preseason game.
There you go. I can't get into hockey on TV, but whenever I've been to a live game, I thought it was fantastic. I was like, oh yeah, I get this. I think unless you really grow up watching the sport, it's a little tough to adopt it later in life, although I've become a massive NBA fan later in life after not really being that interested as a kid.
Mm-hmm. You like Milwaukee, right? Naj now
like
has ace-king.
Yeah, it's easy when you've got the best player on the planet and one of the coolest athletes ever on your team.
Yeah.
Which, well, hold on. We could see some fireworks here. David is on a stack size where ace-9 is right on the border between like calling and jamming. I think I jam ace-10. But ace-9, he's just going to call. I like it. You know, if you're a little bit shorter, you can rejam the ace-9. I like the decision to just call here as David. So we go to the flop heads up.
Ooh, a 9 right in the window.
Yeah, queen 9 deuce.
Queen and a deuce. David checks. Naj now bets. 250.
David will call.
Eight on the turn. Doesn't
That
change
could slow things down here a bit because it completes Jack 10 and David will have every combo of Jack 10. Actually, both players will have every combo of Jack 10, but Naj needs to be concerned about it on the button. This ace king is just not a hand that has much incentive to bluff here. So he does check back. 4 on the river. Also an inconsequential card. I think David has a good enough hand to bet on the bigger side here. I think it's just very rare that Naj has a queen that checks back the turn. It can happen, but it's really, really rare. And I just think that ace-9 is high enough up for David that I'd like to see him bet on the larger side. So I think an overly cautious check by David on the river. I think he definitely needs to bet, whether that's a blocking size or, you know, around 3/4 pot, which is what I'd like to see him bet.
Almost ripped it. Fuck, get the double.
I will say, you know, as a Wisconsin sports fan, it's kind of been, it's been a little bit of dark times recently. You know, Aaron Rodgers has become such a cringe lord, and Brett Favre is apparently a welfare embezzling criminal scumbag. Oh my God. What? I mean, like, we kind of knew Favre was the worst for a while, but this takes it to a new level. This is like,
Maybe I'm just meant to.
I don't think there's going to be any real consequences. Like, I don't think Favre's going to jail or anything, but man, this guy is apparently just awful.
Yeah.
Stealing from the poor to give a volleyball arena to your daughter's college. Ugh, don't get me started. Ugh, what a scummer.
Yeah, it's a weird one.
That is a weird one, yeah. David with queen 6 of diamonds in the small blind. Tell you what, if Giannis turns out to be a scumbag in some way, like, that's it. I'm done rooting for individual athletes. Giannis just seems like the nicest guy in the world. Yeah. You know, just like the devoted family man, and, you know, he has this incredible story, rising out of poverty in faraway Greece. Again, and he barely even played basketball until he was a teenager. Just like this incredible, incredible story. So, man, don't take the last good one away from me.
Good flop here for Naj. Flop a flush draw and a pair. Turn card is a flush. Naj makes a flush. It's also a 6 pair for David. But I think we're going to see a whole lot of action here. Ooh, the river card is a jack. Now we have a split pot.
That'll invalidate it. Club Zephyr says, nicer than Steph? Steph seems like one of the real good dudes of the sporting world. I'm not surprised to hear that he was so ready to set his ego and place as the alpha aside.
There you go. I like the bet here, right?
Yeah, sure. I mean, it you know, I think it's going to work, and it's going to prevent a chop pot a lot of the time. The only danger is every now and then you value cut yourself right into like, you know, the 7 of hearts or whatever it is.
He makes the call.
Yeah, fine. I wanted to do this one. Oh, you rip it on me?
Not surprisingly, Steph and Giannis seem to have a great chemistry together. Every time they end up in a game together, in the All-Star game or something, there's a very clear chemistry there.
Sorry, man. Maybe I should have bet like. Sorry, dude.
I will say that the social media era has been rough on our perception of professional athletes. You know, it used to be that what you learned about professional athletes was very much filtered through, you know, PR people, media managers, representatives, agents, and then, you know, the media members, the beat reporters on the team that needed to maintain a relationship with the team. So, like, you know, they could only get so negative and still have access. And it was just very rare. And, you know, there wasn't any way for just like your favorite athlete to fire off some horrific tweet or post something on Instagram that, you know, got them canceled or whatever it was. And I think we have in some ways gone a little too far the opposite direction, where people are so quick to be offended and so quick to try and cancel anybody who says something a little bit inappropriate. But man, you know, we certainly have learned a lot about professional athletes over the last 5 to 10 years that simply that kind of stuff never really came out when you and I were younger, Matt.
Yeah, if you'd seen some of what the players did on the road back then.
Oh man, I can't imagine. I mean, just like imagine if Ben Roethlisberger at the beginning of his career existed in the social media era. That dude would be out the NFL.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Race 800,000 by Poe with the 4-3 of clubs. It's going to work.
Yeah.
Nash is out.
A lot of small pots being traded around the table.
Oh. Did we get dinner break, you know? Or do we just play? Do we just play? I think it's just 15, yeah. I'm guessing we get dinner break after this one.
This player showing a lot of patience right now. Can be tempting during these lulls. They try and force things. Think to yourself, oh no, I'm running out of time. I need to win a pot. I need to chip up. But both Naj and David, as the shorter stacks, Naj now the actual short stack, really not forcing things here. And Poe, to his credit, you know, he's playing a little looser, a little more aggressive as the chip leader, but not taking things too far and not spewing away his chips. He's been hovering around that 21 million mark for a while. Naj with ace king on the button.
Naj makes it 500,000. Poe with queen deuce. Poe seems to keep doing the right things here.
And David with the 6-4. I talked about Naj calling 6-4 earlier, David doing it now. I think these are a little bit thin, a little bit loose under ICM. We really want to prioritize hands that can flop top pair as opposed to low, somewhat connecting ones.
David checks. Naj now with ace king is going to continue here and bet 450.
So it's just a shit hand.
Got to win the pot.
What about even now, you know? Yeah, I know. Doesn't matter, two counts, yeah? Small butt.
Poe with ace-4 on the button now. Going up to 600,000. Suddenly altering his raise sizes. Not sure why. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Just kind of a choice. Nash here with king 6. Now, this is the kind of hand I would rather see him make a thin defend with than 6-4. Just being able to flop a top pair and go with it on the king is so much more important than being able to have board coverage on like low connecting boards. So it is 8-4-3, 2 clubs and a diamond. Postal in the lead. Naj has some backdoor draws here. This is actually a hand type that had Poe bet the flop. Naj could check raise with the king of the clubs and the backdoor straight draw. Like, if you run sims on these spots, you'll find like king 5 with the king of clubs, king 6 with the king of clubs. Just a lot of check raising on these kind of boards on the flop. But Poe checked back his second pair, and he gets a pretty appealing deuce on the turn. So he'll bet 400,000, and now Naj has a gut shot to the nut straight, and he still has king high.
Poe would make a straight 2 with the same 5, but it'd be the low end of it, and the river card is 8-5.
Oh, all right.
So,
nice check from Naj. Do you think Poe needs to value bet here? I know your opponent has more 6s, but he also has a lot of one pair hands that are in a murky situation.
that is 1 million.
I think he said 3.8. Yes, 3.8. Some lip reading for you.
Very good job. 3.8 million.
Not a fun spot when you're Poe. It's an easy decision if you think your opponent never finds these kind of check raise bluffs, but Naj has played much too well to rule that out. So,
how much does the split pot come into your mind?
Never. I don't think that Naj check raises an ace because it's just so hard to get called by worse. The only argument you can make for check raising an ace is trying to check raise your opponent off the same hand. I remember Tom Marchese did that at one of our final tables once, recognized that his opponent likely was splitting the pot with him and turned his wheel with an ace into a bluff and check raised the river. But that type of situation is exceedingly rare. As Poe, if I think my opponent is capable of bluffing here, I think what I would do is just say, okay, I'm going to call 20% or 30%. And then I would use the clock to just randomize my calling and just kind of leave it up to the machine to decide for me instead of trying to make some big sick read.
Call.
Yeah, he does make the call. Certainly for it. Naj plays too well to just give up on that hand every single time. Like I said, if you know your opponent is not capable of finding those check raise bluffs on the river, you have a pretty trivial fold as Poe. But Naj has played too well to make that kind of assumption, so a nice hand for both players. Club Zephyr says, Golden State going on another run, you think, Tony? I don't see why not. All the pieces are there. Everyone's healthy. They've got some young talent on the rise. The West will be tough this year, no doubt about that. There's a lot of parity in the NBA right now. So Golden State certainly in a good position to make another run. They have great team chemistry. I think Clay, Clay's pretty old now, but maybe having some more time coming back off the injury, he'll be better than he was last year. I think everyone was so happy for him to be back. They didn't really recognize that he was a bit diminished as a player. But we will see. He's going to be healthy. Steph is still playing at an MVP level. Those young players, in particular Jordan Poole, have come on really strong.
man, you crazy. You fucking crazy.
250.
I think my Bucks are in a real nice position to go on a run. It's favorable for the Bucks that they're two of the best teams in the East that were their most likely competition have had some very weird and self-destructive off seasons, meaning that the Nets, who almost had to break up the team and trade everybody away, but couldn't find a viable trade partner for Kevin Durant. Nobody really wants Kyrie Irving at this point. And then Boston has had this entire snafu situation with their coach, Ime Udoka, who is now suspended for the entire year. They actually made a trade offer for Kevin Durant in a package with Jaylen Brown, and that seems to have pissed him off. We'll get back to that in a moment. Poe with top 2 pair here up against the King 8 of Naj. Poe
Naj
playing it
has
slow.
a straight draw.
Naj may feel a little tempted to call one here with King High and a gut shot. He doesn't have that much hand. And the bet from Poe of a $500,000, pretty sizable. Yeah, he's just going to fold it there. So nice fold. Dirty Kent says Joe could have folded to 400K. That was ICM suicide. Certainly some of his early plays were a bit of ICM suicide. The ace-king into aces, more like a cooler. I mean, maybe there's an argument to be made for 4-bet folding. I can't remember the exact chip stacks. And that's such a rare situation that I certainly haven't studied it. Club Zephyr says Golden State is my team, but I think the Clippers would be a good bet this year. Yeah, I think the Clippers might have the lowest odds of any team in the NBA to win the title right now. Very high expectations on the Clippers after struggling with injuries the last couple of seasons to their 2 stars. But they have a very well-built team of a lot of wing players. Their 2 best players, some of the best wings in the entire league. Aces versus ace king is a cooler, but he donated half his staff before that. Yeah, that's kind of what I mean. Some of the early hands did need to go down the way they did for Joe. I think he missed some opportunities to make chips earlier on, and then wasted some opportunities. Lost chips in spots he didn't have to. A lot to think about for him leaving this final table. Dirty Ken asks if I still day game. Nope, those days are behind me. Those days are definitely behind me. Our action, starting with Dave here. Excuse me, starting with Poe, holding ace-4 on the button.
Price, 500,000.
David lets that go. Naj with King 8 will make a call, looks like.
I saw Wild Bond 18 in action one day in Melbourne CBD. Oh man, those were the days. Probably on Burke Street, Collins, the Fed Square. 9-6 deuce the flop. Neither player making a pair. Check, check. 5 of hearts on the turn. $675 is the bet from Naj to Pope. And the bet will get the job done for Naj. Dirty Kent says, I wish they made a sequel to 2 Months, 2 Million. Those were the days. Do you remember 2 Months, 2 Million, Matt?
I do remember it.
Yeah. A lot of those guys are essentially out the game. I'm trying to think. The cast was Donnie Stern, who I'm still close with. He lives in Las Vegas, but he works in finance now, as does Brian. They work at the same firm in finance. Neither of them plays any poker at all. Emil lives in Finland. I visited him once. We had a great time there.
Really?
Mm-hmm. And then Jay Rosenkrantz is essentially an entrepreneur now. He's living in the Los Angeles area. And I feel like every time I talk to Jay, he's got some new creative endeavor that he's attempting. He's a very interesting guy. He went into virtual reality for a while, and he made a video game in virtual reality space. David here with 10-8 of spades.
Good night, Jared. Thank you for hanging in there. It's getting to be about 4 o'clock on the East Coast here. We will stay as long as it takes.
Dirty Kent says, Brian made a deep run in the main recently. No, I don't think so. I don't think that would have been too recently. I'm not sure he's even played the main in recent years.
I'm surprised some of those guys don't come out once a year, twice a year.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, once they're done with poker, they just, happy, in many ways, happy to not have to play live poker anymore. And especially live tournaments, man. You got to understand these big tournaments, they almost always end in disappointment. So, it feels like you're often spending money to sit there and wait for your disappointment. I've even, I'm very involved in poker now, both working for the WPT. I still study all the time. I play online all the time. And I've even backed off my live poker because of how disappointing the process can be. I just find myself preferring the lower variance grind online, and I save my energy for WPTs. But I don't really go out of my way to play a lot of live poker anymore. And I get it. Anybody who walks away and just never plays again, I get it. And I like poker.
That's correct. This is the Gold Coast in Australia.
Dirty Kent says, Naj and David are better, so surprised they haven't discussed the chop. I mean, I think Poe is handling his own really well tonight, and I do give Naj and David credit for being probably the most experienced players at this final table. But the other thing is, when you're the chip leader, you feel like it's yours to lose. You're like, I'm not chopping with anybody. I'm winning this tournament. Hello, Stevie B. Thanks for joining us. As we see Naj raise the button with the 10 of spades and a mystery card. David, again, with ace blind in the big blind, around that 25 to 30 blind range. So, as I said last time, I think his hand is going to play best as a call.
He does make the call.
Jack 10,
Flop
6.
is 10. So we know that Naj has at least flopped a pair.
Right. He's in the lead. We know that much.
He's made it 450. David lets it go.
It's too hard to play. I don't know what to do. Oh, yeah, way ahead. Just thinking about calling ace high.
He shows the 10 that we'd seen.
Thanks. Fold. You? Yep. Oh, right.
One you won and one I...
Dude, I was so close to ripping it, man, and you would have been crippled. That would have been disgusting. Can't do it to you, man. That would have been sick.
It would have been sick. I mean, you still won the hand, so it's good enough.
Yeah.
But That would be insane.
That would be disgusting.
Because that would be.
You would have. You would
I
have.
like 1 mil left.
Yeah. You would have 4 blinds.
Sick. Ace king versus ace nine.
Honestly, if I had a little bit less, I'm just gonna. I think I had 25 that night. I don't know.
Yeah, you had a bit too much to rip ace nine early.
Maybe.
You have ace 10.
Honestly, maybe even had more. I had 27 maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I could be maybe miscounted.
I think ace 10, you go.
Yeah.
Ace 10 didn't hit them.
True. Needed the ace 9.
No, the ace 9 hit the 9, right?
Yeah.
That hit.
Yeah.
You hit a pair of 9.
Yeah.
So you won. Ace 10 wouldn't have.
Yes, I'm saying. Yeah.
David with king 10 in the small.
Yeah, for sure.
Call the 250. Notch with 7-3, checks it.
And it is ace, jack 9 on the flop.
David's king high is up top, and he does have a straight draw as well. Naj has a whole lot of nothing. He will check. Turn card is a 6. David checks. Naj is going to make a bet here. Looks like 925 or 950 it is.
See if Naj gets away with this one.
5 seconds.
For sure, ahead of you.
He does.
30 Kent says, when's Tony coming back to Australia? We need to locate that 5K chip. Man, that one's long gone, isn't it? He says that it sucks that the Aussie Millions will be running in 2023 and tournament poker is dead in Melbourne. That blows my mind, man. I mean, really, like tournament, you know, Melbourne was almost my introduction to tournament poker. It was for major live tournament poker. I never played anything before the Aussie Millions. I played, you know, some charity hold'em events in Rockford, Illinois, or something like $200 buy-in. But the first major live tournament I ever played, it was the Speed Poker Championship. It was a $1,600 buy-in in Melbourne. I played some of the other prelims, and then I played the Aussie Millions main event. And that's a tournament that I just have so many great memories around. So, it just kills me to think.
I believe I was there for that.
Yeah, that sounds right. Was that the year Shannon
six?
Shore? I'm trying to think. Shannon Shore, I guess maybe it was the next year, actually. Yeah, 2006. I went 2005. It was also the first time I met Mike Sexton. Was at that event. Back when he was a party poker ambassador.
Right. It was very strange. I was in a booth. They put me in there. I did commentary that went to the poker room only. They had it wasn't for television. It was just for the poker room.
Mm-hmm.
It was a lot of fun.
Did you do it with Keith Bendigo Sloan?
Maybe.
That rings a bell.
Yeah, I was good friends with Keith.
275,000.
Bendigo Sloan. Haven't seen him in a while.
Yeah.
We still reach out to each other once in a while. All right, I've called 275 on that King 7-10 board. Turn card to Jack. See if Naj continues to tell the story here. He's up against pair of tens for Poe. He bets 1.4 million. That'll win the pot.
Something? Something? If you fall, I'm probably ahead still.
For these three players, been treading water for a little while. The most meaningful pot was Naj, who's now the chip leader, getting that check raise in and called.
How many stacks of
Up
blues?
against Poe on the river with his 6 high straights against the wheel.
You jack?
Both players rivering the straight there. As we can see, Naj and Poe close to even, but Naj in the lead. David is just 22 blinds. We are now playing 150,000, 300,000 with the 300,000 ante. These are hour levels, which decrease to 30 minutes when we reach heads up to prevent a potential, 5 a.m. finish that we used to get on the World Poker Tour sometimes back in the days of hour levels for heads up.
I remember that.
That was actually a little before my time. I remember hearing about those, and not surprisingly, people didn't care to continue them.
Yes. Seemed like a good idea at the time, but it really isn't.
No.
That's not just us saying. Even the players were complaining back then.
Yeah. Poker players will find any reason to complain. I've certainly heard some people saying, oh, now we're playing for the most money and you cut the levels, this and that. Man, I don't think it's good for anybody to have finishes that late in the tournament.
Right, and you're playing so many more hands when your head's up, so
maybe a little bit more.
That's the beauty of the 30-minute levels. It actually works.
What a grind. Such a grind.
Poe has a 4 showing.
Raise to 1 mil.
Poe raises to $1 million. Wins that pot.
I think so. Jason, you want your cards? Yes, sweet. Yeah, he's got them now.
So somebody's asked, what's the longest stream commentary that I've had to sit through? Seemed like the longest. The one that I did recently that went until like 8 in the morning. I was in doing it on my laptop, and it was not fun.
No, yeah, that one rings a bell. I remember it being about a 5 or 6 a.m. finish in Vegas, and I was delirious. And that was like, the worst part is that was just scrunched right in the middle of the most hectic 5 days of work I think I've probably had in the last decade. I mean, it was just like we were filming the final tables at Luxor, and we had that stream just like immediately after, and then I had these learn WPT seminars like the next morning and the days following. It was just like, oh my God.
Yeah. The one I'm talking about, it was, I think it might have been in Australia. I'm not sure.
That does sound kind of right.
Yeah. I think it was like a 9-hour stream or something like that.
Right. And it started at, it started late. It started
late.
Like 10 p.m. or something. And then it went to like 5 or 6. And Yeah, I just remember I couldn't think by the end of it. Like I just really like my brain just like stopped working. And yeah, I think, you know, in some ways it's unfortunate just because the quality of the commentary goes down, the experience for the viewer goes down. You know, to their credit, the World Series guys had some brutally long and late streams this year. I know because my friend Asher made the final table. Unfortunately, he finished 9th. He was the first person eliminated. But like the night before the final table, they played till 7 a.m. or something like that. I think they might have got an off day in between, but like, you know, certainly the play down day to the final table, they finished at like 7 a.m. and they must have started at noon. So it was just this insanely long day. And whoever was the night shift for the commentary team, I mean, imagine, you know, if you start work at, I don't know, 6 p.m. or something, and then you just have to go until 7 a.m. I don't, I would barely be functioning.
Huh? No, Wonky's gonna get me some food. There's no dinner break, just play to the end. I got some tea here.
Yeah, I had a swap with Ash this year, and I was very hopeful. And I remember I showed up to the final table. I had my laptop. I was ready to go. I was going to watch the stream. I was going to feed him intel. I was going to talk strategy on the breaks and let him know where everyone was at. And I showed up to the final table maybe like 10 minutes after cards got dealt, and he had just been eliminated. I was so pissed.
Naj with king 3. I actually don't think it's fair for people that have to play that long. I mean,
I agree.
From noon until 7 in the morning. I mean,
That
just
doesn't
like
make any sense. Especially when the next day is like an off day. I don't get it.
had to do with production and stuff like that, but still can't be good for anybody.
No.
I actually thought it was going to be a pretty quick final table with the big.
I mean, I've worked a lot of tournaments, 14, 15-hour days, a lot.
That's why.
So I know what that's like.
It's spread around. But then it just go all to one person.
Yeah, our flight was at 5. We're like trying to think, like, should we rebook it? Like, we're just trying to chance it. But I'm like, oh, we just book a new flight because might not.
Action starts with Poe. Got the great looking ace king suited.
That is a pretty hand.
Oh, yeah.
Poe raises to 700,000. David lets that go. Now we have Najim with ace jack.
We do. I don't know that Notch is going to 3-bet here. Yeah, I like the call. That's a good adjustment. Again, under chips, I think we should be 3-betting most of the time here, but under ICM, and you're up against the only stack that can bust you, I like the call, but man, on this board, it's going to get real expensive for Naj. Oh, did Poe check back? Boy, I think that is not a good idea. You know, in fairness, on these low paired boards, you do want to have some checks, but I think they should come from your middling aces and not your strongest ones. Poe just denied himself the chance to win 3 streets off of Naj the times he has a worse ace. So I get where his head is at, but this strikes me as very much the wrong ace to check back on the flop. All the same, Naj will bet 875 on the turn. Naj now believes that, hey, my ace jack must be good if you're checking back here. does make
Poe
the
makes
call.
the call. Club on the river. So
Yeah, also kind of an action-killing card. I think Naj will bet, but he might go for like a block. I'm curious to see the sizing he chose. There's 3.6 million out there, and he goes 1.4, which is a little more than a block, but certainly less than like a full value bet. A bit of an awkward size and a quick call from Poe.
Tony,
yeah.
when you say I know what you mean, but when you say block, what are you talking about?
In terms of sizing, a river block bet's going to be somewhere between like 20 and 35% pot. I think, you know, the norm is right around like 25, 30%, something like that. That was around 40-ish% pot. That's not really a sizing that in GTO theory we choose very much. Again, I'm nitpicking here. It's not a terribly important distinction. I think if there wasn't a river club, he probably goes for the full sizing.
On that river. And ace ten. You have another dirty stack. The front one, dirty stack. Minus.
When asking about the longest stream ever, this just may be it. You never know, Tony.
I mean, we're in a lot of trouble if that's the case, because I got ADR in the morning, and yeah, that would not be good.
Ace 5 versus Jack 5.
Kent says, does Tony know David from Crown? I'm not sure that I do.
Yeah, most of the people I knew from Crown are already gone. Are not there anymore.
Yeah. I remember Frankie, the floorman, and Steve, the dealer. There was Joel. He was the floorman, and then I think he maybe became tournament director or something like that.
I remember Jono.
Of course, yeah, Jono. Oh, yeah, that takes me back.
And Jane McKenzie. Carlene Blake. Those
Yep,
are the people.
Carlene, of course.
Catherine Farrell. There's that ace David has made. Top pair.
Steve the dealer is still there. That's great news. He was one of my good buddies back in the day. Oh man, one of my favorite people to talk movies with on the planet. You ever run into someone who just has like an encyclopedia level knowledge of movies? That was Steve the dealer.
They do not have an automatic shuffling machine. GG asks, what would be your favorite place to see in Australia? I imagine you've seen more of Australia than I have. I just went down to Melbourne. I never even have been to Sydney. I've laid over in Sydney, but I've never been anywhere outside of like Melbourne, and I went to Phillip Island once.
Okay.
And so that was cool. And then I played some golf there, and not much else besides that. So I would definitely love to go see the Great Barrier Reef and Gold Coast, Sydney. and a lot of the country. I don't know. I don't even know what's in the inland country. I'm not even sure there's anything between like Sydney and Perth. I don't know what's in there. What is it?
Between Sydney and Perth, well,
Yeah.
that's just the outback. There's actually not much there from an
Really?
urban standpoint. Yeah, the center of Australia is almost entirely empty and barren. It's really, if you look at the population centers of Australia, it's completely along the coast and almost all of it in the eastern coast. There's just Perth as a major city out on the west coast. That's the one major city I've never been to. It is in many ways the most remote city in the world, at least major city. You could make an argument for New Zealand as well. Like, people don't realize that New Zealand is still like 4 hours flight from Australia. They're always like, yeah, Australia, New Zealand, super close. Da, da, da. It's like, no, that's LA to Chicago.
Really?
As somebody mentioned in the chat, there's a big rock called the Uluru, I believe is the name. Quite a famous rock, but you kind of drive out into the middle of the desert to look at a big rock. And it sort of glows red a little bit in the sun, and that's a bit. Yeah, Wolf Creek, which was that's a scary movie. The best attractions to me in Australia, I mean, I did the Great Barrier Reef. It's incredible. It's really, really cool as far as natural beauty is concerned. I'm a big fan of the cities. Like, I think the Australian Open, the tennis tournament, is just like one of the best sporting events on the planet. Like, you just, it's so easy to walk there from anywhere in the city. And it's such an international event. People hang out and party and day drink and watch the tournament play out at Fed Square and the big TV. Like, there's just a lot to like about going to the Australian Open down in Melbourne. I mean, it always coincided with the Aussie Millions, so just like making a trip out of those two events was always my favorite thing to do in Australia. But all of the cities are really fun to visit. I have great memories of Adelaide, of Sydney. Sydney's fantastic city. Very much like more of the LA to Melbourne's New York. Both of them at a much smaller scale. But if you had to draw a comparison, that's the one you would draw. Gold Coast and Brisbane are a bit like Australia's Florida, where it's always pretty much like a subtropical temperature, vacation spots, people retire up there. Gold Coast is like a really fun vacation spot if what you want is like beach and great weather and golfing and amusement parks and things like that. I was even all the way up in Cannes. I think that was the first city I went to was Cannes, which it doesn't look. If you look the way it's spelled, you're like, why are you saying Cannes? It's like Cairns. Cairns. David here, going all in for 20 big blinds on the button with the 10-9 suited. Going to get this one through. I think that's a little too much to be open shoving 20 big blinds there with 10-9 suited, but not far off the mark. Certainly 15 would jam, and 17 is where it becomes borderline. 20 a little bit much.
GG over on my side says that the inland is the best. The cities are overrated. Wow.
Yeah, if what you like is nature and wildlife, then yeah, there's a ton of that going on in Australia. People always joke about all the wildlife is trying to kill you there, and that's sort of true.
Right. And they had that fire, was just tragic.
Yeah, that's right. It's brutal bushfires.
And there's Hutchie still here watching the final table. Yeah, I don't know. I've never been in the middle of Australia. I mean, it's a massive. So you said it's massive, like, is it desert or is it?
Desert, yes. Yes, so even when you look at the arable farmland in Australia, it's almost entirely along the coast. I mean, the center of the country is just inhospitable. It's kind of, like Vegas-esque weather.
Well, definitely come out to another WPT out there. I'd love to go out there. If Danny doesn't block me, I'd love to go. It's tough. He speaks the language.
Right.
Makes it a little easier for them to go, but
Oh,
I'll make do. I've got Lynn's guide there.
That's the other thing. Now, if we want to see Lynn, we mostly have to go to Australia.
it's all Tommy, man. Huh?
Strangely enough, she struck up a friendship with Russell Crowe. Her and Angel
Really?
went and stayed at Russell Crowe's compound and said that Russell Crowe, above all, loves tennis. That he plays a whole bunch of doubles tennis.
Really?
And that he's got a similarly like encyclopedia-esque mind where on just like every subject, he's pretty well versed. And of course, obviously on films, he's quite well versed, which is somebody that you can kind of sit and sort of jam with for a long time and never run out of things to talk about. But above all, just loves to play tennis. And yeah, I think, you know, maybe Lynn and he somehow met through the entertainment and acting industry. But Russell likes to have, you know, people up at his kind of like, you know, compound farm almost as if to hang out. He's got a tennis court up there. So Lynn and Angel, you know, they went up planning to stay for like a day or something and stayed a week or, you know, something along those lines. Just found him to be a great host and a really nice guy.
Yeah, Lynn, as you may know, is our WPT anchor and also does some acting in Australia. We'd love to see her take over for Nicole Kidman, you know.
I just watched a movie with Nicole Kidman the other day. She's still at it.
She's great.
Yeah. Have you seen The Northman?
No, I didn't see that.
Well, if you like a historical action tragedy almost, it's sort of Shakespearean in its own way, but it's like got way more just like action and violence than you know, some boring Shakespeare play or something like that. It's a very realistic film for also having elements of fantasy in it in terms of just, you know, it doesn't pull any punches. It's brutal in its own way, but it's a good film.
Gotta check that out.
Dirty Kent says they may have met through Shane Warne. That could certainly be it. Shane Warne, the cricket legend in Australia, unfortunately recently passed away.
Gigi, it's called L-Y-N-N. L-Y-N-N.
Shane, what was so cool to me about Australia is that there was a certain like smallness of the community there. Like Shane Warne was like one of the biggest, if not the biggest sports star in the country, but he was just like a guy that I knew at Crown. You know, like it wasn't a big deal to know Shane Warne. It was just kind of like, oh yeah, there's Shane over there. There you go, good bloke, whatever. You know, like, you know, the footy players would come down and play with us all the time. You know, actors would be down there. The tennis players would be down there. Like it just, you know, there wasn't that many places to hide out if you were a celebrity. You just kind of hung out in society.
David with Queens here. Yeah, I agree with that. And it's funny because when he'd come over to the United States, you know, you wouldn't really know him. But if somebody, you know, was a cricket fan, it was like the highlight of their year to even see Shane. It was crazy.
Exactly.
I was just up in Spain, in Portugal. There's a lot of people from Bangladesh that work there. And we were talking about Shane Warne, and they just thought he was a hero. Wow. Just raised 3-bet to 1.8.
Yep. No, I'm just getting a little out of pocket here. I think King 6 is a bit too wide. And David's about to drop the hammer on him.
Pope folds the ace-5. Now back to David.
It's all in.
All in.
Lodge has been so patient, but this is the first time I've seen him get just a little out of line, and he pays the price here. Running into the pocket queens. David even flicks the pocket queens to him.
GG says you got to go to the Outback or the Blue Mountains if you're a celebrity
I don't know how
to feel isolated. The Blue Mountains.
Yeah, the Blue Mountains, I think, are just south of Sydney, if memory is sort of like in between Sydney and Melbourne. You can drive between the two cities, but nobody really does it. So for the most part, they fly because it's like an hour flight, but it's like a, you know, some several hour drive through mountains and stuff. Memory serves. Maybe the Australians will correct me, but I always remember thinking that it was a very short flight and a surprisingly long drive.
Big pot for Dave there. Poe with queen 3 of hearts. Gigi says you're right on the money with that, or said south of Sydney. Poe calls. 300,000.
I'll join these after.
David raises to 900,000. No call. David wins this one.
Poe opening the button, the 7-6 here. Naj in the big blind with king 3. Seven, 5, 4 on the flop.
Flopped open ender and top pair. Najim checks. Poe bets 500,000. 500,000, we'll say. That'll win the pot.
King 10 for Naj in the small now. He is going to call. Pulling the big blind with queen 8. Checks it back, and we get a 10-8-6 flop. So top pair into second pair.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have Lucy and Steph here from West End. Waiting to give a message. If you are interested, get late in the day. I'm sure some of you are a little bit stressed and maybe not. Raise up your hand, and they will be with you. Go one. Over here. One more. Anyone else? One more message. Ready to go?
Definitely become a little more deliberate.
Yours loud, Josh.
A little surprised by the passive line here from Naj. But it's going to work out for him. Poe does the betting. 900,000.
Rainbow flop. Possible straight out there on the board, though. He makes the call. Oh, the river's a 9. Check,
That
check.
will shut down the betting.
10s will win the pot for Naj.
What a river.
Naj up to 9.2 million.
Yeah, back around 30 blinds.
I keep getting bad.
Yeah, right, yeah.
I got one good run out was against you.
Don't remember. It's been a few.
Keep it flop, check down, right led.
I don't remember.
The run out was good. Turned double dash on river straight.
Oh.
Pretty Ken says, if you're consistently raising to 600K, why is it a bad idea to have a stack of 600K ready to open? It's not. People just get in the habit of stacking up their chips. Makes it easier to know what you're playing, how much is in front of you. Yeah, I guess for something that actually makes a lot of sense, you almost never see people doing that.
Yeah, yeah.
Finally you raised when I had something full of it. You didn't raise, sir. No, you should. Please don't be check. Let's go. Let's go, guys. Thank you, boys.
We're having a good time on the rail there. Is it wrong of me to say that I miss Joe? Where is Joe? That's funny, hold line.
The shadow's gonna go on automatically next 20 minutes.
Couple events over on that side of the world coming up, Tony. We have WPT Tokyo and WPT Prime Taiwan. Both not too far from Australia, I don't think. Tokyo to Australia, how far is it, Tony?
Around 9 hours.
Not so bad.
Yeah, if you talk about, one of the major cities, I'm usually thinking Melbourne, and Melbourne to most of the major hubs of Asia was about 8 hours, and Japan's a little more north than some of those, so maybe about 9.
Taiwan?
How long to make it to Taiwan? About 8. Yeah, right around 8.
There you go.
I remember Melbourne to Hong Kong was about 8, and it's pretty close between Hong Kong and Taiwan.
Okay. Naj bets 300,000 with 6 high. David makes a call. The straight draw. River card's a 5. David checks. Come on, you can bet it. Ah, he checks it. It's going to cost him the pot. Queen high is going to win the pot for David.
Yeah, it's just very hard to represent these, ace, king, jack boards in a checked pot pre-flop, blind versus blind. It's a tough story to sell. I've got something good here on such a high card board.
David raises to 600,000. Now to Maj, who folds the 9-4 suit. King 5 for Poe. Poe makes a call. Flop is ace, queen, and deuce, 2 spades. David with the king of spades. Ace on the turn. So checks. David now bets 300,000.
Well, as we know, essentially trying to fold out a chop here. He does have the best hand, but by the river, likely to be chopping.
Straight.
So does make the call. The river card is a 6.
Check. King high.
Oh, does the 9 play?
King 9 will win the pot for David.
Thanks, man. I'll get a break. Thanks.
You got it wrong. The odds to win is it still has the Celtics as the leader.
Really?
Plus
That's
550, and the Warriors plus 600, and Clippers plus 800.
What do you see for the Bucks?
I think they're plus 800 also.
Okay.
Not with
Not
King
sure.
8.
Yep.
Maybe.
Raise to 6.
Raises to 600,000. Fold from Poe. David's going to at least call here with Queen Jack suited.
About 9? Yeah, roughly, yeah.
7.5 behind.
Yep.
He's asked how much he has left. 7.6 is the number we have. And David will make the call.
Ace 9-5 on the flop. And the bet from Naj will take it down with the king 8 of clubs.
Let's go to Vegas, Nudge. Let's go to Vegas. Vegas #1.
Poe still in the chip lead here. Nobody's out of this one yet.
No, by no means.
Yeah. Poe raised it to 600,000. Naj with that Jack 10 makes the call.
And flop is ace, queen 4.
Naj checks. Poe bets 500,000. Call from Naj. Three of hearts on the turn.
These two sharing outs right now. Naj looking for Poe's king. Poe with this 2 million chip pet. Likely to end the pot right here. Doing a nice job of betting this low brick. Not quite for an overbet, for a very large sizing. Nice hand from Poe there. I know he had the best hand, but I still think using that combo as a bluff is going to pay dividends in the long term.
All right. Chipping away, David is. He folds queen 6. Naj with ace king. Calls 300,000 now to Poe. You like those limp there, do you?
From a theory standpoint, I do. That's exactly how you're supposed to play ace-king. But as I've said before, the issue is that necessitates your big blind opponent finding every thin ISO raise, which I just don't think most people in live poker do. And I don't think that's really been Poe's approach to these situations. So I would prefer to see Naj open with a raise there, even though, again, from a theory standpoint, limping ace-queen and ace-king is exactly what you're supposed to do at 25 blinds.
So that's taking the lead with the jack on the flop.
Yeah, and I think Poe missed a pretty clear bet on the flop. I mean, you can occasionally mix checks, I guess, but I'd much rather do it with an even junkier jack than jack 9. I mean, jack 9 is not only fairly high up, but there's also the possibility that you just turn river straight and have a very clear betting 3 streets for value type hand. And, you know, on this run out, jack 9 itself is worth 3 streets of value. So, yeah, you know, certainly in these pots, Poe has been missing some opportunities to extract the maximum. I felt the same way on the ace-king hand against Naj's ace-jack on ace-4-4. And I feel that way about this jack-9 check back on jack-7 deuce. You know, Poe just playing a little too conservative. I mean, you have the chip lead. Not, oh, geez, my goodness, that check on the river is, oh boy, Matt. You know, it's getting late, and I'm losing my facade of professionalism right now watching that kind of stuff. That is yuck.
You didn't like the check there, is what you're trying to say.
No. Yeah, I think his hand is worth a bet on every single street. So to check 2 of them is just, yeah, kind of a disaster in terms of missed opportunity.
You may even get a call there with the ace-king high.
Very well might, yes. Yeah, it's certainly in play. And certainly all of the various worst pairs. I mean, there are even, you know, jacks with worse kickers you can get called by. I mean, you have a massive hand with jack 9 there. So Naj, I mean, in many ways, fortunate when squaring off against Poe that he's really been losing the minimum in a lot of these pots. And as I said, the limp pre-flop, good in theory, but as we can see, Poe's tendencies lean so passive that I think you need to do the raising for him when you have a really good hand in the small blind. This time he has a good hand on the button, ace-jack.
Raises to 600,000, now to Poe.
And Poe with the hand that can mix, you know, calling and 3-betting. But he thus far has been really call heavy. I think if Poe, you know, from what I've watched this final table, if I'm David or Naj and Poe 3-bets me, you got it. Like, I need to have a really good hand to put the money in against a Poe 3-bet because I can't really remember seeing any. I guess did he squeeze the king-queen suited? Yeah, he made a nice squeeze with king-queen suited in a would-be 4-way pot. So that was a good one. The other one was he 3-bet aces, and that's kind of all I got for you.
There's the ace on the turn. You just check.
Yeah.
Poe check the flop here, top pair.
Yeah. This time that's correct. I mean, he's flatting an open, so you do check to the razor there. Naj on the button here. We've talked before on these spots where, you know, you're kind of betting an ace or nothing. You know, an ace or a bluff, you should polarize and size up. So, you know, certainly not a small bet from Naj, but I would like to see him go bigger here. It may work out, though. I mean, he's going to probably get a call from Poe with second pair, but your ace-jack is so strong here that it's very easy for one of your opponents to have a worse ace and kind of have to call down certainly 1 street, often 2. And again, you really want to extract the maximum, and when you bet this turn, you know, your betting range is like a medium ace and then bluffs.
Or checks.
All right, so how much will it be on the river? And now this is a spot where I think sizing down a little makes sense, right? Because you're chopping against most aces. So at this stage, you're trying to get a call from something like a queen, and you want to give that queen a favorable price. Whereas when you size up, you don't really accomplish that much because then everything besides an ace folds and you're chopping with all the aces since Poe presumably doesn't have ace king. And every now and then you somehow run into a 3, you know, whether that's like ace 3 of clubs or, you know, 4-3 of clubs that's not supposed to flat pre-flop but did. So this time I really like Naj's choice in sizing. And Poe is going to have a tricky decision on his hands.
Used to time chip.
Certainly a run out that Naj can be bluffing. So should Poe elect a call? I get it. He does get away.
Treasures, appreciate that. OC, Orange County.
How are we not playing heads up right now? You imagine the antics of this table? After this? Wait, what's the game that's turning? The game starts when we get there. What is it, bud? Do you know? Oh, the regular one. Oh, it's going back to EP stakes. It's good. We'll just fuck around. That's chill.
Where the camera's hidden to see the cards. They're using RFID. The RFID is under the table. Nightmare Treasure says hello, Tony.
Hello, hello.
David with Queen 5. Let's go. Naj, Jack 7 makes the call. Now to Poe with 5-4.
Oh man, that 5-4 looking good now.
Flop straight. Check, check. Before on the turn. Now, if Poe could just make 2 pair, Naj would be looking good. Naj bets 500,000. Whoever cards a deuce. Poe's got this one. Straight. See if Naj continues here and bets again.
And that 2 million should get the job done here.
That will get the job done, and Poe wins big pot here.
Limp pot and then flop and check. You let Tony call and then just. Yeah,
3:30 a.m. where you're at, Nightmare Treasures. Yes. It is 1:30 a.m. here on the West Coast. Tony's in Burbank, I'm in Las Vegas, and they are playing in the Gold Coast, Australia, WPT main event. It's our first main tour event in Australia. A lot of positives came out of this festival, and we plan on being back there next year.
Ace queen for Poe in the small here. Finding one of those limps I talked about, around 25, 30 blinds. Now, as I said, David has found a lot of those ISOs, but he slowed his aggression down.
King 5-9. Ace queen in the lead. Poe checks. Another 9 on the turn. No call. 700K gets this one done for Poe. I'm still suffering a little jet lag from the trip. I've only been home a day.
Yeah, how are you feeling,
Matt? I just tried to stay up really late yesterday, but I still woke up at like 4 a.m. and then again at 7 a.m. Took my son to school. So jet lag's still there a little bit, not too bad. Get used to it. Ace 10 here for Poe. King deuce for David.
Say, wow, you adjust very quickly if you're, feeling okay after a day or two. It takes me. I find I adjust about an hour-ish a day.
Yeah. Ace Jack 3. Yeah, it takes me sometimes, but I always try to just stay awake really late that one night so that I get home. If I can do that, if I can stay up till midnight, then I can usually sleep and wake up in 7 or 8 hours. Poe bets 500,000 with his Ace Jack. And he'll win the pot. I always thought that when you flew to Australia, it was easier because it was like almost a full day ahead.
What's that? Break or you want to break?
Yeah.
Break? Is that alright? Unless you guys want to do more hands.
Do we want to break, Jason? Or do we want to break? Okay.
All right. Looks like 49 bigs. 19,450,000 for Poe. David Tang with 22 bigs, 8,850,000, and Naj with 18 bigs at 7.2 million. They're going up to 2 and 400,000. And they're going on a short break.
All right, then we will be back.
What is Barry doing? He's calling
Miami, this is for you guys.
with 1,800 behind?
Thank you.
This is, I'm pretty sure this is GTO.
In a high race, they run him in a really cheap claiming race of 30,000, like on a steal. Well, he won by 15 lengths, but someone claimed him.
Hey.
They got caught stealing, in other words. They were made a big bluff and somebody called.
I think it's on ESPN. The Rangers.
Ling Ling finally has a real hand. Ace Queen suited. She runs into a better one. Patrick has Cowboys. He 3-bets 1,300. I don't think she will fold.
You have where you at mentally?
I don't know, man. Fatal awareness.
She doesn't.
Your kid graduated, right?
Pretty fair fight due to card removal. We factor in what cards have already been folded. And look at that. Top 2 for Ling Ling.
It's not easy.
A gut shot and a set draw
Yeah, my son
for Patrick.
graduated last year from BYU, and then he went to.
He's got 6 outs. She's got the rest of the
degree in
deck.
Kansas, and I didn't even know he was in the master's program. And he goes, "Oh, by the way, Dad, I graduated."
At home they spoke English? I guess you didn't ask for money.
Thanks.
Kind of an interesting continuation bet with Kings.
I am not. No, my son is. He great kid.
And Patrick's thinking, why didn't I just check or bet small?
Wow. I don't know how in the hell I did that shit. But I attribute that to his mother and that side of the family. They really,
Wasn't the gambling that
yeah, it's not the gambling and the hookers.
5,000?
He loves being still the same.
1,800?
Oh.
Sorry, he said on top. Let me just.
Patrick's getting about 2 to 1 on a call here.
It's a little warm when I walk in. You're right. Yeah. Or rather the temples. Holy water bottle. Who's that brother walking in here? Because they don't really have too many people of color in the morning.
He's likely regretting that bet on the flop. However, you don't get check raised a ton as the pre-flop 3-better when you bet this flop. Patrick, meet Ling Ling. Baccarat extraordinaire from the Hustler.
Kinesiologist with Wisconsin back.
All right, I fold.
Ding, ding, ling, ling.
Ah, headmaster.
Did Nick just say ding ding ling ling? No, he didn't. I'm hearing things.
we had been playing for a while, but I couldn't figure it out.
That's okay. 300.
Barry limping in there with 10-5 suited. Good for him. Johnny Vibes raises Big Slick. And Ling Ling picks the wrong time to get out of line. She started the hand with about 7,500.
All in.
There's the shove.
All you can eat.
And here comes the fold.
And when you go back to Miami, you spend the summer here. Yeah. Spend the summer, right?
Yeah, I've been here for a month.
Good idea.
For another couple.
Unlucky timing.
You doing Vegas at all?
Hollywood, Florida.
99 error eliminator? Damn.
Likely not going to happen from him.
No, I mean from Nick.
Yeah, he locks it down. He'll take a trip. He'll go.
All right, 4, 3 girls and 1 boy. That's cool. A half a kid? What is that?
We've got a few things we got to get.
You got to check the internet.
All right, yeah. If your lawyer advised you to not answer that question, then you should probably not answer that question. Is Natucci going to make a flush again? Will he call this all in coming from Ling Ling, Baccarat professional?
It's all right.
Whoa, hello, Rosie.
She has more than it says. She might have added on, I believe, and
Ling Ling, is that enough?
didn't tell anyone about
What
it.
you have there?
7.
7,000?
Not much.
Where'd you get that much?
Yeah, she added on and didn't tell us. That's okay, Ling
How
Ling.
much? I want to know.
You don't have to tell the dealer at Baccarat you added on.
7.
You do have to tell our dealers.
What's the total?
7.
7 even? Okay.
7 like 1 or something.
All right. That's good. Thank you.
7. It's 7. Plus those. We can keep those, right? You want this one?
No,
If Nick folds here, he's too good.
I haven't won yet.
I'll never play poker with him. Too good.
For that deal if it comes to it.
Pretty sure you're ahead, but let's gamble. I know
Okay.
you're ahead. Let's go.
I'll play with her. This is a courtesy double up.
Oh, he put me on you.
Yeah, I'm not going to fold it. Let's just go. No.
Once or twice?
Put those yellows out
Whatever
there
you want. You
too.
want to go twice?
Twice.
Okay, let's go.
What
You want
got?
to show or you want to?
Twice confirmed.
It's up to you.
Let's show.
You want to show?
Oh, sure. You know the head.
We got to both show.
Yeah. Okay. Oh.
Ling Ling, you got no chance.
Yeah, Ling Ling. Sorry.
It's 50-50.
No.
We did luck.
It is luck. It's 50-50.
I'll bet on Nick.
Do it, okay?
It's a good thing.
You guys are jinxing me.
It's a good thing.
Twice. What's happening? Oh.
Oh, they have to wait for production.
We know Natucci's going to win at least one of these.
We just want you to get really nervous, so they wait for a while.
Yeah.
Nick, I'm sure the whole table is rooting.
You just want to chop it?
Is rooting for you.
I'm just kidding. Believe me, nobody is rooting for me.
Yeah, I'm joking.
Nobody watching and nobody.
Yeah, we
even
are,
all the people out
Natucci.
there against.
We're rooting for you.
Come on, Nick. Spill some.
Look, you've been waiting for this all night.
Yeah, I tried.
You
for
did good.
68
I figured you had ace king or jacks or
Yeah,
something.
Nah, I would have called.
Yeah,
I'm
she's
not
been
gonna
mixing
fold
it up all night.
Go, you
Ace
know?
queen suited.
There it is.
Okay.
All right. Ling Ling's 97%. No jack.
Gemstone.
Ooh.
I know.
One time is good. One time is good.
Yeah.
Just kidding. Oh, queen's coming.
No.
You're gonna, Ling Ling, you got it, buddy. This is your
Ling
this is your
Ling,
time to
you
shine.
might win this one, buddy.
How much? Good hand.
Ling Ling with the
I love you
double. It's not every day that you see Natucci punt
Good hand.
7,500, but
Believe me, yeah, ace queen.
Why? You thought better?
I feel so much.
You thought it? No.
he
you
does
thought I
have a
had
big
better than
leg
me?
himself.
It was suited.
So,
That's the first time I've seen Nick lose this much.
Nick.
I mean, a race.
Play online poker for real cash and prizes at WPT Global. Sign up for free today using bonus code YT25 and get a $1,200 deposit bonus.
Is it straddle there?
It's 100 straddle raised to 400.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, sir.
Natucci and Ling Ling
You call Louis, please.
gonna go at it again.
Was that bad luck?
That's yours.
Mark Kuhn, what do you think about that
What's up, Mama? I'm good,
Natucci
thank you.
punt last hand?
How much?
Yeah, you don't care.
I ain't doing nothing else. Oh, this is not fair.
What is Barry doing? He's calling
Behind me. This is for you guys.
with
Thank you, guys.
1,800 behind?
Thank you.
This is creative.
What is that right there? 5?
Yeah.
You're welcome. Thank you, guys.
This is, I'm pretty sure this is GTO. Wait for the safe flop for ace king.
All right.
And then stuff it in there. There you go.
I call. Call my ticket.
That was a pretty fast call.
Well, he got Natucci to fold the same hand?
One time it is.
What the hell happened there? What's going on?
That's okay. Yeah.
The stop and go.
One time.
The old stop and punt. Good for you, Barry. This is going to go
She has jacks or 10s.
Ling Ling's way.
Ace high.
Queen. Sorry.
No, you're good. Huh? Ace king, same hand?
Let me move the 5.
It's a rage.
Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
Quiet night for
Sorry.
Johnny Vibes.
Your hand.
He dodged a couple
Make it 900.
big bullets earlier. He had queens against kings and folded before the flop.
Did you bring this?
He had trips against the boat and he checked back the river.
That is my absolute favorite drink.
Yeah, well, here, drink. I poured it in a cup. I didn't even drink it. So drink
Some
it.
nights you're just basically dealt out, and that's what you've seen with Johnny Vibes tonight. Nothing you can do.
You know what I want? I'm gonna tell her I want this from now on.
Yeah.
I didn't know they had it.
Yeah, quit that shit, man.
I only
Tony, you bet 700s and you had
Henry, it's on you.
2 sevens.
Mm-hmm.
After you called, I was gonna say 350.
It was very Freudian.
For each of the 7s you have, I was gonna say.
tilted him
If
out
you were
with
calling,
those
I was definitely gonna say that.
Is Henry gonna
look,
4-bet?
If I had ace king
No.
and the king is coming, I have nowhere to go.
Even the king
I paid
is afraid of Ling Ling.
I paid off.
3 players.
Lots of thousands. You haven't seen it, huh? You went away.
Yeah.
I lost half of
Good
my
flop
stack
for
after
both Henry and Johnny Vibes.
Yeah,
Really? For what?
to him. And then it
Backdoor flush draw for Ling Ling.
Flows.
flows. It's,
A queen or a jack would be good as well.
Mine just flows out. It doesn't
It
flow
never come back.
It hasn't been for a while.
1,300.
Of course it will. Let me show you my worried look, Charlie. My friend used to say that. I used to I'd say something smart. Let me show you my worried look. To be cocky, you know. You do that. Wouldn't give a fuck.
Ling Ling continuation bets. I would have preferred a check raise there, but I'm a punter. Now Ling Ling's gonna win this thing, most likely. Will she check back? Exercise a little pot control? Or will she protect her hand against the flush draw? Just reading her, it looks like it was player at the baccarat table. Looks like she lost a little bit, so she'll make it up here. Just a really good bet. She's read the hand perfectly. She knows Vibes has a flush draw. The king has a pocket pair. He makes a good fold. Let's see a hero play. No.
But I will tell you, I've never seen a guy win or lose
Better.
as better than him.
No. He's a
He
champion.
wins gracefully and he loses gracefully.
Yep. He's a champion.
And the only reason I do what I do to him is because it's our thing. When we banter, like, even yesterday though, after that hand, I didn't say anything. It's too much.
He's
like,
been taking the beating.
Yeah, I just
Patrick's got the number one. Johnny Vibes
like it,
makes a disciplined fold.
personally.
Gamble with him, Ling Ling.
I think I do.
You're in
the way I thought,
position.
but I don't.
Right.
You're the best player at the table by a mile,
No, no, no. It has nothing to do with customer.
It's a good customer.
No, no.
even though you just learned the game last
He
night.
needs me.
Not Utah.
He needs me.
Who's Chris? Yeah, he needs you to get the action back. that he
He
gets.
just
Not
needs
everybody
me.
can
And
get
look
that
at
action.
this. Her diamond is
I was
live.
going after one of those hands. I'm like, knock it
A
off.
3 would also get it done.
One. Relax. You know what I mean?
Tough to call here, but
Chris plays on Tuesdays usually.
it's only 1,000. She bets way more than that on player and banker.
Very nice guy.
Yeah.
Really, really nice guy.
You too.
People watch and they think that we are not friends because what we say back to each other, but it's not true.
Just for the show.
Oh yeah.
I mean, there's a rivalry though.
Yo, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but
What's a serious
friendly.
rivalry?
For sure, yeah.
Yeah,
it's
it's
kinda-
serious, but there's no animosity.
It's kind of like Francisco and
Bump it up. Michael Jordan, 20.
Yeah. Man, he talked. He
Look
said
at this.
Johnny Vibes about 9 billion
2300.
times back in that day. Man.
Who?
A very interesting raise here.
Like I beat him, play him, heads up, bring him to the table.
Johnny
he can't win.
Vibes.
Like, I don't know why.
Would you
He
do
went
this
after
with
Johnny
overpair?
Vibes about 3 or 4 years ago.
No.
A 3 or a diamond is what Ling Ling needs.
He did the same thing with
Will she take her free card here?
Don't know why.
I think it's in order.
In on it and wouldn't stop saying it.
Just wait then, though. Just wait.
Oh, the guy I put in timeout came out of his timeout with more anger. Unbelievable.
No, I had to stop there.
I do not want to send you back to your room.
Check.
Don't make me.
Sorry, we got 200s for the rice. Sorry, 3 counts, 2 counts.
Welcome back to our World Poker Tour Australia main event live stream. Still 3-handed at the Star Gold Coast. Our 3 players competing for 647,000 Australian dollars up top and getting their name on the WPT Mike Sexton Champions Cup.
Same shit.
Double or nothing.
Yeah.
Getting to be about 5 a.m. on the East Coast here in the U.S. I think right there in Australia they're playing. That's right. I'll check it out. This final table started at 12 o'clock their time, and it is now. It's about 7 o'clock. So 7 hours so far. This final table, and we've lost 3 players. Joe Gita started off as a big chip leader and then lost a bunch of chips in a huge double up. Aces to ace king. David now with king, queen in this hand. Naj with queen 10. Naj is a short stack. Still plenty of play though. Lays down the queen 10. And Poe has 10-4.
You have something? Yeah.
No call. The blinds are now 2 and 400,000. 2-4 with a 400,000 big blind ante.
Queen 10. I can't jam and I can't call and I just fold. Well, that queen 10 suited. What do you do? Just call. Me? I actually don't know it.
Yes. Yes.
Just whatever feels.
If you're feeling lucky, call.
Yeah.
If you're feeling very lucky. This is the blind level we get down to 2 at least.
Yeah.
Naj now with ace 7.
All in.
And it looks like he open shoved here, right around 17 blinds. And that is the best play available for a7 on the button. Poe with a7 in the small blind. That was a decision to think about here, but I think calling would be a little optimistic.
10 seconds. Oh.
And yes, he will let that one go.
This is David.
Oh, just saying hello to Robewood, So Partial, Frankly Rocker in the chat. Thanks for joining us tonight as our stream stretches into the late hours.
I was a little bit scared when you started thinking. But I was hoping you had king queen, you know. Then you have four.
Poe with a pair of fours on the button now. I think this is a nice hand to open jam here. I think both of his opponents are around like 17 blinds. Now David's on 12. I still think it's a nice jam. Even David holding 22 blinds, since he has to act first with Naj behind on the shorter stack, I think fours would perform best as a jam here. It does feel a little uncomfortably big, but when you cover both opponents in a high ICM environment, they're forced to play extremely tight. Ace 10-8 is the flop. So second pair for Naj, taking the lead over the fours. Poe will fire out 700,000.
Oh, Poe at 700,000. Now Sanaj makes the call. Turn card, the deuce of diamonds. Neither player with a diamond in their hand. Sanaj checks. Poe checks. There's a 10. 3 10s for Naj. He's going to win this hand.
Yeah, just a question of how much. I think after checking back the turn, Poe should be able to get away here. Be reasonable to call a river bet with the 4 of diamonds in your hand, since you would then block some of the flush combos, but unblock all of the missed straights like 9-7 and Jack-9, Queen-Jack. Yeah, and it's quite a large bet from Naj. 3 million into 3.6. And I believe a very quick fold from Poe. So Naj will take that one down. Nice hand.
Oh, sorry, man. Yep. Give me another button. Oh, yeah, bro. Oh, awesome, man. Thank you. How much are you? No, you're sure? Cool.
Okay, is it seat 4 or seat 5?
Sorry? What?
So this one here?
It should be seat 5.
Oh,
I got it.
Okay, so this box here, yeah, just a little bit more.
Is it okay to or move the card?
Just you actually,
All right.
physically, yeah.
Yeah, all right.
Just for the cameras.
Yep.
Thanks, man.
This camera's looking at you.
All good, mate. I just didn't know.
David. Fold to open our action. With 9-4 suited in the small blind. He will make this call. But with 9 deuce. So we wondered before whether he was isolating with some of these junky disconnected hands in the big blind. Poe had mostly been passive in these spots, so now opening his game up and raising a hand like 9 deuce, good to see. Good raise from Poe there, and he'll take it down.
Poe with the 8-3. Dark. We're going to get it going. It's going to get going soon. It's got to. We've got, these guys are getting shorter. Something has to happen. Poe raises to 1.2 million with 8-3. David makes the call. The flop is an 8 and a 4. Both players flop a pair. 1 spade on the board. David with the 2 spades in his hand. Poe's in the lead with his 8-3. And he decides to check. Check, check. Ace on the turn.
Well, that likely won't inspire much betting. Check from Poe. And a check back from David. And a King of Hearts on the river. Again, not a card that should inspire much betting.
Poe does bet 500,000. He does let it go. 8's a pair will win this pot for Poe. This is live with a 30-minute delay. DJ KCN.
David with 6-5 suited in the small blind. He will complete. Josh with ace-7 in the big blind. I think he should consider jamming here. Yeah. He does make that all in and quickly takes it down. So nice shove from Naj. One unfortunate aspect about watching, 15 to 20 big blind poker is a lot of the decisions are push fold pre-flop, and it leaves us a little less to talk about from a strategic standpoint.
You do agree that is the right play, though?
I do agree that's the right play. I think most of the offsuit aces, when you're like 20 blinds, blind versus blind, if it folds to you in the small blind, you're pretty much open jamming all the way up to like ace jack off. And then if it's limp to you in the big blind, 20-ish effective, pretty similar rule applies. I think, maybe you could induce ace jack, but pretty much your ace deuce through ace 10 offsuit are just jamming over the limp. Naj will complete in the small blind with king 6. Poe in the big blind. He's going to check jack 10. Ace 9-5 on the flop.
Maj with a big bet here. Raise to 2 million. Poe will fold. Notch takes it down. Sensed weakness there, I imagine. Naj with queen 4. Let's it go. Pose a6 of diamonds. Pose raised to 1.2 million. David folds. Poe wins 800K in this pot.
Strangely enough, I actually think some of the middling suited aces make for nice limps in the small blind. That way you aren't completely ace deficient in limped pots when you get to the flop. Certainly nothing wrong with opting to raise as well, and I can't remember exactly which suited aces limp as opposed to raise at that stack size, but I do think that like ace 6 suited might be one of them. And again, these are pretty thin distinctions and depend on a lot of assumptions about your opponent.
Poe with 6-9 of hearts. Poe raises to 800,000. That's a min raise. The blinds are 2 and 400,000. Now David with king, queen. He does move all in.
Yeah. I like to shove over the raise here. Pretty clear rejam.
Players start the final table with 8 time chips. Looks like Dave is down to 3 at this point. They're 30-second time extensions. Players have 30 seconds to act on their hands, and those 8 30-second time extensions, the action clock by Protection Poker.
Limp with the king deuce in the small blind. Poe in the big blind with king 9. He's going to move all in. Wow. We haven't seen the big jam too much from Poe. Blind versus blind. I think that may actually be a little bit much to jam there, but if you think your opponent is just going to limp his weakish hands and raise his good ones, you can certainly get away with that.
The time chips were added at 24 players and at the final table. So they weren't added, they were just reset. At 24 players, they got 6 chips. The final table, they got 8.
All right, Naj with 10-5 on the button now. King 8 gets the walk for David in the big blind.
Yes, it is 30 seconds as a baseline and then 30 seconds on the extension. It is correct.
Wish on a Star asks, are they playing through to a winner or will they have a dinner break? Generally, they just play through to a winner at final tables. I cannot remember many final tables in my day that had a full-blown dinner break. What about you, Matt?
There is no dinner break.
Yeah.
No dinner break. Play on.
Poe with the great-looking ace-king of diamonds here. Naj with 8-4.
You let it go. Poe's ace king makes it through. So Asmar asked when the time chips were introduced, and they are introduced one table outside the money. So determined on how many players are in the money. That's how many chips they start with. And then they're reset at 24 and at the final table of 6. Snacks are allowed, depending on what the tournament house policy is. But they've had a few 15-minute breaks, so I'm sure they were able to grab something at that time.
Got to plan ahead for these things. Ace deuce for Naj in the small blind. If he were a little bit shorter, I would like open jamming. At this stack size, I think mixing in some limps is a good idea. I like that limp. Queen 9-7 on the flop. Neither player really connecting after Poe checks back the 6-4. Three of clubs on the turn. He will give Poe a gut shot to a 5. And after a check from Naj, he'll bet 800,000. I think that's a nice hand selection from Poe to bet the 6-4 here. On top of the gut shot, he does have a club, so if a club lands on the river, he could take a shot at making a big bluff to represent the flush. Ace on the river, though, will deliver top pair to Naj. And that one will go check, check. So Naj will take down a nice pot from Poe.
Naj looks full of energy here.
Raise a 6 on the button. David in the big blind. Will defend to 8-6.
Flop King 10-3.
And the bet from Naj will take it down. These players continue to trade small pots. Kind of watching a boxing match where all anybody is landing is jabs for the moment. And we know there's the potential for the knockout blow, but right now, everyone just kind of feeling each other out, not seeing an opening to land the big one. Seven, 4 offsuit for Poe.
David with King Queen.
Yeah, he's got a stack size where it's sort of, how do you want to play this? He's going to go with the shove.
Naj says no with the Jack 8 of hearts.
Nah, actually, I don't know. Oh, do you? Maybe you rip it? I'm not sure if I want to rip it. We just like 60-40 or like. Huh?
You guys aces and kings, me and you. He goes good.
Alright, so we're good for the finale players. Blinds are up. We're at
19 blinds.
3,000 for finale players.
Direct?
Yeah, not yet. 400.
David now with tray deuce.
You don't have to rail.
Yes, the blinds do increase over time at proper. They've just gone up to 2 and 400,000. They're playing hour-long levels, but when they get to heads up, it'll be 30-minute levels. So, Queen 5-4 on the flop. Naj with the King 9 in the lead.
Ten on the turn. We'll give Naj the gut shot. But Poe, the one holding the jack, doesn't have much to call with here.
And he does let
So
it
he
go.
will fold.
I hope the Civi's on. That means I'm ready.
And Naj with the 7 deuce. Gives that one up. Poe with the 9 deuce. Likely to do the same. Yes, he will. And so David will walk it out in the big blind. Getting a little cold.
Have we?
No, really not in quite some time since the aces versus ace-king. It's actually pretty rare that you see such a long spell of poker without two players picking up, playable hands that can put the money in 20-ish blinds deep.
Yep. But this is where we're at. Top prize for this event is 647,000 Aussie dollars. Also, that includes a $10,400 seat for the Win World Championship, where they could win millions more. Put the prize pool up here.
Well, David does find a big hand here with the 10s in the small blind. Imagine on 19 blinds, he will move them all in. There he goes. And not likely to find a taker in Poe's King 9. And he does let that one go. Well, I commend the patience of everyone around this table. It can be easy during these long stretches in the final table to try and force something that's simply not there.
Yeah, it's easy to lose your patience, right?
It really is, especially if you face a setback. David folding the button here. Over to Naj in the small blind. And he tables an 8 deuce and slides the chips to Poe. His ace 8 will walk it out.
Macca's and Hungry Jacks. You know what Macca's is, right?
Of course, McDonald's. Macca's Mag.
Yeah. I don't know where they get Macca's, but I know the MC, but still. I'm not sure how much I like that abbreviation. It doesn't seem to work.
Macca's? Not a fan?
Not a fan. Hungry Jacks. Hungry Jacks and Vegemite.
Pair of kings for Naj here with the button.
Yes, so going 7:25 p.m. local time. Kings for Najim. Ooh, here may be the hand.
Yeah. I do think if I'm in Poe's shoes, I'd probably move in over the top. It's one of those spots where you don't really love to do it, but it's just kind of the best of your various options. Naj, he's going to 3-bet, but he's not going to jam. So that may end up saving him chips. Goes up to 2.4 million. Now, if I'm Naj, I'm pretty sure I rip it in here. But it wouldn't be crazy to consider calling. But for the most part, you're actually under ICM pretty content to just take it down pre-flop. There's a bit less slow playing with big pairs under ICM, and so Naj, he's going to 4-bet to 5.5 million. Honestly, I'm not a big fan of this one. We'll see if it works for him, but I think once your opponent puts in a quarter of your stack, when you make the small 4-bet, you're just saying like, hey, I have aces and kings specifically. I have exactly those two hands. Nobody ever like 4-bet folds for half their stack, but hey, it worked out great. Poe shoved on him, and this is, to me, this is a real disaster from Poe. I mean, his opponent tried to tell him, I've got a big one here. I actually think that Poe should have just jammed over the open, and then, you know, if you get called by kings, you get called by kings. But when you 3-bet and your opponent does this and gives you a chance to get away, you gotta take it. So really quite a disaster from Poe here. And Naj, whose small 4-bet I actually criticized for being 2 faces up, is 1 step of his ahead of his opponent, 1 step ahead of me, and induces with the king beautifully here. So big smile across his face as he is all in and at risk.
I'm never smiling in that spot. I gotta be honest. Not
I'm
until
just
after
too
the
tense
hand's
to
over.
smile.
Poe is encumbered with the ace of clubs, 7 of clubs. Okay, we see the flop.
I
We
like
talked
it.
before about staying patient and not making a big mistake, and this is that big mistake from Poe. Let's see if he can catch up. Queen 4-10, 2 clubs on the flop. Yeah, as we have said many times tonight, Matt Savage, it's never easy.
It's never easy.
Does have the king of clubs, so that will deny one of Poe's outs, but he can still hit a running straight, an ace or a club to take down this pot and get our tournament heads up. It is a 4 of spades on the turn, so no more straight possibilities.
And here comes the river card. It's a 7. Gonna work out great for Najim.
Hutchie comes over and gives him the big hug and high five. That's pretty fun.
Yeah.
You know, you didn't make it at the final table, but you're still rooting on your friend. Even David comes over and gets him pumped up a little bit. So great camaraderie around the final table. Even Poe giving him a little fist pump there. Man, these guys are, I give these guys a lot of credit for just enjoying themselves at the final table. If I'm Poe, let me put it this way: I ain't in no fist bumping mood after that one. So a lot of credit to Poe for being a real good sport about this. Just lost a massive pot at the final table. Went from chip leader for hours, now short stack. And Naj, celebrate in his face. Not that there's anything wrong with that. You win a big pot, you go ahead and celebrate. But when I'm in Poe's shoes in those moments, like I'm not your buddy.
Absolutely not.
So now Poe, with 4.3 million and 11 big blinds, is playing the push fold game. We'll see how long he's able to stick around.
I'm glad you're sticking around, Tony. That's the main thing. I know you got to work in the morning, but
yeah,
you're toughing it out. I love it.
No, actually, I will be retiring for the evening soon, and so I do appreciate you handling the solo heavy lifting here, Savage. I'm going to owe you one down the line, but as you said, I've got some early morning ADR in the studio with Vince, so I will
there we go.
watch
Pose all in.
this one more hand before I step away. But I wanted to thank you again for your time and for working through this late night, and just let you know if I can ever return the favor, I'm more than happy to.
I think I got it. I think if I'm in my member guest tournament, golf tournament coming up, you're going to do the welcome at the Bellagio. I think we talked about that already.
Yes, so. Yes, I am here. No problem, of course.
I'm currently not in. I'm on the waiting list, but.
Well, you just let me know, and anytime you need cover for something that comes up, you just don't be afraid to ask. So thank you again to Savage, and best of luck to our three competitors. I hope they don't keep you too late, and that things play out accordingly. And best of luck to our remaining three. Thank you again, Savage, and to all of our viewers who joined us tonight.
All right. So Najim now has Queen 7, and he is all in. He's pushing it around with a big stack. Again, thank you, Tony Dunce, for being a part of the stream. He is the expert at commentary and poker playing, and I am just an amateur player, but been around poker for a long time, 30 years in the game. I've seen a lot of final tables. I like to say that I've been at more final tables than any player in history. I believe that to be true, as I was working at one point about 300 final tables a year. Less now, obviously. Pandemic shut down some of my work opportunities, but at the same time, I'm still been a big part of the World Poker Tour and a big part of the industry. So, all right, Poe's going to move all in here with Ace-5. David folds. He's going to try and leave it up to Najim. And Najim does fold. Poe wins his pot. Yes, Gigi, I can't believe there's still 3 players in also. Sometimes it just happens that way. And, I always like the structure to be good and for the players to have a lot of play. But at the same time, if you don't get bust outs, then it just doesn't work out very well. So we'll see. We'll see how it happens. Najim with a big chip lead now. As we said, the Australian players are very nice. Poe gives a little fist bump after he loses all of his chips, which, like you said, most of us wouldn't be doing that. Hey, Casca, buenos dias, ¿cómo estás? We are still going strong here. About 8 hours into the stream. David with the 9-7. Najim with the Jack-6. Naj bets 600,000. Board reads 7-7 King King. Najim with the Jack high and David with the full house. Sevens full of kings.
1.2 million.
David checks. Najim bets 1.2 million. And the river card is a 4. Dave's going to win this pot. Love to get all of his chips in there and get the FDU, what we like to call the FDU, which is a full double up.
Check, check.
I got a 7.
It does go check, check. Sevens full for David. He'll win this pot. And Naj with his little smile.
I thought it was a terrible time for me. You ripped it, I think I'm folding. Huh?
Good night, Mojo. We'll talk to you later.
I can have it.
People will be waking up on the East Coast very soon here. It's only about 8 o'clock in Australia. It is 2:37 a.m. in Las Vegas.
Take it all. I think you, Free. Good job.
Final event players, your points are 3,000.
Actually, don't have no idea. Probably not bad. I don't know. I have no idea, man. Yeah.
400.
If you have a bit less.
I had 20 bigs.
All in.
Let's go! Let's go.
Roll Tide, 4:37 a.m. Where are you guys all watching from? Let me know. I am watching the YouTube stream. I guess I could turn on the other side as well, which is the Facebook Live. Tony was covering that earlier. Now I'm watching it, but let's take a look.
25. I started with 10. So 25, yeah.
All in.
Desperate for a drink, but I'm not leaving, Nash. I'm not leaving. Don't go anywhere. Someone will get you a drink. Don't go anywhere.
All right, Najim is all in with the 5s. Poe, 10-9.
10 seconds. Fold.
Let's go!
Oh, sorry, man. My bad. One down.
Chips on the floor, chips on the floor.
Sorry. My bad.
All right, here we go.
Number one.
We'll get to heads up and then we'll go from there, you know?
Salzburg. Oh, wow, look at this. South Asia, England, India, Hungary. All right. South Florida. I've been to Hungary once. I liked it. The Brescia, and I think I was there as well. South Florida. 5:38 a.m. Kent, UK. Romania. Good morning, Romania. New South Wales, Brisbane. Salzburg, Austria. Love Austria. Some good times at Austrian WPTs. I've traveled all over the world with the WPT. Druin, Victoria, Australia. Very nice. Melbourne, Australia. Dealer is your mate, says Cube. Cool. Up north, QLDs. I think that's Queensland. Romania living in Germany. Awesome. Love to see that. Thank you for staying with us. We are on YouTube and Facebook Live. I am watching the chat of YouTube. Appreciate you guys hanging in there with me. It's actually morning time in Europe. I just got back from a European trip. Went from WPT Prime Madrid. I went to Barcelona and was also in Portugal. Portugal is an amazing country. Lisbon, an amazing city. Peace through poker. Yeah, I agree, Wyckoff. I love that. Where's their shuffle machines? No shuffle machines. These dealers are great. Pose all in with King Jack of diamonds. King Jack of diamonds on. Here we go. We've had different chip leads. I believe all of these players have had the chip lead. All of the remaining three. The players start with the biggest chip lead at the beginning was Joe Ogita. He had like 57% of the chips with all 6 players remaining. He went out in 4th about 4.5 hours ago. So it's been 4.5 hours. I want to hold them like they do in Texas. Let me hit and raise it. Baby, stay with me after he's been hooked. Play that one with his heart. I believe that is Poker Face. Sydney. I do travel a lot. Tibaru, yes, I've traveled. It does mess with my sleep. I'm actually pretty jet lagged right now. I was in Europe for a little over 2 weeks. Poe has 6 deuce of clubs up against David's 5-3. And Poe does flop a pair, as does David. And Poe's going to get this all in. I think David's going to let it go real quick. And Poe does pick this one up. Oh, that's Eric Cartman's version. It's better than Lady Gaga's. I got to check it out. Yeah, so the travel does mess with my sleep just a little bit, but you know, it's been great to be all over the world. I did the first ever tournament in Macau. I did the first ever tournament in Monte Carlo. Ended up getting married in Monte Carlo during a tournament in 2004. So yeah, a lot of travel. I've been all over Europe, Paris. Cannes, Nice, Evian. Aces for Poe. Najim with King Queen. And Najim is going to go all in, and Poe, of course, is calling with the Rockets. Poe looking to double up here with aces. Manila, ¿cómo está? Romeo, ¿cómo está? Magandang umaga. And here we go. Oh, there's a king right in the window. Here we have kings and a possible double up for Poe with those aces. Najim needs a queen or a king to eliminate Poe. Turn card is a deuce. That is now going to bring it down to 2 outs, one of the 2 remaining kings, or we're going to have a double up. And here comes the river. It's a 7, and there he goes. Poe doubles up. Poho doubles up. Getting his stack back. Here we go. Weapons of mass destruction. That is correct. As Vince Van Patten would say, the weapons of mass destruction. So yes, I am jet lagged, but I'm on my feet now. I'm here for this. See what happens. Manila, Manila. Armenia. Very nice. Aram, how are you? When I worked at Commerce Casino, we had World Poker Tour events. It seemed like half of the field was Armenian. A lot of Armenians in Glendale, California. Aram, are you familiar with Glendale, California? Okay. Lots of double ups. David folds. Najim with the ace queen. Calls 400. Portugal here, yes. Love Portugal. Was just in Lisbon for 4 days. Man, what a city that is. All right, the flop is queen 10 deuce. Naj flops top pair of queens. He's going to bet it, and he's going to win the pot. Have I played in Ireland? I have yet. No, I did not play in Ireland, but I did go to Ireland right before the pandemic. I went and saw a Gaelic football game. I went to the club there. I forgot the name of the club. I should know the name of the club. I went there and saw Andy Black there. So, yes, I've been to Ireland as well. Hashem, if your money would go all in. I just joined. Who's commentating? Hey, Harris, this is Matt Savage, Executive Tour Director of the World Poker Tour. Tony Dunce was with us, but he had to hit the sack because he has to get up early in the morning and go do more commentary with Vince Van Patten. So he had to leave. Do you have to stay and cover the entire live stream? Yes. Yep, I'm getting paid really well for this coverage. No, GG. It's just part of my job with the World Poker Tour. I like doing commentary. I self-admittedly is not as good at it as, Tony Dunst is, but I'm here with you to make it happen. Let's go. Kanka Silva, thank you. That's a bit of a page jump between second and first. Don't want to chance it on 3 ways with any old cards. Yes, Liam. Yes, in Dublin. I was in Dublin. I would like to go to the Irish Open at some point. All right, Poe's raising with ace 10 of clubs. That's a 3-bet to 2.4 million. Naj had made it 800,000. David folds. Naj lets it go, and Poe is stacking up again. I thought that was you, Matt. We worked together many years ago in a tournament you hosted at the Hard Rock in Vegas. Probably 2008, 2009. Yeah, I think that was my own tournament called, forgot what it was called. How could I forget? Oh, Savage Rocks or something like that. Yeah, that was a great series. Wish we did more of that. I wish that Hard Rock here stayed in the poker business. Does it matter if final table position is in for an all-in call? Does it matter in a final table what position you were in for an all-in call? Yes, it matters. Yes, salary-based for sure. Hey, Wisconsin. I was just in Wisconsin recently too, Nathan. I was there. I played golf at Kohler. I don't know if you've heard of it. Kohler, Wisconsin. Mitch Caton. Hey, Mitch. How you doing, man? get some coffee into you. I can't take coffee because as soon as this is over, I got to go to bed. I got to pick up, drive my son to school at 7:30. So, and then I'm going to play golf. I played golf in about 3 weeks. So, all right, Poe's raised to 800,000. David's moved all in for 7.3 million. And that would be a no call. Poe lets it go.
Oh, really? Okay. Sure.
I watch all the time, but I was just wondering why you just say you're checking in to see who's commenting. Weird. Okay.
Next hand break. Is that right?
No coffee for me. Matter of fact, I don't even drink coffee. I never drink coffee. And I never drink beer.
You guys are like even.
Weird, I know.
What a... I told you, one hand this way or that way.
Staying to hear Matt. I love it. Thanks, Harris. Nathan, what course did I play in Wisconsin? I played Black Wolf Run, both courses, and I played Whistling Straits, and I played Erin Hills. Just some good ones. Tibru, good luck, Matt. Just curious. What other sports do you like besides golf and Gaelic football? I like the NFL. Dallas Cowboys won tonight. I'm a big hockey fan as well. NHL, season ticket holder to the Golden Knights. Not a Las Vegas Raiders fan. All right, but I like to play golf. All right, Queen, Jack on the flop, 9-8 for Naj. Poe has 7-4. Naj is going to lead out with that gut shot straight draw, and Poe will let it go. Thank you for the opportunity to interact with you, Matt. Hello from Vancouver, Canada. Hey, Sid, what's going on? Yeah, we're trying to get back to Vancouver. A lot of Canadian poker players. Looks like we're going to go on a short break, a very short break. Looks like a 5-minute break. Naj is in the chip lead with 14 million. Poe right behind with 12.4, and David Tang in third at 8.9. It's anybody's ball game from here. We're going up to 250, 500,000. That's my buddy Ryan there on the screen. He's counting those chips. We'll get accurate chip counts when we come back. It's going to be a short break. We'll be right back. Just 5 minutes. Hang in there. Come on back and see the exciting conclusion of WPT Australia from the Gold Coast at the Star.
I don't know. The greedy me would just like an ace. That doesn't seem fair. But life isn't fair, right? You know, I should be greedy. Right?
I think there's a chop color. We'll take that?
No, but it's better than a loss.
It is better than a loss.
Third time at a WPT final table. Tough young poker pro. He's got King 8 of hearts. And he will make it 900,000 to go. Next in line is our chip leader, David Farah, a former furniture store owner. Actually gave up the business to spend more time with his family and play poker. Not necessarily in that order, but he has been quite good tonight. And he is going to make this call with an ace-3. So here we go with the flop. It's a queen, jack, 8. So just like that, Daniel, the raiser, gets a piece of that with the 8s. What's he going to do with it?
Pretty good board to check back for Dan there. Both the overcards and the possibility of straights, flushes.
It's a 5 of diamonds here. Now, nothing for David Farah, but we've seen this for so long. Super aggressive player, not afraid to gamble. He's going to bet this 1.4 million.
And Dave has a habit of firing anytime he thinks he can't win at showdown. Here with just ace high,
Daniel's made
he
this
believes he
call.
needs to bluff his way out, and he's right.
Nothing hitting there for Farah.
That is a great bluff card on the river, especially for what Dave's been trying to represent. So this is a good bet here. You're telling the story that you've either got, you know, some kind of diamond draw that got there on the river, or maybe something like Jack 10, Queen 10, A10 that made a straight.
It's going to be painful if you show me a bluff, but I don't think I can call him.
Dave Farah, relentless here tonight. right back on Dave Farah, and this time he pulls up a pair of jacks. Beautiful hand. And he knows what to do with that. It's going to make it 900,000. This is Joseph De Rosa Rojas from Caracas, Venezuela. First time ever on the WPT. He's going to go away. Vinny Lima came in as the short stack. He's going to fold that. Now Daniel Buzzgon with a 9-10 offsuit. 34 years old, says he's a great golfer, that he's a better golfer than he's a poker player. That must be pretty good.
That's surprising because I think Dan is an excellent poker player, so let's get him on the tour already.
Look at this flop jack. 8-5 at 3 of a kind here for Dave Farah, and open-ended straight for Buzzgon.
Crafty check from Dave there. I really thought he didn't have that in his arsenal, but I love that check with top set.
And now, diamond appears. Daniel doesn't get his straight, but he's going to take a stab at a bluff.
And this is a good bet from Dan. This board connects with his big blind range much more than Dave's raising range, or at least I hope so.
We are back.
Ace queen suited. That would be
3
so
players left. Been 3 players for about 5 hours. Yes. Australia has some good wine. Yes, they do. The Harris, you had a big influence on my career in poker. Back in 2010, you tweeted that a buddy of your job's Kyle. Kyle Morris was looking for a floor person in Bakersfield. Ended up getting that job. Oh, really? Are you still there, Harris? Took a little break. Did not go wee-wee. I'm here. I'm back. 647,000 for the winner, and a trip to Las Vegas as well for the $15 million tournament. And don't forget, there are a lot of ways to qualify for the championship through our feeder and funnel program, also WPT Global and Club WPT. So yeah, I'd love to see and meet a lot of you out there. We have a 1K event, the Prime, that has a $2 million guarantee and a $2 million guaranteed mystery bounty as well. So a lot of stuff coming up. Najim now has ace king. Poe with a king. We're only seeing one of his cards. Does make the fold. David with queen jack. And he is thinking about it. Naj raised to $1 million. David makes the call. All right, the flop is queen tray deuce with 2 hearts. Both players have a heart in their hand. One has a queen of hearts, one has a king of hearts. Naj has the lead in the heart department, but he trails in the hand with the queen on the flop. So David's flopped top pair. A bet of 800,000 and a call, an 8 on the turn. David checks. He's letting Naj do the betting here, even though he has top pair. Oof. Here's a big bet. 2 million. 2 million. All right. David's moved all in. Naj is now letting it go. David wins a big pot here. Yeah, they've been playing for almost 5 hours free-handed. Imagine winning 647,000 by a 2-bedroom apartment. Well, depends on where you're at. Not at the Aviator anymore. Got married with kids and left the casino business. Now living in Austria. Cool. I've been to Vienna. Did tournaments at the Montesino Casino. I don't know if you ever heard of it. But there was a casino there. We did WPTs there. Tried to play on W platform in Europe. Doesn't work. Why? That's a good question. Please check with our tech support. I'm not sure. Looking like David may get paid here. It's bounce back and forth. The
We're all the same now. It's like
chip lead has been to all three of these players. And it looks like now the Poe is back in the chip lead. After that pot. All right. Poe has 12.2 million. And he has King 3 of spades at 500,000. He is raising it to 1 million. Now David with 12.7. He is a chip leader, excuse me. David's a chip leader. He lets it go. Now Naj with Jack 6 has 9.5. And he's in the big blind for 500,000. So he's going to make the call here. And the flop is 10, deuce, tray. Poe flops a pair of trays. He was already in the lead. Naj checks. And a bet of 700,000 by Poe. Naj lets it go. Your brain will be mush after 8 hours of play. Way too long. Hello, 6NIT. Hello, Matthias. It's been a while. Sepe, good morning. How are you? Matt Savage, Executive Tour Director of the World Poker Tour, and I'm here flying solo. Tony Dunst, our expert commentator, had to leave, but we appreciate you coming in. David with Jack 6. Naj with King Deuce of Hearts. Players are playing with an action clock. The Protection Poker action clock has been in play on the World Poker Tour for some time now. 30 seconds to act on your hand plus 30-second time extensions. Looks like Poe only has 2 time extensions left, and this time he has Jack 3. And a limp and a call from Poe. Flop is Ace 6 9 2 hearts. Naj has the King Deuce of Hearts. And he will bet it. That's 600,000. And that'll win the pot. Oh, what's the longest the final table has gone? I've been at final tables that have lasted 14, 15 hours. Yeah, not too slow. You got it, Liam. Naj has a great smile. Also got a good hat, WPT Australia.
Yeah, it is.
All 3 of these players, I believe, live in Australia now. Poe was born in China. All right, here's Naj with 7-8 of spades. It's a raise to 1 million by Naj. And Poe lets it go. Now David with 6-4 of clubs. He makes the call. The flop is Jack 5-3. David flops open end. There is one spade. Naj has 8-7 of spades. He bets 800,000. One club. David has 6-4 of clubs.
What you got behind us?
He's asking for a count.
Yep. That's 16 behind, yeah?
And David moves all in with the open ender. That's going to win the pot. David extends his chip lead to almost 15 million in chips. Nice job, moderator. Yeah, the moderator's doing a great job. As a director of WPT, has there been discussion about testing for PEDs in poker? Long hours of play lead to things like Adderall and other vitamins. No, there's never been any testing in poker. I once played an EPT final table in Kings in Prague in the final table side event, about 6 hours, and there were still 4 players. Got kicked out in 5th, but that was my biggest gig. Okay. Right. 3 players left. Still 3 players left. Poe with ace-4. 3-handed. The button axe first. $1 million is the raise. Naj with ace-5. He moves all in. And a call. Ace-4 versus ace-5. Naj is the all-in player. He's got ace-5. He's up against ace-4. Naj looking to double up here. The rail's going crazy. A 4 on the flop. Oh, Poe has flopped a pair of 4s. Naj is in trouble. He is the all-in player. Turn card is a 10. He's down to 3 outs, or he'll be our 3rd place finisher. It's a 3rd 4, and we are now heads up. Naj with a great run here. Naj Ajiz with a 3rd place finish. He's from Brisbane. He will take home $310,675. A great run. He played great. A couple bad beats. This being one of them on the final hand. Ho has won the pot, and now he leaps back into the chip lead with 21.1 million. David Tang, 2nd place with 14.5 million, and we are heads up. Now this takes a couple seconds. I think they move the players to seats 2 and 5. Yeah, Phil Locke played a long session once. Hello from California, Builders. How you doing? 100 hours. That's insane if true. Is this game on every year in Australia? And if so, when in Sydney? Yeah, I hope so. Talking about coming back. At this time, we're going to take a short break just to line these guys up. We're going to come on back, and they're going to finish this up. Let's see what happens. Don't go away. Come on back.
Let's see the flop. Ace, queen, jack. So Maria with aces. Outflops James.
Oh, that's a scary flop, though, for Maria. Yeah, she's in the lead, but any king, any queen, any 10, and it's over. Well, let's see if she can hold on here.
All in. Right now, Maria Ho with a pair of 10 says all in, but Eric Afriet right behind her with ace queen.
I call. Oh, yeah, he's going to make the call.
And James gets out of the way, so they turn up the cards here.
Ace queen.
Maria Ho with a pair of 10s.
Call it.
The WPT championship has eluded her so far in her career, but she's well accomplished, and now all her chips are in there in a race. Here we go with the flop. It's a 9-8-8. That is good for Maria Ho. Going to the turn. Something crazy going to happen. It's a jack.
Well, normally Eric would have a straight draw here, but on the paired board, a 10 would give Maria a full house, and a queen would give her a straight, so he can only catch.
All right, we are back. Heads up. Heads up. We got the spinning wheel. Spinning wheel. All right, let's see what happens here. Heads up. They are playing for $647,470 for first place, and again, that seat to the WPT World Championship here in Las Vegas. Second place, $421,000. So pretty big jump between first and second. We got an all-in and a call. King Queen for David. Queen 10 for Poe. Holy cow. Queen, this is the very first hand of heads up. It looks like Naj is cheering for David here. With the flop being ace, 8, and a 3. Poe needs one of the 3 10s or some kind of running straight. It's a deuce on the turn. Now only 3 10s, or David will double up. David Tang looking to take the chip lead. And it's an ace on the river. The king queen holds up. David Tang doubles up. And he has a huge, huge chip lead. That was quick. David Tang has taken the chip lead. Liam says it's all over. GG says, come on, Dave. He looks intense. Again, the winner of this event is going to come to Las Vegas. We have a great schedule coming up of main tour stops, which includes the Bellagio here in Las Vegas. And then we're going to Seminole Hard Rock in Florida in November. And then after that, we're going to have the World Championship, WPT Prime Championship, WPT Ladies Championship, and the World Championship with a $15 million guarantee. You don't want to miss it. Make sure you check out WPT.com for all the ways to win your way into the WPT World Championship. We are heads up from the Star Gold Coast WPT in Australia. I believe in a Poe comeback, I see. That's what Asham says. Justin Hall, Poe for the win. And then I hear, let's go Davo. Smash that like, mates. Let's go. Smash the like. Let's get some likes on this thing. Thank you. Appreciate that. Smash the like button. We are heads up. Poe now has 7.1 million. And David has all the rest. David looks not nervous, intense. little choked up here. Any idea on when the person who wins in Las Vegas will be live streamed here? It'll be on televised. It'll be a televised event, yeah. And also live streamed. All right. David. Whoa. David's raised 2 million. Poe's moved all in with ace 8 of clubs. Poe looking to double up. David looking to win the championship with king 10 of diamonds. Quick business after hours of play. Look at this. 2 diamonds on the flop. King 10. Turn card is a diamond. It's a diamond. Wow, he's got 2 pair. And now Poe is down to outs of aces and 8s. It's a king on the river. And David Tang has won WPT Australia from the Gold Coast and the Star. What an amazing final 2 hands for David to double up and then take the victory. Oh, he looks like he's in utter disbelief. And Poe, not bad, taking home $421,635. But look at this. Can't believe it. David Tang is our winner here today. And it was a great final table. A lot of action, a lot of excitement early on. Then hours of just pots being pushed to the 3 players remaining. But now, in just 2 quick hands heads up, we have our champion, David Tang. Amazing. He is from Australia, and he has done it. Going in for an interview right now. He's too excited. This is great. Great to see. I love the emotion here. And that's it. That's going to do it for me, Matt Savage. Be heading out of here. But congratulations to all of the final tables. And, of course, our winner, David Tang. He takes home $647,470. And we're going to see you in Las Vegas at the WPT World Championship for the $15 million guarantee. Again, thank you so much for tuning in. Over and out.
I can outplay these guys. That nice shot. Got this. If I get the card, I prepare for this day. One time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.